we will see Gandhi equate British imperialism and Nazi imperialism in his denunciation of colonial Britain and Nazi Germany. Researchers beyond suspicion of anti-Western bias have on repeated occasions compared the treatment of the colonial peoples, carried out but also justified by the liberal West, to the genocidal practices of the Third Reich. This comparison is made in relation to the deportation of the Cherokees ordered by Andrew Jackson, the President of the United States visited and celebrated by Tocqueville, the attitude assumed by Theodore Roosevelt regarding the inferior races, who should be met with a war of extermination in case of rebellion against the superior race, the treatment by England inflicted on the Irish people, treated in a similar way to the Native Americans and condemned to die en masse of starvation. By as late as mid-19th century. There's more. The keyswords in our time used to describe the horrors of the 20th century emerge from the studies done of the liberal world of the 19th century. In specific reference to the development of industrial capitalism in England, it's been stated that the Gulag is not an invention of the 20th century. Defined as a totalitarian society is that which in Australia devours those deported from England, often the poor condemned over petty theft, driven to it by hunger. Finally, in regard to the tragedy of the indigenous peoples in America, Australia, or in British colonies in general, authoritative researchers in turn spoke of an American Holocaust, or of a final solution to the Native American question, of an Australian Holocaust and of a late Victorian Holocaust, not to mention the Black Holocaust, the deportation and then the enslavement of the survivors, 1 in every 3 or 4, to which African Americans seek to call attention. And finally the Canadian Holocaust that we've already come across. Even in regard to the events that have taken place under our watch, in authoritative news organizations we can read that in Afghanistan, an American protectorate, the captured Taliban members are put in a place that resembles the Nazi concentration camp of Auschwitz, and that in Guantanamo there is, according to the words of Amnesty International, a kind of Gulag in our times. Finally, it's worthwhile to observe that a more impartial American historiography didn't hesitate in making a comparison between the Anglo-American annihilation by air of entire cities, Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, on the one hand, and the genocide of Jews on the other. 549 But all of this magically disappears in the ruling ideology and historiography, just as it disappears the reality of the concentrationary universe that during the Second 30 Years' War arises even in the countries of a more consolidated liberal tradition, and that these countries, even after the defeat of the Third Reich, continued to operate for some time with anti-Soviet and anti-communist purposes, and that, at any rate, are expanded in the colonies or semi-colonies. However colossal it may be, that omission isn't enough to construct the myth of the twin monsters. Working from the comparison of the USSR and the Third Reich, they introduce the comparison of Stalin and Hitler, removing both from their respective historical contexts and political projects. Once the explosive contradictions that characterize them are removed, the second time of troubles on the one hand, and the Second 30 Years' War on the other, the Stalinian terror appears as the expression of a gratuitous violence, motivated exclusively by totalitarian ideology, or directly motivated by the bloody paranoia of a single person. Similarly suppressed is Hitler's historical contextualization. He was born at the end of the 19th century. The most painful century in human history has not yet ended, the century of colonization, and above all else the century of races, which had the merit of having refuted once and for all the naive ideas of universal brotherhood from the 18th century and the mythology of the common origin and unity of mankind, the ideological tool that the socialists pathetically cling to, despite their explicit rejection by history and science. 550 In 1898, it's the Anglo-German author Houston S. Chamberlain who expresses that view, and he will later become particularly admired by Hitler, but at that time he's acclaimed across the West. That is to say that, to comprehend Nazism it's necessary to first study the political project that's at its roots, and that political project isn't just in reference to a single criminal or mad personality, but has various ties to other countries and political movements besides Germany and Nazism. In that sense, regardless of the artistic judgment of it, The Resistible Rise of Arturo Ui by Bertolt Brecht is unconvincing. To illustrate Hitler's personality he makes use of a literary genre, crime fiction, which leads to misconceptions. It starts from a moral judgment, which is in fact constructed a posteriori. Nazism takes hold in a historical period in which the evidence in its favor consists of a racial hierarchy and a colonial expansion that often contains genocidal practices. Certainly, to inherit such a tradition at a time when it begins to be strongly challenged, and to radicalize it, going to the point of seeking to put it into action in Eastern Europe as well, is a terrible development of that tradition, but it's precisely a question of its development, not something created out of nothing. In 19th century culture, there's a widespread idea that racial extermination Disraeli stresses is the expression of an irresistible natural law. At the end of the century Spencer laments that, we are entering into an era of social cannibalism, in which the strongest nations are devouring the weakest. In the United States between the 19th and 20th centuries, it's commonplace for there to be appeals for the final solution, and the complete and final solution to the respective Indigenous and Black questions. 551 Also around the same time in Canada, an authoritative government figure proposes the final solution to our Indigenous question. 552. The horror and infamy of this radicalization remains the same, but it arises out of the experience of the failed attempt to build an overseas colonial empire, that at the outbreak of World War I is quickly eliminated by British naval superiority, which imposes on Germany a devastating and deadly naval blockade, even on the civilian population. Therefore they asked themselves, to continue being exposed to that terrible threat, or to build at all costs a continental empire, resorting to massacres and genocidal practices at the expense of the inferior races and following, at any rate, the classic and proven model of the West's colonial expansion? When it comes to the ruling ideology, any political project whatsoever disappears. The atrocities of the Third Reich are also expressions of a terrible madness of mysterious origins, but its name is nevertheless totalitarianism. That is how they set up the comparison of Stalin and Hitler. They even make the superfluous, and perhaps embarrassing, analogy between panslavism and pangermanism, something that Arendt insisted upon, though today it doesn't appear to enjoy any noteworthy success. Everything revolves around the two, sick and criminal, personalities, on which they even sometimes trace biographical parallels. 553. What stands out the most in these writings is the absence of history, and even politics in a certain sense. Colonialism, imperialism, world wars, national liberation struggles, different and opposing political projects, they all disappear. Nor do they even ask about the relations of the liberal West with fascism and Nazism, who consider themselves the most authentic and relevant champions of the West, and with the old Russian regime, whose contradictions have for a long time been moving towards the outbreak of an enormous catastrophe. Overall, all of this is left in the shadows due to the absolute centrality given to two creative personalities, albeit evil in their creativity. The theorem of the elective affinities between Stalin and Hitler. These two personalities, so the story goes, are not only morally and politically similar, but are bound together by a type of mutual attraction. To prove this they reference the Soviet-German Pact of Non-Aggression and the demarcation of their respective spheres of influence. In reality, this pact, on the one hand, puts an end to the diktat of Brest-Litovsk, on the other hand, it's just one phase in a contradictory process that demarcates the spheres of influence by the great powers, something which begins in Munich and, provisionally, concludes at Yalta. 554 In 1946, a few months after the conclusion of the Second World War, Ernest Bevin, a leading figure in the Labour Party and British Foreign Minister, saw the world basically divided into three spheres of influence that could be described as three large Monroe doctrines, demanded and agreed upon by the United States, the Soviet Union, and Great Britain. 555 While the British Monroe Doctrine quickly unravels, in 1961 during a summit in Vienna, John F. Kennedy, veteran of the infamous Bay of Pigs adventure, protests to Khrushchev over the success and dynamism of the Cuban Revolution, The United States can't tolerate a regime that seeks to alter its hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. In one of the areas of our vital interests, just as the USSR couldn't tolerate a challenge to its hegemony in its security zone, Eastern Europe. 556. One can consider especially odious the demarcation of spheres of influence based on the secret protocols of the German-Soviet Pact, and point out the cynicism of the move that allows Stalin to gain both time and space, but it's very difficult to reconcile such a condemnation with the thesis of the mutual attraction between the two dictators, by means of the theorem of elective affinities. In truth, immediately after the start of the war by Nazi Germany, Churchill eagerly welcomes the entrance of Soviet troops into eastern Poland. Soon after, in addressing the leaders of Latvia, Stalin explains with great clarity the reasons for his policy toward the Baltic countries. The Germans could attack. For 6 years, communists and German fascists have cursed each other. Now, in spite of history, an unexpected turn has happened, but we can't put our trust in it. We must be prepared ahead of time. Those who were not prepared have faced the consequences. Starting from the need to avoid the Third Reich's maneuvers in the region, the military protectorate, which Moscow initially appears satisfied with, is gradually transformed into true and proper annexation. 557. So it was again put up for discussion the loss of territory suffered by Soviet Russia at the moment of its greatest weakness, while at the same time within the leadership group, there's a growing tendency to carry on, without much limitations, the legacy of Tsarist Russia's international policies. In the usual evaluation of the German-Soviet Pact, the questions that are essential for its comprehension are completely missing. What agreements were previously signed by the Third Reich? How to explain the outbreak of war between Germany and the Soviet Union less than 2 years later, and what does Nazi Germany's number 2 man, Rudolf Hess, have in mind when he suddenly lands in Britain on the eve of Operation Barbarossa? In the race to reach an agreement or understanding with the newly installed regime in Berlin, Stalin clearly comes last. The Concordat between Germany and the Holy See happens on July 20, 1933, and it guarantees the loyalty of German Catholics to the new government formed in conformity with the Constitution, Verfassungsmäßige gebildet Regierung, a recognition that happens soon after the approval of the emergency laws, and with it the use of terror and the rise of the racial state, and the first measures against government employees of non-Aryan origin. 2 weeks earlier Zentrum was dissolved, the Catholic Party whose militants had committed to positive collaboration in the National Front led by the Reich Chancellor. 558. With respect to the Protestant faith, one can't forget that the Deutsche Christen lined up in support of Hitler immediately after his rise to power, and did so by adapting Christianity to the needs of the Third Reich, reinterpreting the Protestant Reformation according to Nazi and even racist perspectives, theorizing a church founded within the German popular community and based on the recognition of the differences of nations and races as ordained by God. 559. The Zionist movement at the time shows a similar willingness to gain the new ruler's favor. Their press organ, Judisgrundschau, largely immune to the wave of prohibitions and persecutions which hit the German press immediately after the Reichstag fire, on April 7, 1933, encourages Zionists and Nazis to be sincere partners. It all results in an agreement on the transfer of 20,000 Jews to Palestine, who are allowed to take with them nearly $30 million, a strong contribution toward colonization and to the process that would later lead to the formation of the State of Israel. 560 later, reacting to the transfer agreement, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem also seeks Hitler's favor. Now let's look to the opposition political parties. The speech by Social Democrat MP Otto Wels is very weak, during the Reichstag session that concedes emergency powers to Hitler. 561 It was the Stalinist Communist Party that first raised the alarm and organized resistance to the barbarism now in power. 1935 is also the year in which the naval agreement between Great Britain and the Third Reich is signed. Occurring after the start of feverish rearmament and the reintroduction of the draft, the agreement raises Hitler's hopes that they could reach a strategic understanding, with the recognition of Great Britain's naval superiority and mutual respect between the two great Germanic empires, the British Overseas Empire and the Continental German Empire, which would be built through the colonization and enslavement of Eastern Europe. It's rightly described as a cynical attitude from the government in London, which gives the impression of endorsing an infamous program previously and clearly described in Mein Kampf. 562. It's not shocking that there's growing concern in Moscow, strong irritation in Paris. 563 and unrestrained joy from Hitler, who then celebrates this as his happiest day. 564. Even more disturbing is Poland's role. As has been observed, it becomes totally subordinated to German policy starting from the signing of the 10-year non-aggression pact with Germany on January 26, 1934. The following year, Foreign Minister Beck declares to his subordinate, "There are two political entities undoubtedly condemned to disappear, Austria and Czechoslovakia." 565. The alignment with Hitler's program is obvious, and it's not just a matter of words. The ultimatum to Czechoslovakia, in which Poland demanded the return of Teschen, led Beneš, according to his own account, to abandon any idea of opposing the Munich arrangement. Poland until that moment had been Germany's most useful attack dog in the East, similar to Italy's role in the Mediterranean. The Munich Conference doesn't mark the end of the Warsaw government's collaboration with the Third Reich. If Hitler truly sought to enter into Ukraine, he ought to pass through Poland, and in the autumn of 1938 that idea didn't appear to be a political fantasy at all. 566. It even appeared to have the encouragement of Warsaw. In January of the following year, during a conversation with Hitler, Beck states, "Poland doesn't attach any significance to the so-called security system." 567. Stalin has every reason to be worried and distressed. Before the Munich Conference, the American ambassador to France, William C. Bullitt, observed how important it was to isolate Asian despotism, thereby saving European civilization from a fratricidal war. After the victory achieved by Hitler, an English diplomat writes in his diary, "From being a fist aimed at the heart of Germany, Czechoslovakia now quickly became a fist aimed at the vital organs of Russia." 568. During the crisis caused by the Munich Conference, the USSR was the only country challenging the Third Reich and confirmed its support for the Prague government, putting more than 70 divisions on a high state of alert. Later on, after the Third Reich's dismemberment of Czechoslovakia in March of 1939, Moscow delivers a strongly worded message of protest to Berlin. 569. The reaction from other capitals was much more restrained. As a result, the Nazi fascist aggressors had successively devoured Ethiopia, Spain, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and China thanks to the direct or passive complicity of the Western powers, inclined to direct the Third Reich's sights and ambitions against the homeland of the October Revolution. To its east, the Soviet Union sees the pressure applied by Japan on its eastern borders. Thus emerges the danger of an invasion and war on two fronts. It's only at this moment that Moscow begins moving toward a pact of non-aggression with Germany, noting the failure of the Popular Front strategy. Carried out by Stalin with conviction and decisiveness, the Popular Front strategy had its costs. It had strengthened the opposition and Trotskyite agitation, especially in the colonies. What credibility could an anti-colonialism have which spared? So the argument went the leading colonial powers at that time, concentrating instead on a country, Germany, which at Versailles had lost what few colonies it previously had. For the colonized peoples themselves it was especially difficult to accept that adjustment. Britain was widely discredited. In the spring of 1919 it not only was responsible for the massacre at Amritsar, that cost the lives of hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians, but it also resorted to public flogging and forcing the residents of the city to crawl on their hands and knees while entering or leaving their homes. 570. A dehumanizing collective punishment and a terrible racial and national humiliation. Later, while fighting the Second World War, the imperial government represses pro-independence demonstrations, using planes to fire upon them. These are the years when Gandhi asserts that in India we have Hitlerian rule. However disguised it may be in softer terms, Hitler was Great Britain's sin. Hitler is only the response to British imperialism. 571. With the war over, Gandhi will go as far as paying tribute to Subhas Chandra Bose, who to achieve independence had fought alongside the Axis, Subhas was a great patriot and had given his life for the good of the country. 572. To conclude, it wasn't easy for the USSR to switch to the idea that, despite appearances, for the colonized peoples as well the principal danger was the Nazi-fascist coalition, the German, Japanese and Italian Axis, and particularly the Third Reich, determined to take up and radicalize the colonial tradition, resorting to the most extreme methods. For countries like Britain and France, the Popular Front strategy brought very little costs, yet they still sabotaged it. At this point, the USSR had no other choice but to reach an understanding with Germany, a move that was described as a dramatic improvisation at the last moment, which Moscow resorted to for lack of alternatives in the immediate lead-up to a new European war. 573. A radical change of course takes place that is often evaluated from an exclusively European perspective. But there's no reason to ignore the repercussions in Asia. Mao Zedong expresses his satisfaction. The pact represents a blow to Japan and help to China because it more easily allows the Soviet Union to support China's resistance against Japan. 574. It's precisely for this reason that the Japanese consider Germany's behavior to be treacherous and unforgivable. 575. As a result, the flow of Russian arms and munitions to China proceeds at a steady pace. The West's position is very different. Europe and America's indifference left its mark on history, demonstrating that they had no notion of reality. They refused to make the most minimal effort in deterring the fascists in Tokyo, but it's not just that. Even worse is that the United States continued to send Japan petroleum and gasoline almost right up until the big attack on Pearl Harbor. 576. Let's leave aside Asia for the moment to concentrate on Europe. The mutual distrust between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich and the preparation for open conflict never ceased, not even during the months following the Non-Aggression Pact. Even before signing, speaking in Danzig with the High Commissioner of the League of Nations, Hitler explains, "Everything I do is directed against Russia. If the West is too stupid and blind to understand it, I'll be forced to reach an understanding with the Russians and then defeat the West, so that after its defeat I can concentrate all possible forces on the Soviet Union." 577. Judging by these words, the Führer's consistent objective is the construction of a Western alliance, led by the Germans, to defeat the Soviet Union. If this alliance can't be stipulated through a pact ahead of time, then there's no choice but to impose it on the Allies after their defeat. The temporary understanding with Moscow is just a means to achieve victory and thereby realize the necessary Western alliance for the definitive settling of accounts with Bolshevism. The Pact of Non-Aggression is an instrument to achieve the Third Reich's principal and permanent objective, which unleashes Operation Barbarossa and presents it as a crusade for Europe, calling upon European countries and nations to participate, and they do participate, as a matter of fact. Did Stalin count on the long or eternal duration of the pact? In truth, from the start he is aware of the inevitability of the clash with Nazi Germany. We will be spared from the war for a little while longer. 578. He takes advantage of this time to consolidate his country's position. As early as November of 1939, from Hitler's perspective, the country governed by communists appears determined to strengthen itself militarily, and it's only willing to respect the pact according to circumstances and its own convenience. 579. It's a point argued by the Führer 2 months later. Stalin is cautious, he's very aware of the balance of forces, but he's clearly waiting for a difficult situation for Germany. He doesn't even lose track of the weather, acting more brazen than usual. During the winter months, when he feels more protected from the Third Reich's formidable war machine. 580. The Führer's concerns are anything but imaginary. Let's see what Moscow's stance was in late summer of 1940, at a time when, having completed the occupation of France, the Third Reich appears to be in the position of forcing Great Britain to surrender. While Stalin relays to Hitler his confidence in a quick conclusion to the war, his diplomatic envoys and his agents abroad encourage all kinds of resistance to the new order. The Moscow newspapers, that until then hadn't spared the Allies of ironic or scornful remarks, began taking on a more sympathetic tone toward Britain's struggle, and encouraging French patriots in their struggle against Nazi domination. The German foreign minister was even forced to protest against anti-Nazi propaganda carried out by Mrs. Kalontai, representative of the Soviet Union in Sweden. 581. What's revealing is the meeting that takes place in Moscow on November 25, 1940, between two of Stalin's closest collaborators. Dimitrov, we will carry out a policy of bogging down the German occupation troops in various countries, and, without drawing attention, we want to take this work even further. Would this upset Soviet policy? Molotov, naturally, this must be done. We wouldn't be communists if we didn't follow this line. Only it must be done quietly. 582. Stalin also agrees with this line. 583. He's clearly committed to encouraging resistance to the Third Reich's expansionism. Of course, this is heading towards a collision, and Stalin is aware of that, as shown by his observations and actions. November 7, 1940, it's necessary to be at the military level of our enemies, and for us they are all capitalist states, including those who present themselves as our friends. 584. On November 25 of the same year, our relations with the Germans are marked by apparent courtesy, but between us there's a lot of tension. 585. In the first months of 1941, the mask begins to fall off. Currently the resistance against Hitler is encouraged from Moscow openly and from all parts. This is especially true with respect to the Balkans, where the dispute between the signatories of the Non-Aggression Pact is increasingly intense. In the Kremlin, Stalin welcomes the Yugoslav ambassador to Moscow and discusses with him the approach that should be used in opposing the Third Reich. Pleasantly surprised by this audacity toward those who aspire to rule the world, Belgrade's representative puts forward a question, and if the Germans, irritated, turn against you, ... And the reply is quick, let them come. 586. The drafting of the Friendship Treaty on April 4, 1941, between the USSR and Yugoslavia was immediately followed by Hitler's invasion of the latter country. A few days later, in relaying the opinion of the Soviet leader, Dimitrov writes in his diary, April 18, 1941, the war of the Greek and Yugoslav peoples against imperialist aggression is a just war, and on this there's no doubt. 587. The approaching clash with the Third Reich is increasingly apparent. May 5, 1941, Stalin observes, is the German army invincible? Perhaps. No, it's not invincible. Germany now wages a war in the name of the enslavement and subjugation of other nations, in the name of hegemony. This is a great disadvantage for the German army. 588. While the rapprochement between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union had provoked notable discomfort within the Nazi ranks, and especially for Rosenberg, I have this feeling that the Moscow Pact will haunt National Socialism sooner or later. Operation Barbarossa brings about a sense of relief. The stain to our honor has been wiped away, Goebbels writes in his diary. 589. The Führer himself writes to Mussolini, I am at peace with myself, the agony and the sense of abandoning my origins. My thinking, and the work I set out on, these feelings that came with the Pact of Non-Aggression have disappeared. Hitler, a contemporary historian, explains, finally arrives at the fight that for nearly 2 decades has been a central element of his thinking and even his psyche. Longed for since the beginning, the annihilation of Asiatic and Eastern Bolshevism would have permitted, in the conditions imposed by Berlin, the restoration of unity within the West and the white race, in particular reaching a permanent agreement with the British Empire, that for the Führer continued being the supreme model of domination and exploitation. 590. Arendt's affirmation, according to which Hitler never had the intention of defending the West from Bolshevism, but on the contrary he had always been willing to ally with Stalin to destroy it, is nothing more than her tribute to Cold War ideology. 591. In truth, the leaders of the Third Reich were not mistaken in feeling relieved by the fact that, finally, with Operation Barbarossa, they could finally confront and eliminate, so they hoped, the true adversary, the eternal enemy. Even before Nazism took power, on August 12, 1931, Stalin had described antisemitism as a type of cannibalism. Upon the establishment of the Third Reich, he had reacted, on January 26, 1934, with a firm stance against fascism and against the German version of fascism specifically. Again, like in 1914, the parties of warmongering imperialism and the parties of war and revanchism take center stage. The new war that appears on the horizon would be especially barbaric. It would be the war organized by a superior race, that's to say the German race, against the inferior race, and especially against the enslaved 592. Stalin defended this concept later on November 25, 1936, in the presentation of the new Soviet constitution, which through its profoundly internationalist character opposed the bourgeois constitutions that implicitly work from the assumption that nations and races can't have equal rights. It's true that here the speech was of a general character, as shown by the references to the colonies and to discrimination based on differences in skin color, but it's clear that the principal target was Nazi Germany, which embraced racial ideology as a state doctrine. It's not by chance that Stalin insisted on the principle of equality among nations regardless of their strength or weakness. 593 At this time the Third Reich was the champion of social Darwinism at the international level. Still a few months from the start of the war in Europe, on March 10, 1939, in warning the Western powers that their dangerous political game of redirecting the Third Reich's expansionist drive to the east, against the Soviet Union, could end in serious failure. In other words, with a non-aggression pact between Moscow and Berlin, Stalin had called for an end to appeasement, the policy which made one concession after another to the aggressors, demanding the formation of a common front against the instigators of war. 594. Totally rejecting the historical context briefly outlined here, Arendt describes the theorem of the elective affinity between Stalin and Hitler. The only man who the first trusted was the second, and the only man admired by the second was the first. After what we've seen, to speak of trust between the two sounds unintentionally comical, yet Arendt's thesis of Stalin's pro-Hitler policy is a mere tribute to Cold War ideology. 595 In Moscow in 1937 Feuchtwanger observes everyone is of the mindset that a future war is an absolute certainty, they see the German fascist as the enemy. The reason is obvious, our prosperity, the Soviets say, is in such obvious contrast with fascist theories that the fascist states, if they wish to survive, must annihilate us. 596. Accurately predicted here is the war of annihilation that will be unleashed later by the Third Reich. Far from easing up, the preparations for the war continue to intensify until becoming frantic during the months of the non-aggression pact. It's correct, however, that beginning with Operation Barbarossa, Hitler occasionally highlights the political and military competence of his great antagonist. Is this confirmation of the theorem of elective affinities? During the Tehran Conference, while in friendly debate with Franklin D. Roosevelt, who tends to read Hitler in psychopathological terms, Stalin stresses however that their common enemy is very capable and only this can explain the extraordinary results initially achieved. 597 Is this another confirmation of the thesis that's commonplace today? In fact, the Soviet leader was right, not the American president. One must have a very primitive outlook on antagonism to think that authenticity requires ignorance of the enemy's capabilities. Historians today are in agreement in admonishing the Führer for underestimating the USSR, yet Arendt works off her late and partial change of heart to construct a theorem of the elective affinities. Hitler, moreover, is cited in a one-sided way. It's quite understandable his effort at explaining the unexpected failures and partial successes on the Eastern Front, which uncomfortably dismisses the myth of the invincibility of the Third Reich and the Wehrmacht, by detailing the unusual characteristics of the new enemy. But such characteristics aren't always described in flattering terms. As early as July 14, 1941, commenting on the ferocious resistance Operation Barbarossa was encountering, the Führer states, "Our enemies are no longer human beings, but beasts." And echoing the opinions of their leader, one of his secretaries writes to a friend, "We are fighting against ferocious animals." 598. Obviously Stalin is among these beasts and ferocious animals, who on another occasion is seen by Hitler as a creature from hell, Unterwelt, confirming Bolshevism's satanic character. 599 On the other end, we can note that both before and during the war, Stalin describes Hitler as the champion of anti-Semitic cannibalism and of cannibalistic politics based on racial hatred. We can add that leading political figures of the liberal West also formulated a positive opinion of the Soviet leader, to whom Churchill also expresses a feeling of human sympathy. Franklin D. Roosevelt himself, when speaking of the marvelous progress achieved by the Russian people, indirectly pays tribute to the person who leads them. 600 Finally, in our days leading historians stress Stalin's extraordinary military and political capacity, without disparaging Hitler's. Should we include all these individuals, despite their great differences, within the theorem of elective affinities? In truth, when they pronounce that theorem, Arendt and her followers abandon the field of philosophical and historical investigation, pursuing Bell's lettre instead. The Ukrainian Holocaust as an equivalent to the Jewish Holocaust. The two criminal personalities, mutually linked together by elective affinities, each create a concentrationary universe with great similarities between them. This is how the construction of the omnipresent political myth of our time proceeds. In truth, despite inaugurating this tradition, Arendt elaborated a more complex discourse. At one end, she mentions, although very briefly, the totalitarian methods of liberal Britain's concentration camps where the Boers are confined, but also the totalitarian aspects present in the concentration camps that France's Third Republic established after the Spanish Civil War. On the other hand, in making the comparison between Stalin's USSR and Hitler's Germany, Arendt points out some important distinctions. Only in the second case does she speak of extermination camps. There's more. In the USSR the guards were not like the SS, a type of elite force trained to commit crimes. As is confirmed by the analysis from a witness who passed through the tragic experience of both concentrationary universes, the Russians never showed the sadism of the Nazis. Our Russian guards were good people and not sadists, but they scrupulously followed the rules of that inhuman system. 601. In our time, however, the references to the liberal West, and the mere mention of different kinds of concentrationary universes in which the liberal West was implicated, have now disappeared. The entire discourse centers on the similarity between the Gulag and the Konzentrationslager. For such a comparison to be persuasive, they must first inflate the numbers of the Stalinian terror. Recently, an American researcher calculated that the executions that actually took place reached a tenth of the usual estimates. 602 It's clear, obviously, that the horror of that repression is always on a large scale. However, the audacity of certain historians and ideologues is significant. Nor do they limit themselves to inflating the numbers. In a political and historical void, the construction of the monstrous twins can take it a step further. The Holocaust carried out by Nazi Germany against the Jews, especially starting from the stalemate on the Eastern Front, corresponds to the earlier Holocaust, starting in the 30s. In this second case it was a matter of a planned terror famine that ended up becoming an immense Bergen-Belsen, that's to say an immense extermination camp. 603. It was Robert Conquest who particularly distinguished himself in spreading this thesis. His critics accuse him of having worked as a disinformation agent for British intelligence services, and of having studied the Ukrainian case through the perspective of that profession. 604 Even his admirers recognize a point that doesn't diminish in importance. Conquest is a veteran of the Cold War and wrote his book in the context of a political cultural operation that was ultimately led by US President Ronald Reagan and which achieved numerous successes, on the one hand, significantly putting into the focus of international debate the value and limits of Gorbachev's reforms, and on the other hand, it powerfully influenced the radicalization of separatist ambitions in Ukraine. 605. In other words, the book was published in the atmosphere of a political cultural operation that aimed to deliver the final and decisive blow to the Soviet Union, exposing it as responsible for shameful acts completely identical to those committed by the Third Reich, and encouraging its disintegration by making a people victimized in a Holocaust become aware of it, thus making coexistence with their tormentors impossible. It's necessary not to lose sight of the fact that, in the same period, together with the book on Ukraine, Conquest published another, in collaboration with a certain J.M. White, in which he gives advice to his fellow citizens about how to survive a possible, or imminent, invasion by the Soviet Union, what to do when the Russians come, a survivalist's handbook, point 606. Of course, regardless of the underlying political motivations, a thesis must be analyzed based on the arguments it offers. And the thesis of the terror famine planned by Stalin to exterminate the Ukrainian people may prove to be more credible than the thesis that Reagan's United States ran the risk of being invaded by Gorbachev's USSR. Therefore, let's concentrate our attention on Ukraine in the first years of the 1930s. In 1934, upon returning from a trip to the Soviet Union that had also taken him to Ukraine, the French Prime Minister, Édouard Herriot, denies not only its planned character, but also the extent and seriousness of the famine. 607 These declarations, made by a leader of a country that in the following year would sign an alliance treaty with the USSR, are generally considered unreliable. However, the testimony contained in the diplomatic reports by Fascist Italy are beyond suspicion. Even in the period in which the repression of counter-revolutionaries is at its cruelest, it is combined with initiatives that go in a different and opposite direction. The soldiers are sent to the rural areas to collaborate in the work in the fields, and workers come to repair farming equipment. Together with the effort to destroy any hint of Ukrainian separatism, we witness a policy of promoting the Ukrainian national character which seeks to attract the Ukrainians of Poland for a possible and sought-after union with the USSR, and this objective is pursued by favoring the free expression of the Ukrainian language, culture, and tradition. 608 Did Stalin seek to attract the Ukrainians of Poland into uniting with Soviet Ukrainians by exterminating the latter through starvation? From what we can tell, soon after the start of World War II, the Soviet troops who stormed into the Ukrainian territory until that moment occupied by Poland were warmly welcomed by the local population. 609. Now let's see the image that arises from the statements by Stalin's other enemies, this time from within the communist movement. Trotsky was born in Ukraine, as it is known, and who in the last years of his life repeatedly addressed the subject of his homeland, taking a position in favor of the pro-independence movement. He condemns the ferocity of the repression, but, despite not sparing Stalin of accusations, in a number of occasions comparing him to Hitler, he makes no mentions of the so-called Holocaust of hunger organized from Moscow. 610 Trotsky stresses that the Ukrainian masses are driven by an irreconcilable hostility toward the Soviet bureaucracy, but identifies the reason for such hostility in the repression of Ukrainian independence. Judging by this thesis popular nowadays, the Holodomor had taken place at the start of the 1930s. However, according to Trotsky, the Ukrainian problem has intensified at the start of this year, that's to say 1939. 611 Like Stalin, the leader of the anti-Stalinist opposition also wanted to unify all Ukrainians, although this time not within the USSR, but rather in an independent state. Would it have made sense to formulate that project while remaining totally silent on the genocide that had already taken place? In Trotsky's opinion, the treachery of the Soviet bureaucracy consists of this: it erected monuments to the great national poet, Taras Shevchenko, but only to force the Ukrainian people to pay homage to their Muscovite oppressors in the language of their national poet. 612 As one can see, he does not speak of genocide, nor even ethnocide, for however strong the condemnation of the Stalinian regime may be, he doesn't accuse it of either the physical or cultural destruction of the Ukrainian people. Whether inside or outside the communist movement, the enemies of Stalin converge on this essential acknowledgement. The fragility and the instrumentalization of the analogy between the Holodomor and the final solution is starting to become clear. Hitler and other Nazi leaders explicitly and repeatedly proclaimed that it's necessary to proceed toward the annihilation of the Jews, compared to a bacteria, a virus, a pathogenic agent, whose extermination would allow for society to become healthy again. It would be useless to search for similar declarations by Soviet leaders with regards to the Ukrainian people, or Jewish people. It could be more interesting to compare the policy of Stalin's USSR and Hitler's Germany in relation, in both cases, to Ukraine. Hitler proclaimed on various occasions that Ukrainians, like all subjugated peoples, must be kept at the proper distance away from culture and education. It's necessary to also destroy their historical memory. It would be good if they didn't even know how to read and write 613. And that's not all. One could do well without 80% to 90% of the local population. 614 Above all else, one could totally do well without the intellectual classes. Their liquidation is the condition for transforming the subjugated people into a hereditary caste of slaves or semi-slaves, destined to work and die in service to the master race. The Nazi program is later clarified by Himmler. It's a matter of immediately eliminating the Jews, whose presence is important with regard to the intellectual classes, and to reduce to a minimum the total Ukrainian population to clear the way for the future German colonization. That is how the historian cited here comments in Ukraine as well. The construction of the Nazi Empire and the Holocaust go hand in hand, and in it those very same Ukrainian nationalists take part, and they constitute the principal sources for Conquest's book and will later act as his principal propagandists. 615. Relative to the Third Reich, Soviet power moves in the precise opposite direction. We learned of the affirmative action policy, promoted by Soviet power in relation to national minorities and Ukrainian brothers and comrades, to take the words used by Stalin soon after the October Revolution. 616 In effect, who most decisively promotes affirmative action in favor of the Ukrainian people is precisely that figure who today is considered responsible for the Holodomor. In 1921 he rejects the notion of those for whom the Ukrainian Republic and the Ukrainian nation were an invention of the Germans. No, it's evident that the Ukrainian nation exists and that communists should develop its culture. 617. Starting from that basis, they carry out the Ukrainization of culture, schools, the press, publishers, party cadre, and the state apparatus. Lazar Kaganovich, who is a loyal associate to Stalin, and who in March of 1925 becomes party secretary in Ukraine, gives particular attention to that policy. 618 The results don't take very long. In 1931 the publication of books in Ukrainian reaches its peak of 6,218 out of 8,086 titles, nearly 77%, while the percentage of Russians in the party, around 72% in 1922, had been reduced to 52%. It's also necessary to have in mind the development of the Ukrainian industrial apparatus, Stalin again insisting on its importance. 619. One can seek to minimize all of this, referring to the persistent monopoly on power exercised in Moscow by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. However, that policy of Ukrainization has such a strong impact that it is forced to confront resistance from Russians. The former in any case were disillusioned with the solution given to the national question in the USSR. The equalization of Russia with the other federal republics shocked them, the rights extended to minorities within the Russian Republic irritated them, the anti-Russian rhetoric of the regime angered them, and it weighed upon them the fact that Russians were the only nationality of the Federation that didn't have a party of their own, nor a science academy of their own. 620. Not only does it not make sense to compare the Soviet policies to that of the Nazis, but the first, in fact, proves to be fully superior to that of the whites, supported by the liberal West. Conquest himself ends up recognizing this against his will. Placing himself on a line of continuity in relation to Tsarist autocracy, Denikin refused to admit the existence of Ukrainians. Precisely the opposite attitude of Stalin, who praises the Ukrainization of Ukrainian cities. After the success of this policy a new and especially positive page has been turned. In April of 1923, at the 12th Congress of the Communist Party, the policy of Ukrainization obtained full legal recognition. For the first time since the 19th century, a stable Ukrainian government included in its program the defense and development of the Ukrainian language and culture. The Ukrainian cultural figures who returned to their country did it with the real hope that a Soviet Ukraine could also give life to its national rebirth. And in large part, for some years, they were right. Poetry and prose, linguistic and historical works had a wide and intense circulation among all classes, while all past literature was reprinted on a large scale. 621. We have seen that this policy is in force, and even in full development, in Ukraine at the start of the 1930s. Of course, soon a terrible conflict and famine will follow. However, it remains a mystery how over such a short period of time it can switch from radical affirmative action in favor of Ukrainians to planning their extermination. It's good not to forget that Ukrainian nationalist circles played an important role in the elaboration and promotion of the Holodomor thesis, after having carried out many pogroms against Jews during the years of the Civil War. 622, oftentimes collaborating with the Nazi invaders, immersed in the realization of the final solution. After having simultaneously functioned as an instrument of demonization and of convenient self-absolution, the Holodomor thesis becomes a formidable ideological weapon in the final period of the Cold War and in the program for the Soviet Union's dismemberment. A last consideration. During the 20th century, the genocide accusation and Holocaust denunciation were utilized in the most different ways. We've already seen a number of examples. One more should be added. On October 20, 1941, the Chicago Tribune reports the passionate appeal led by Herbert Hoover for an end to the blockade imposed by Great Britain on Germany. A few months earlier, the war of extermination was unleashed by the Third Reich against the Soviet Union, but on this the ex-president of the United States didn't say a word. He concentrates on the terrible conditions of the civilian populations in the occupied countries. In Warsaw, the child mortality rate is 10 times higher than the birth rate, and he called for an end to this Holocaust, the blockade being useless in any case, given that it wasn't able to halt the advance of the Wehrmacht. 623. It's apparent that Hoover is interested in discrediting the country or countries on whose side FD. Roosevelt is prepared to intervene, and it should be said that it has been lost from memory this supposed Holocaust for which the champion of isolationism blamed London and in part Washington. Terror famines in the history of the liberal West. Moreover, besides distorting history, what completely invalidates the discourse by the Cold War veteran is his silence. One can start with the debate that occurs in the House of Commons on October 28, 1948. Churchill denounces the widening conflict between Hindus and Muslims and the horrible Holocaust that is overtaking India after independence was conceded by the Labour government, and after the dismantlement of the British Empire. Then a Labour MP interrupted the speaker, "Why don't you talk about the famine in India?" The former Prime Minister tries to avoid it, but his interlocutor insists, "Why don't you speak of the famine in India, that the previous Conservative government had been responsible for?" 624. The reference is to the famine, stubbornly denied by Churchill, that from 1943 to 1944 caused 3 million deaths in Bengal. Neither of the two sides remember, however, the famine that took place some decades earlier, also in colonial India. In this case, it's 20 to 30 million people who lose their lives. Often forced to carry out hard labor with a diet inferior to that provided to the prisoners of the infamous Buchenwald lager. On this occasion, the racist component was explicit and declared. The British bureaucrats said that it was a mistake to spend so much money to save a lot of black fellows. On the other hand, according to the Viceroy Sir Richard Temple, those who had lost their lives were mostly beggars without any real intention of working, nor will many be inclined to grieve much for the fate which they brought upon themselves, and which terminated lives of idleness and too often of crime. 625. With World War II over, Sir Victor Gollancz, a Jew who arrived in England after having fled anti-Semitic persecution in Germany, publishes The Ethics of Starvation in 1946 and in Darkest Germany a year later. The author denounces the policy of hunger that, after the defeat of the Third Reich, befalls prisoners and the German people, continually at risk of death by starvation. Infant mortality was 10 times more elevated than in 1944, a year that was particularly tragic. The rations available to the Germans are dangerously close to those enforced in Bergen-Belsen. 626. In the two cases just cited, it's not Soviet Ukraine that is compared to a Nazi concentration camp, but the work camps of British subjugated India and the occupation regime imposed on those defeated by the liberal West. The latter accusation appears more persuasive, as is confirmed by the most recent and exhaustive book published on the topic. The Germans were much better fed in the Soviet zone. The country that had suffered the genocidal policy of the Third Reich, and because of that policy continued suffering shortages, was more generous. In effect, what led the liberal West to inflict death by starvation on those it defeated was not a lack of resources, but ideology. Politicians and the military like Sir Bernard Montgomery insist that no food should be sent by Great Britain. Death by starvation was the punishment. Montgomery insisted that 3/4 of all Germans were still Nazis. For exactly that reason fraternization was prohibited. It was necessary to not give a word and much less a smile to members of a people totally and irredeemably wicked. The American soldier was warned, in heart, body, and soul, every German is Hitler. Even a young woman could prove deadly. Don't be like Samson with Delilah, she would love to cut your hair and then your throat. This hate campaign explicitly sought to remove all sense of compassion and therefore guarantee the success of the ethics of punishment by starvation. American soldiers should also remain unmoved when faced with starving children. In the blonde-haired German child, lurks a Nazi 627. If the tragedies of Bengal and Ukraine are explained by the list of priorities dictated by the approach or the intensification of the Second World War, which imposes the concentration of limited resources on the struggle against a mortal enemy 628, then one can speak accurately of a planned terror famine with regards to Germany immediately after the defeat of the Third Reich, where the lack of resources plays no role at all, but is instead influenced to a considerable degree by the racialization of a people, who F.D. Roosevelt for some period of time has the temptation of eliminating from the face of the earth by means of castration. One could even say that it was the start of the Cold War that saved the Germans, and the Japanese, or at least noticeably lessened their suffering. In the struggle against the new enemy they could be useful and valuable cannon fodder, offering their experience to their former enemy. But it is useless to search for any mention of the famine in British colonial India or of the Westbergen-Belsen in Germany in the books by the Cold War veteran, dedicated to pushing through a scheme constructed a priori through historical revisionism. All the Nazi infamies are only the replica of communist infamies, therefore, the Hitlerian Bergen-Belsen is modeled off the Bergen-Belsen anti-litteram for which Stalin is responsible. Fully coherent with such a scheme, conquest completely ignores the fact that hunger and the threat of death by starvation is a constant factor in the relations instituted by the West with barbarians, as well as with enemies that are compared to barbarians. After the revolution in Saint-Domingue, fearing the political contagion from the first country in the Americas to abolish slavery, Jefferson declares that he's ready to subject Toussaint to death by starvation. Tocqueville demands that the crops be burnt and silos emptied should the Arabs dare to resist the French conquest in Algeria. 5 decades later, with that same war tactic which condemns an entire people to hunger or death by starvation, the United States strangulates the resistance in the Philippines. Even when it's not intentionally planned, a famine is an opportunity not to be wasted. In the time period in which Tocqueville seeks to create a desert around rebellious Arabs, a devastating disease destroys the potato harvest in Ireland and decimates a population already heavily strained by the looting and oppression by English colonizers. In the eyes of Sir Charles Edward Trevelyan, charged by the London of government with monitoring and dealing with the situation, the tragedy appears to be the expression of divine providence, that thus solves the problem of overpopulation, and also the endemic rebellion of a barbarian population. In this sense, British policy was, at times, classified as proto-Eichmann, protagonists of a tragedy that could be considered the prototype to the genocides of the 20th century. 629. Let's focus on the 20th century, however. The methods traditionally used at the expense of colonized peoples could also be useful in the struggle for hegemony between the great powers. With the outbreak of World War I, Britain subjects Germany to a criminal naval blockade, whose significance Churchill explains in these terms: the British blockade treats all of Germany as a besieged fort and explicitly intends to reduce the entire population to starvation, thus forcing it into capitulation, men, women, and children, old and young, the injured and healthy. The blockade continues in force for months even after the armistice, and once again it is Churchill who explains the need for the prolonged recourse to that weapon of hunger and even starvation, that above all else impacts women and children, the elderly, the weak and the poor. The defeated must fully accept the peace terms of the victors. 630. But with the threatening emergence of Soviet Russia, there's now a different enemy. If Jefferson feared the contagion from the Haitian Revolution, Wilson is worried about containing the Bolshevik Revolution. The methods remain the same. To prevent it possibly following the example of Soviet Russia, Austria, in the words of Gramsci, faces a brigand's blackmail, either bourgeois order or hunger. 631. In effect, some time later it is Herbert Hoover, High Representative of the Wilson administration and future U.S. President, who warns Austrian authorities that any disturbance of public order will make impossible the delivery of food supplies and leave Vienna facing absolute hunger. And later it will be the same American politician who offers the summary, in which he explicitly boasts, fear of starving to death kept the Austrian people away from revolution. 632. As you can see, it's Jefferson and Hoover who explicitly theorize the very terror famine for which conquest denounces Stalin. We are in the presence of a policy that continues unabated in our time. In June of 1996, an article by the director of the Center for Economic and Social Rights highlights the terrible consequences of the collective punishment inflicted on the Iraqi people through the embargo. More than 500,000 Iraqi children have died of hunger or illness. Many others were on the brink of suffering the same fate. An unofficial magazine of the State Department, Foreign Affairs, reaches a more general conclusion: after the overthrow of real socialism, in a world unified under the hegemony of the US, the embargo constitutes the weapon of mass destruction par excellence, officially imposed to prevent Saddam Hussein from gaining weapons of mass destruction. The embargo on Iraq in the years following the Cold War has caused more deaths than all weapons of mass destruction in history combined. Therefore, it's as if the Arab country has endured at the same time the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the mustard gas attacks by Wilhelm II and Benito Mussolini, and still yet other examples. 633. In conclusion, the policy of terror famine for which Stalin is blamed is deeply embedded in the history of the West, and in the 20th century is first put into practice against the country that emerged out of the October Revolution, and then finds its triumph after the overthrow of the Soviet Union. Perfect symmetries and self-absolution, Stalin's anti-Semitism? For however sophisticated the game of analogies may be, the construction of the myth of the two twin monsters doesn't appear to be completed quite yet. Despite the efforts to make the Ukrainian Holodomor correspond to the Jewish Holocaust, in the consciousness of our time the name Auschwitz causes an entirely unique horror. Maybe the association of Stalin to Hitler could be considered definitive if the former was affected by the madness that led to the Judeocide carried out by the latter. Khrushchev recalls that, towards the end of his life, Stalin had suspicions that the doctors who treated the country's leaders were in fact participants in an imperialist conspiracy that aimed at decapitating the Soviet Union. The secret report doesn't mention it, but there was no small number of Jews among the doctors under suspicion. 634. And from there one can begin adding some depth to the portrait of the Soviet monster with a new and decisive detail: the deep anti-Semitism of Stalin and his followers, Medvedev declares, was not a secret to anyone. On the official anti-Semitism of the Soviet state, Hobsbawm specifies, there are undeniable vestiges since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948. The American historian on ethnic cleansing and racial hatred that we've already encountered goes a bit further back. By the end of the war, Stalin had shared many aspects of Hitler's anti-Semitism. Ferret goes even further: since the start of Hitlerism, Stalin never showed the most minimal compassion for the Jews. 635. Naturally, conquest is the most radical of them all, always latent in Stalin's spirit, The antisemitism began to show in full force starting from 1942-1943 till becoming generalized in 1948.636. It's at this point that the construction of the myth of the two twin monsters can be considered completed. Before analyzing the extreme fragility of that construction, it ought to be noted that it's simultaneously useful in repressing the West's serious responsibility in the tragedy that the Jews suffer in the 20th century. It's a tragedy with 3 acts and a prologue. In 1911, Chamberlain's book, The Foundations of the 19th Century, is translated into English, entirely dedicated to reading world history from a racial perspective, Aryan and anti-Semitic. Now it can be truly understood the leading role played by the Anglo-German author as the maître à penser of Nazism. Especially exalted in tone is Goebbels, who, upon seeing him sick and bedridden, offers a prayer of sorts: "Good health to you, Father of our spirit." Precursor, pioneer. 637. In no less inspired terms, Chamberlain, in turn, sees in Hitler a type of savior, and not just for Germany. 638. After seizing power, and while passionately absorbed in the task of leading the war that he has unleashed, the Führer warmly recalls the encouragement that Chamberlain offered to him during his time in prison. 639. So, how was this work, which was crucial to the Nazi worldview and racial ideology, received in the West? In Britain, the reaction from the press is enthusiastic, beginning with The Times, which endlessly applauds the masterpiece and praises it as one of the rare books that has some importance. On the other side of the Atlantic, the review by an authoritative statesman like Theodore Roosevelt is overwhelmingly positive. 640. On the opposing side, it's Koski who expresses his full disdain for Chamberlain and other racial theorists. At that time, before the start of the war, Koski is venerated as a maestro to the workers' movement and the socialist movement as a whole, including by Stalin. The later, in 1907, defines the German author as a distinguished theorist of social democracy, due in part to his contribution to the analysis and the denunciation of antisemitism and the pogroms against Jews in Tsarist Russia. 641. Let's now turn to the first act of the tragedy. It unfolds in pre-revolutionary Russia, an ally of the Entente during World War I. Discriminated against and oppressed, the Jews are suspected of sympathizing with the enemy and the German invader. The Russian General Staff warns of their espionage activities. Some are kept as hostages and threatened with execution should the Jewish community show a lack of patriotic loyalty. Alleged spies are executed. 642. That's not all. At the start of 1915, in the areas attacked by the German army, a mass deportation is ordered. A representative in the Duma describes the details of the operation as follows: in Rodom, at 11 p.m. the population is informed that it must leave the city, under the threat that anyone found by dawn will be hanged. Due to the lack of means of transportation, the elderly and the disabled must be carried out by hand. Police and soldiers treat the Jews as criminals. In one case, a train was completely sealed shut, and when it's finally reopened, most of those inside were dying. Of the 500,000 Jews subjected to deportation measures, 100,000 didn't survive. 643. The October Revolution breaks out in the wake of the struggle against the war and the horrors that accompany it. It's inspired by Marx and Engels, who had written in the middle of the 19th century, "The times of superstition have passed," when revolution was blamed on the subversion of a handful of agitators. Unfortunately, it's a prediction that was catastrophically mistaken. The rise to power in Russia of a movement that's inspired by Marx, the Jew, and has a strong Jewish presence in its leadership, inaugurates the age in which the conspiracy theory celebrates its triumph. In a Russia torn apart by civil war, pogroms, and massacres against Jews considered to be those controlling Bolshevism are the order of the day. The new Soviet power is committed to stopping this horror. Tough new laws are issued and Lenin demands the elimination of hostility against Jews and the hatred of other nations during a speech that's recorded so that it can reach millions of illiterate people. 644. Britain, France, and the United States remained on the side of the whites, and at times they actively participated in the bloody anti-Semitic agitation. In the summer of 1918, the British forces that land in northern Russia distributed anti-Semitic flyers by air on a massive scale. 645 Some months later, pogroms of a tremendous dimension take place in which around 70,000 Jews lost their lives. They say that the Allies, then concentrated on their invasion of Russia, had secretly supported the pogroms. 646. It's a preview, authoritative historians observe, to the crimes of Nazism and the extermination during World War II. 647, and it's a preview that sees active British participation, leading the anti-Bolshevik crusade at that time. We thus arrive at the third act. Despite Western aid, the whites are defeated by the Bolsheviks and emigrate to the West, bringing with them the denunciation of the October Revolution as a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy, and the protocols of the Elders of Zion confirm that understanding beyond any doubt. All of this doesn't come without consequences. In England, the official publishers of His Majesty print the English edition of the protocols, soon after cited by the Times as the proof of a secret plot that was threatening the West. 648 It then develops into a campaign to which Winston Churchill is no stranger, who takes part in denouncing the role of Judaism not only in Russia, but in the whole cycle of subversion that, starting in the 18th century, had shaken the West. This movement among Jews is not new. It has grown since the days of Spartacus Weishaupt, the Bavarian Illuminati, until the days of Karl Marx, and later Trotsky, Russia, Bela Kun, Hungary, Rosa Luxemburg, Germany, and Emma Goldman, United States. This world conspiracy for the overthrow of civilization and for the transformation of society into one based on restricted development, on a wicked jealousy and on an impossible equality. As has been wisely demonstrated by a contemporary author, Mr. Webster, this movement had a leading role in the tragedy of the French Revolution. It constituted the motor behind all subversive tendencies in the 19th century, and now that band of extraordinary personalities, coming from out of the slums of the major European and American cities, have grabbed the Russian people by the neck, and in practice, have become the undeniable masters of a powerful state. 649. As late as 1937, while expressing a positive opinion on Hitler, Churchill incessantly stresses the Jewish origins of a central leader of Bolshevik Russia, that is, Trotsky, also known as Lev Bronstein. Yes, he had always been a Jew. Nothing could wipe out that characteristic. 650. On the other side of the Atlantic, it's Henry Ford who encourages the promotion of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Ford declares, the Russian Revolution has a racial origin, not a political one, and it, in making use of humanitarian and socialist slogans, in reality expresses a racial aspiration for world domination. 651. Aside from the American auto industry tycoon, it's the champions of white supremacy who stands out the most for their denunciation of the hidden Jewish control of the revolutionary movement that's after having overthrown the Tsarist regime undermining the foundations of the West. Madison Grant warns of the Semitic leadership over Bolshevism, and Lothrop Stoddard classifies the Bolshevik regime of Soviet Russia as largely Jewish. 652. Stoddard becomes the author of reference to two American presidents. Infra, ch. 8, 3. In this climate, voices arise in North American Republic that call for radical measures with the aim of confronting Jewish imperialism, and its ultimate objective of establishing Jewish domination over the world. A hard fate. Even more threatening voices rage awaits the people responsible for this vile project. They suggest massacres of Jews, such that were considered unthinkable until now, therefore, of an unprecedented scale in modern times. 653. Reading these recurring convictions in Churchill, Ford, and the other American authors cited above, we are led to think of the anti-Semitic agitation carried in even more inflammatory tones by the Nazis. From the anti-Bolshevik emigration they find not only ideas, but also the financial means, as well as an important number of militants and personnel. 654. One only has to think of Rosenberg, one of the major figures who defines the October Revolution as a Jewish conspiracy. As one can see, from its start, the tragedy of the Jewish people in the 20th century has the active participation of the liberal West and both pre-revolutionary and counter-revolutionary Russia. All of that is wiped out by the accusation of antisemitism directed at the person who had for more time than any other led the country that emerged from the October Revolution, or the Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. Antisemitism and colonial racism, the Churchill-Stalin polemic. The black legend that we are analyzing also allows them to hide the colonial racism and the racism of colonial origin that still raged in the West during the 20th century. In regards to that, the significance of the historic rupture represented by Lenin is summarized in these terms by Stalin. Before, the colonial question was usually limited to a restricted group of problems that had to do with civilized nations, the Irish, Hungarians, Polish, Finnish, Serbs, and some other European nationalities. That was the group of peoples, deprived of equal rights, whose fate interested the heroes of the Second International. Dozens and hundreds of millions of men belonging to the peoples of Asia and Africa, who suffered national oppression in its most brutal and ferocious forms, were generally not taken into consideration. It was decided not to put whites and blacks on the same level, civilized and uncivilized. Leninism has exposed this scandalous injustice. He toppled the wall that separated whites and blacks, Europeans and Asians, civilized and uncivilized slaves of imperialism, in that way linking the national question with the colonial question. 655. This is in 1924. These are in years in which an American author, Stoddard, enjoys great success on both sides of the Atlantic in denouncing the mortal threat to the West and the white race represented by the agitation of the colonial peoples, stimulated and encouraged by Bolsheviks, or the growing tide of colored peoples. 656. This tendency celebrating white supremacy continues to be vibrant in the following decades. While Stalin also condemns the process of racialization put in place by the West at the expense of the peoples of Asia, it's interesting to analyze the ideology that manifests itself in the United States during the war against Japan. The press and the ever-present propaganda warns against the racial threat. We are facing a holy war, a racial war, an unending war between Eastern and Western ideas. There's a recurring dehumanization of the enemy, reduced to subhumans or actual animals. And it's an ideology with which the leadership in the Roosevelt administration is not unfamiliar. 657. Moreover, colonial racism in some ways continues to manifest itself in the capitals of the West even after the collapse of the Empire of the Rising Sun and the Third Reich. In Fulton, in March of 1946, Churchill inaugurates the propaganda campaign for the Cold War, condemning not only an Iron Curtain and the totalitarian control imposed by the Soviet Union on Eastern Europe, but also celebrating, in opposition to all that, the English-speaking peoples and the English-speaking world as the champions of freedom and Christian civilization that will lead the world. 658. It's understandable then the angry response from Stalin. The British statesman is accused of having formulated a racial theory no different to the one embraced by Hitler. Only English-speaking nations are authentic nations, called upon to decide the destiny of the whole world. 659. The simplifications of the Cold War are evident in that response. However, there's no lack of similarities between the celebration of the English-speaking peoples and Aryan mythology. From a linguistic community it's implied the unity of the race that speaks the language, and as evidence for the excellence of that race, they cite the cultural products of the Aryan languages or the English language. In his correspondence with Eisenhower, the language used by Churchill is even more unsettling. The English-speaking world is synonymous with the white English-speaking people. Its unity is absolutely necessary. 660. The differences between the races closely bound to Europe must be liquidated once and for all, differences which have caused 2 world wars. 661. The threat arising from the colonial world and outside the West can be confronted only in that way. Thus, it's understood the appeal made in 1953 by Churchill, primarily to the United States. It's necessary to support Britain in its conflict with Egypt with the aim of preventing a massacre of white people. 662. It's not only Arabs who are alien to the white race. The communist world, that encourages the revolt of the colonial peoples against the white man, is the expression of an aggressive semi-Asiatic totalitarianism. 663. Clearly, the Cold War tends to be interpreted as a clash between the West, Christian civilization, and the white race led by the English-speaking world or by the white English-speaking people on the one hand, and the barbarians of the colonial and communist world on the other. In this context, the celebration of both the British Empire as well as the British race fits perfectly. 664 And given that there will be no reference to the fact that the extermination of the Jews occurred in the heart of the West and the white world, and was perpetuated by one of the races most closely related to Europe, so nothing will be said of the continued oppression suffered by African Americans in the United States of white supremacy. In Eisenhower, the celebration of the Western world and Western morality 665 also tends to assume racial connotations at times. Speaking with Hoover and Dulles in July of 1956, he observes that, with the nationalization of the Suez Canal, Nasser aims to topple the white man. 666. Still fresh is the memory of the Korean War, carried out by Washington. An American historian recognizes with a disdainful attitude toward an inferior nation, the Chinese. 667. Trotsky and the accusation of anti-Semitism against Stalin. Let's return, however, to the accusation of anti-Semitism made against Stalin. Endorsed by no small number of historians, it would seem irrefutable. Yet, despite the incontestable tone, the condemnations are difficult to square with one another, given they proceed from different and opposing reconstructions of the crimes whose origin is increasingly located further back in time, 1948, 1945, 1933, or in the years before the October Revolution. In attempting to orient ourselves, let's ask a different question, that in any case is a preliminary one: when was the first time Stalin was accused or suspected of anti-Semitism? In that case, rather than Khrushchev, we must go back to Trotsky who, in 1937, together with the betrayal of the revolution, denounces the re-emergence of the barbarism of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union itself. Until this point of history, there's been no example of a reaction that has followed a revolutionary advance that's not been accompanied by the most foul and chauvinistic passions, including anti-Semitism. 668 Rather than an empirical investigation, we are dealing with a syllogism. Constructed a priori, reaction, whose result is necessarily anti-Semitism, has unfortunately triumphed in the country ruled by Stalin, so therefore, in liquidating the Bolshevik conquests, the Mitter was reopening the doors to the horrors of the old regime, together with religious superstition, the cult to private property, inheritance, and the family. Unavoidable was the reappearance of animosity between nations, and especially the hatred of Jews. It's not by chance that this denunciation is found in a work that in its very title directly and tightly links the Mitter and anti-Semitism. The October Revolution put an end to the outcast status of Jews. But that doesn't in any way mean that it has forever wiped out anti-Semitism. The long and continuous struggle against religion doesn't prevent thousands and thousands of the faithful from filling the churches, mosques, and synagogues. The same situation dominates the field of national prejudices. Legislation alone doesn't change men. Their thoughts, their sentiments, their visions depend on tradition, the material conditions of life, their cultural level, etc. The Soviet regime isn't yet 20 years old. Half the population, the oldest, were education under Tsarism. The other half, the youngest, inherited much from the older half. Nevertheless, these general and historical conditions ought to allow each thinking man to recognize this fact: despite the exemplary legislation of the October Revolution, it's impossible that national and chauvinistic prejudices, especially anti-Semitism, have not stubbornly survived among the most backward segments of the population. 669. Arguing in that way, Trotsky shifted his attention from the state to civil society, from the subjective level to the objective level, from the momentary character of political action to the long duration of historical processes. By definition, the weight of a secular tradition couldn't miraculously disappear in the segments of the population that had not yet fully adopted modern and revolutionary culture. But what sense was there, then, in accusing a regime or leadership group, who had in no way altered the exemplary legislation approved by the Bolsheviks, and who, in committing to a colossal process of industrialization, expanding literacy and access to culture, had continuously restricted the social and geographic areas in which national and chauvinistic prejudices, particularly anti-Semitism, were deeply rooted. Was it not Trotsky himself who spoke of the unprecedented speed with which the USSR developed the economy, industry, urbanization, and culture, and verified the rise of a new Soviet patriotism, a sentiment certainly deep, sincere, and dynamic, shared by the various nationalities previously oppressed or incited against one another. Supra, ch. 4. In the same year that Trotsky publishes his work on the Emitter and anti-Semitism, a travel report was published in Moscow, written by a German writer who was fleeing the Third Reich because he was Jewish. The picture that he draws is eloquent in itself. Finally resolved was the old and apparently unsolvable Jewish question. There's a moving consensus in support for the new state among the Jews I've met. And yet more, like all national languages, Yiddish is lovingly cared for in the Union. There's schools and newspapers in that language, there's literature, and congresses are held for the supervision of Yiddish, and the performances in this language enjoy the highest consideration. 670. Even more significant is the reaction of the American Jewish community. An authoritative representative responds to Trotsky as follows: if his other accusations are as baseless as his complaint against anti-Semitism, then he has absolutely nothing to say. Another leader states, in relation to anti-Semitism, we are used to seeing in the Soviet Union our only glimmer of light. Therefore, it's unforgivable that Trotsky launches such baseless accusations against Stalin. 671. There's evident disappointment and unease in this reaction to that ridiculous effort by Trotsky, understood as an attempt to involve the international Jewish community in the power struggle that was underway in the CPSU. While in Germany the denunciation of the Judeo-Bolshevism that ravaged the Soviet Union became more frantic than ever, and the process that would lead to the final solution was quickly advancing, a strange campaign of insinuations was launched against the country that, as we shall see, more courageously than any other, classified Hitler's anti-Semitism as cannibalistic, against the country that very often inspired those who in German territory resisted the wave of hatred against the Jews. Victor Klemperer emotionally described the insults and humiliations that wearing the Star of David meant. And yet, a porter who has grown fond of me since the first two relocations, suddenly stands in front of me on Freiburger Street, puts his arms around me and whispers, but in a way so that they can even hear him on the other side of the street, "So professor, don't let them walk over you. Soon those damn Nazis will be finished." The Jewish philologist with affectionate irony adds that those who defied the regime in such a way were good people whose membership in the German Communist Party could be smelled from a mile away. 672. They were members or sympathizers of a party that, at the international level, had Stalin as their essential point of reference. On the other hand, if we move on from Germany to the United States, we see that communists are sometimes branded as, and persecuted both by state authorities as well as by civil society, Jews, who take advantage of the ignorance of blacks to turn them against the regime of white supremacy, tarnishing the idea of racial hierarchy and purity, and promoting the madness of equality and racial intermixing. 673. Therefore, on the other side of the Atlantic as well, anti-communism is fused with anti-Semitism, in addition to colonial racism, and that relation is even closer due to the fact that in the Stalinist, Communist Party of the United States there's a strong Jewish presence. 674. Yet, aside from disappointment and annoyance, in the American Jewish community's reaction there's also an element of profound concern. To understand it, let's see how Trotsky's line of argument develops. More than any other regime in the world, the Soviet regime needs a high number of state employees. The state employees come from the educated urban population. Naturally, Jews represent a very large percentage of the bureaucracy, especially at the lower and middle levels. Now, with this reflection as starting point, one must reach the conclusion that the hatred against the bureaucracy will have an anti-Semitic tone, at least where Jews constitute a significant percentage of the population and clearly stand out from the rural surroundings. In 1923, at the Bolshevik Party conference, it was proposed that employees be obligated to speak and write the language of the local population where they worked. How many ironic observations came, especially from the Jewish intelligentsia, who spoke Russian and didn't want to learn the Ukrainian language. Of course, on this aspect, the situation improved considerably. But the national composition of the bureaucracy has barely changed, and what is immeasurably more important, the antagonism between the people and the bureaucracy has grown enormously in the last 10 or 12 years. 675. As can be seen, he calls for the struggle against the bureaucracy, and at the same time stresses that Jewish people are widely represented in it, and who are often characterized by arrogance in relation to the language and culture of the people they govern. Of course, the analysis and the denunciation operate at both the political and social level. It remains clear that they, at least from the point of view of the Jewish community, run the risk of evoking and revitalizing the specter of anti-Semitism that they sought to exorcise. Stalin and the condemnation of Tsarist and Nazi anti-Semitism. The accusation of anti-Semitism directed at Stalin is all the more unique for the fact that he is committed to denouncing that scourge during practically his entire political evolution. As early as 1901, when he is still a young 20-year-old Georgian revolutionary, we see him, in one of his very first written works, indicate that the struggle against the oppression of nationalities and religious confessions in Russia is among the most important tasks of the Social Democratic Party. Particularly targeted were the Jews, continually persecuted and insulted, deprived of those miserable rights that other Russian subjects enjoyed, the right to move freely, the right to attend school, the right to occupy public job positions, etc. 676. A few years after the outbreak of the 1905 revolution, he writes, the Tsarist regime reacts by encouraging or unleashing pogroms. Stalin doesn't waste any time in calling for the struggle against a policy that seeks to reinforce the autocracy with the blood and corpses of its citizens. The conclusion is clear: the only way to eradicate the pogroms is through the destruction of the Tsarist autocracy. 677. As one can see, the anti-Jewish persecution is one of the most important accusations made in the charges directed at the old regime, which the revolution is called upon to overthrow. It's a theme developed in the following years. On the eve of the First World War, Tsarist Russia's semi-Asiatic character is demonstrated by the particularly vile persecution unleashed against the Jews. Unfortunately, the recourse to pogroms is favored by the general inclination to anti-Semitism by the common people. 678. The collapse of Tsarist rule and the old landed aristocracy Stalin later observes between February and October of 1917, finally allows the elimination of a program of national oppression that could assume, and effectively assumed, the most monstrous forms of massacres and pogroms. 679. Defeated in Russia, anti-Semitism becomes an ever more frightening threat in Germany. In raising the alarm, Stalin doesn't wait for Hitler's rise to power. In a declaration made on January 12, 1931, to the American Jewish Telegraph Agency, he classifies racial chauvinism and anti-Semitism as a type of cannibalism, and the return to the jungle. It's a stance that is republished in Russia, in Pravda on November 30, 1936, at a time when it was a matter of warning governments and world opinion against the terrible threat that loomed over Europe and the world. 680. In that same context, one can put the stance taken by Kirov, whose wife is of Jewish origin. Soon after Hitler's rise to power, he denounces German fascism, with its ideology of pogroms, its anti-Semitism, its vision of superior and inferior races, as the successor to the Russian Black Hundreds. 681. That last observation is particularly significant. By now there's a climate of war. The approaching clash increasingly led Soviet leaders to appeal to the history of the Russian people and its struggle against aggressors and invaders. It's a tendency that is obviously strengthened with the beginning of Operation Barbarossa. However, on November 6 of 1941, Stalin doesn't just put the emphasis on the pogromist and reactionary nature of Nazi Germany, he goes on to characterize the enemy then pressing at the gates of Moscow as follows. In its essence, Hitler's regime is a copy of that reactionary regime that existed under Tsarism. It's well known that the Nazis trampled on the rights of workers, the rights of intellectuals, and the rights of peoples, just as the Tsarist regime trampled over them, and that it unleashed medieval pogroms against the Jews, just as the Tsarist regime unleashed them. The Nazi Party is a party of the enemies of democratic freedoms, a party of medieval reaction and the most sinister pogroms. 682. In other words, although he is launching an impassioned appeal for national unity against the invaders in the Great Patriotic War, just like Kirov, Stalin classifies the Nazi regime as the successor, in some essential aspects, to the Tsarism that was toppled by the October Revolution. That attitude deserves all the more attention, especially when compared to the position taken by the United States President and by his advisors, who hesitated in publicly criticizing the German dictator's anti-Semitic policies. 683. Moreover, in 1922, F.D. Roosevelt himself declared his support for a reduction in Jewish attendance at Harvard and in American universities in general. 684. A statesman like Churchill would be even less able to make a public condemnation of the Third Reich's persecution of Jews, as we saw him as late as 1937 stress the nefarious role of Judaism in Bolshevik agitation. In that same year the English statesman writes an article, that remained unpublished, that considers the Jews at least partly responsible for the hostility directed at them. 685. Stalin's position is the complete opposite. The Nazis continued to be classified, in the speech from November 6 of 1943, as the champions of pogroms. 686. But especially significant is the speech delivered in the following year, again on the occasion of the anniversary of the October Revolution. In this case, the usual denunciation of the fascist champions of pogroms, from whose barbarity the Soviet people had the credit of saving European civilization, is inserted in a more general context that stresses the centrality of racial theory and racial hatred in the doctrine and practices of Nazism, that led to a cannibalistic program. 687. The speech at the end of 1944, on the eve of the collapse of the Third Reich, again took up the theme already present in the interview given to the Jewish Telegraph Agency 2 years before Hitler's rise to power. Hitler in turn, beginning with the attack on the Soviet Union, not only more obsessively takes up the slogan against the Judeo-Bolshevik threat, but it appears as if he seeks to directly respond to the public denouncement, coming from Moscow, of the pogromist and reactionary nature of the Third Reich. There's Stalin's speech, which we've already encountered, from November 6 of 1941, the anniversary of the October Revolution, and 2 days later, in Munich, at an equally solemn occasion for the Nazi regime, the commemoration of the coup attempt of 1923, Hitler makes an equally public denunciation of the Soviet Union. The man that has, for the time being, become head of that state is nothing more than an instrument in the hands of the all-powerful Jews, while Stalin stands on stage before the curtain. Behind him are Kaganovich and that expansive network of Jews who control that enormous empire. 688. It's a theory that's repeated at a tableside conversation some time later. The Jews are behind Stalin. 689. We are faced with what is a constant theme in Nazi propaganda. By 1938 Goebbels had praised a book, Juden hinter Stalin, the Jews behind Stalin, that aimed at revealing the infamy of Judaism. 690. On that basis, the war for the enslavement of the Soviet Union is, at the same time, the war for the annihilation of the Jews. The infamous Kommissarbefehl, that orders the immediate elimination of political commissars of the Red Army and the cadre of the party and the communist state, would inevitably strike with particular cruelty against the ethnic group suspected of providing the bulk of the cadre and commissars. In his speech from November 8, 1941, Hitler speaks of power in the Soviet Union as an enormous organization of Jewish commissars. 691. That is also the conviction of the German soldiers who, on the front, speak of the Jewish and Bolshevik cruelty, and constantly refer to the cursed Jews and the damned Bolsheviks. Indeed, the struggle against Bolshevism is simultaneously the struggle against Judaism. It's a matter of annihilating once and for all the Jewish regime in Russia, the base for Judeo-Bolshevik agitators determined to make the world happy. Considered carefully, it's a country where internal leadership of all institutions is in the hands of Jews and where the people are under the whip of Judaism. The so-called Soviet paradise is, in reality, a paradise for the Jews. It's a Jewish system, and, to be precise, it's the most satanic and criminal system of all time. 692. It's very understandable, then, that the ethnic group especially targeted by the Third Reich's genocidal fury had distinguished itself in the fight against their tormentors. During the war, in relation to its population, Jews earned more medals than any other Soviet nationality. 693. But is that solemn and official recognition compatible with the theory of Stalin's anti-Semitism? We already saw the American Jewish community take a clear stance against this legend in 1937. 5 years later, Arendt goes further. She attributed to the Soviet Union the merit of having simply eliminated anti-Semitism through a just and very modern solution to the national question. 694. This positive evaluation is even more significant for the fact that it's precisely this exemplary resolution of the Jewish and national question in the country governed by Stalin which is cited by Arendt to refute the thesis by Jewish publications that tend to agitate against the specter of an internal anti-Semitism. 3 years later, the eminent Jewish thinker argues that it's to the Soviet Union's merit that it knew how to organize diverse populations including the Jewish one on the basis of national equality. At least until 1945, there doesn't appear to be traces of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, in a country that, in the eyes of Hitler especially after Operation Barbarossa has proven itself to be the greatest servant of Judaism. 695. Stalin and the support to the foundation and consolidation of Israel. If the assertive claim by Ferret according to which Stalin since 1933 had shown indifference with respect to the tragedy of the Jews, or an anti-Semitism in its most explicit form clearly lacks any basis, will the timeline proposed by an American historian previously cited, who identifies that madness in Stalin following the Second World War, prove to be more convincing? We've already encountered the irritated reaction by the American Jewish community to the accusation of anti-Semitism directed at Stalin by Trotsky in 1937. 8 years later and the situation still hadn't changed. Rather, there are prominent social circles and figures in the American military hierarchy who are a cause for concern. Take the example of General George S. Patton. He dreams of an immediate war against the Soviets. We will have to fight them sooner or later. Why not now while our army is still intact and while we can push all those damn Russians all the way back to Moscow in 3 months? We could easily do it with the German troops that we have, just arm them and take them with us. They hate those bastards. 696. Unfortunately, according to the American general, it's the Jews who oppose this project. Full of resentment toward Germany, they harbor sympathy for the USSR. The evident Semitic influence in the press aims to promote communism. There clearly emerges a line of continuity with the Nazi understanding of communism as a subversive Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. The enemies continue to be the communists, the Soviets, and the Jews, the latter being lower than animals. After particularly imprudent statements, General Patton was relieved of his command, but he was not alone in that line of thinking. 697. While being accused of having links to Judaism, the Soviet Union does, in fact, follow a largely sympathetic policy in relation to the people that survived the horrible persecution. In reconstructing this chapter in history, I will mostly use one book, despite it being dedicated in denouncing the anti-Semitism of the socialist camp led by the USSR. We start in Hungary. The structure of the communist regime that was established following the arrival of the Red Army is made up of cadres who had lived for some time in Moscow, nearly all of them Jews. The fact of the matter is that Stalin had no other choice, as he only trusted them. When the first elections to the Central Committee are held, a third of its members are Jews. The highest leadership also proves to be from the same ethnic background, starting with Rákóczi, the first Jewish king of Hungary. The author of that flattering description is one of Stalin's closest collaborators, namely Beria, probably of Jewish background as well. 698 The situation in the rest of the socialist camp is not very different. We will limit ourselves to another pair of examples. In Poland, the presence of Jews in the communist ranks, especially at the highest levels of the regime, was significant. And that's not all. The branch of communist authority in which the appearance of Jews was greatest is noteworthy, the security apparatus. 699. In Czechoslovakia, it's not only Jews, but Zionists themselves who are favored by the post-war government and are present within it. 700. A similar consideration could be made for Germany. In the Russian zone, Jews usually receive the best positions. Moreover, the man who leads cultural activity in the Soviet zone is a brilliant art historian, Colonel Alexander Demschitz, also of Jewish origin. And the presence of the Jewish German intelligentsia in Gotha is easily noticed in the cultural rebirth that begins to emerge amid the grief and ruins. 701 The situation certainly doesn't change with the foundation of the German Democratic Republic. In Communist Germany, officially born on October 7 of 1949, Jews initially enjoy favorable treatment, if not privileged treatment. As victims of persecution they have a right to special pensions for the elderly and for the sick or disabled, and the Constitution guarantees them religious freedom. Peter Kirchner explains, pensions for Jews were much higher than for others. It had varied between 1,400 and 1,700 marks, when the average wasn't more than 350. Jews therefore felt at ease with the policies of the new communist Germany in relation to them, especially because they were widely represented in its institutions. In the elections of 1950, 15 Jews were elected to parliament in the lists of nearly all the parties, not counting the Communist Party. In addition, the Minister of Propaganda and Information, Gerhard Eisler, the Director of State Information Radio, Leo Bauer, the director of the communist paper Neues Deutschland, Rudolf Herrnstadt, and the person in charge of a branch of the health ministry, Leo Mondel, were all Jews. 702. It's also for that reason that the Soviet Union enjoys great sympathy among Zionists all over the world. They go as far as admiring everything that is Russian. It's Arendt who observes this, and who in 1948 expresses her disappointment toward the pro-Soviet and anti-Western orientation of the Zionist movement, inclined to condemn Great Britain as anti-Semitic, and the United States as imperialist. 703. The attitude that's being condemned here is very understandable. In Nuremberg, it was primarily the Soviet representatives in the prosecution who called attention to the horrors of the Judaicide and called attention to it with rhetorical emphasis. Formulating a solidly intentionalist theory, the fascist conspirators planned the extermination of the Jewish people throughout the world, to the last man, and they put it in action during the entire period of their plot, from 1933 onward. In reality, the final solution begins to take form only with the deterioration of Operation Barbarossa. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial was the testimony, again promoted by the Soviet representatives in the prosecution, by 4 Jews, among whom one mother expressed herself as follows: in the name of all the mothers of Europe who became mothers in the concentration camps, I ask German mothers, where are our children now? 704. Overall, these are the years in which the USSR strongly supports Zionism and the creation of Israel. Stalin plays a frontline role, and perhaps even a decisive role. Without him the emergence of the Jewish state in Palestine would have been difficult. A Russian historian goes as far as saying, using documents recently made public in his country. 705 In any case, as another author, this time a Western one, observes, the speech in May of 1948 before the Union by the Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andrei Gromyko, appears like something out of a Zionist propaganda manual. The foundation of Israel is necessary for the fact that in the territories occupied by the Nazis, the Jews suffered an almost complete annihilation, while no state of Western Europe was able to provide adequate assistance to the Jewish people in defense of their rights and their very existence. 706. Moreover, in supporting Zionism, Stalin at times clashes with Great Britain. The latter makes use of the military forces of the former Republic of Salo and the 10th Assault Vehicle Flotilla to bomb a ship, perhaps it had been 2 ships, that, after the end of military operations, transported weapons from Yugoslavia to the Jews in Palestine 707. At this time, it's the government in London that is considered to be the principal enemy of the Jews. 708. The suspicion and accusation of antisemitism certainly weren't thrust upon the Soviet Union, committed to militarily and diplomatically supporting the foundation of the State of Israel, but upon Great Britain, which in its effort to obstruct those plans, doesn't hesitate to use political and military circles that, even within the Republic of Salo, had played an important role in the final solution. Yet a more general consideration can be made. After the end of the war, Stalin pursues a fundamentally pro-Jewish policy on Palestine. Political and geopolitical calculations had, of course, contributed to pushing it, the desire to undermine British positions in the Middle East, an objective also pursued by Truman, whose support to the foundation of the State of Israel is no coincidence, and to gain the support or at least the sympathy of the American and European Jewish communities during the Cold War, with the added hope that the new state, founded with the decisive contribution of immigration coming from Eastern Europe and often of a left political orientation, would take a pro-Soviet attitude. It's true that the military aid in 1945 offered to the Zionist movement through Yugoslavia was not an isolated gesture. 3 years later, this time using the collaboration of Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union supplied new arms to Israel, and in violating the UN Security Council resolution of March 29 of 1948, it even organizes the influx of young Jews from Eastern Europe who reinforce the army of the Jewish state in the war with the neighboring Arab countries. Thanks as well to Moscow, in action is what was defined as the pro-Jerusalem axis. Indeed, the weapons wielded by the soldiers of the newly born state of Israel to fight their war of independence are made in Czechoslovakia. Precisely when other governments refused to sell weapons to the Jewish state, Czechoslovakia decided to continue selling them openly, even at preferential rates. Thus in Czechoslovakian territory the Israeli Air Force was founded, the training of paratroopers was organized there 709. A true air bridge is established, which supplies the Zionist army with weapons, instructors and even volunteers. 710 In October of the same year, the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs, in Paris at the time, happily tells Prime Minister Ben-Gurion that the Soviet delegates at the UN conference on the question of Palestine had behaved like Israel's lawyers. 711. At the very least, it can be said that Stalin's Soviet Union contributed in a decisive way to the foundation and consolidation of the Jewish state. There are also some interesting aspects with respect to relations with Judaism and Jewish culture in general. In the middle of what was called the campaign against antisemitism, a residential suburb of Moscow took on the name New Jerusalem. There Ilya Ehrenberg has his dacha. Ehrenberg is a Jewish intellectual who plays a grand and leading cultural and political role in the Soviet Union at that time, and who, not by chance, is offered the Stalin Prize, a recognition achieved by other Jewish writers as well, and by some Jewish musicians of international fame. 712. So, what sense is there to speak of antisemitism with regard to Stalin? The support given by him to the foundation and consolidation of the Jewish state is at the same time a contribution given to the Nakba, that is the national catastrophe for the Palestinian people, who for decades continue to languish in refugee camps and in the territories subjected to a ruthless military occupation and a rampant process of colonization. If, for the purposes of being absurd, Stalin must be accused of antisemitism, he should be accused of antisemitism toward Arabs. With regard to that, it's necessary to specify that the Soviet Union's preference was for a multinational and independent state that respected the interests of both Jews as well as Arabs. 713. The Cold War turning point and the blackmail of the Rosenbergs. On the eve of Stalin's death, Kerensky, at that time in the United States, in a conversation with an Israeli historian, points out that the accusation of antisemitism directed at the Soviet Union in those years is just an invention of the Cold War. 714 Yes, this is the turning point, and to understand it, We ought to return to the atmosphere of those years. It's a Cold War that can turn into a nuclear holocaust at any moment, and that knows no limits in the ideological sphere. From both sides they exclaim that the other side is plagued by anti-Semitism. The trial and death sentences in the United States of the Rosenbergs, communists, and Jews accused of treason and espionage in service to Moscow, happen almost simultaneously to the trials and death sentences that in the socialist camp strike against Zionist figures accused of treason and espionage in service to Tel Aviv and Washington. Suspected of disloyalty and called upon to provide clear proof of patriotism, in both cases the Jewish community is subjected to more or less explicit pressure and blackmail. The climate of suspicion was no less oppressive in the United States than in the USSR. It's not easy to imagine that time nowadays, when everyone is aware of the special relationship between Washington and Tel Aviv, but at the start of the Cold War the situation was quite different. Often the whites-only or Caucasian-only urban centers continued to exclude Jews as well, considered just as stupid as blacks. As late as 1959, the Anti-Defamation League felt it necessary to denounce the harassment suffered by Jews because of the persistence of that practice. 715 Overall, the years of the 1940s and 1950s constituted a politically traumatic era for the Jewish minority. 716. Still active were the political circles that linked Judaism and communism, that considered Jews as foreigners on American soil and collaborators with the mortal Soviet enemy, and that, alongside the writings by Henry Ford, even republished the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. 717 Certainly after Auschwitz, that is after the revelation of the horrors that anti-Semitism would lead to, this could no longer continue to enjoy the same sympathy as before. Nevertheless, the threat represented by anti-Jewish prejudice was far from disappearing. In 1953, Jews constituted the majority of the laid-off employees, or those transferred to other positions, in the radar laboratories in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey. 718. According to the French communist leader Jacques Duclos, active in denouncing the persecution endured by the Rosenbergs in the United States, anti-Semitism didn't play any role in the trials that in Czechoslovakia accurately target Zionist traitors in service to the war policies of Washington. 719 Dramatically opposed is the version that the enemies of the Soviet Union are determined to spread. In rejecting the accusation of anti-Semitism launched by Duclos at the United States, the American Jewish Committee unhesitatingly pronounces itself in favor of the execution of the Rosenbergs and opposes any degree of clemency. Everyone in the United States must know that the American Jewish ranks feel only horror at the sight of the spies and communist agitators, whether they be Gentiles or Jews. 720 It's not by chance that among McCarthy's collaborators are two Jews, committed not just to fighting communism, but also in demonstrating the patriotic loyalty of their community. 721 It's not just a matter of defending the United States from the accusation of anti-Semitism. The FBI elaborates a plan that is turned over to a Jewish lawyer. He is entrusted with a very specific task. Win over the confidence of the Rosenbergs in prison and try to persuade them that, in truth, the USSR is an anti-Semitic power with intentions of exterminating the Jews. Once dispelled of their illusions toward the Soviet Union, the Rosenbergs could take advantage of clemency in exchange for an appeal to Jews of all countries to quit the communist movement and seek to destroy it. 722 Ineffective in the case of the two communist militants who courageously faced the electric chair on June 19, 1953, the blackmail achieves the desired result on other occasions. In the intimidating atmosphere of the Cold War, it isn't that surprising that some of the most respected Jewish intellectuals in the nation, including some of those previously on the left, felt obligated to seek protection or even change sides. 723 No small number of them agreed to denounce Stalin's and the Soviet Union's anti-Semitism. However, before this black legend takes hold, it comes across a number of difficulties. Still in 1949, we see one of the Cold War paladins, Churchill, repeatedly make a remarkable comparison between Nazism and communism. The first was less dangerous, given that it could rely only on Herrenvolk pride and anti-Semitic hatred. That's not the case with the second, which can count on a church of communist faithful, whose missionaries are in every country and in every people. Therefore, on one side we have the stoking of national and racial hatred, from which there's the hatred directed at the Jewish people, on the other side, a denunciation of universalism, although it's instrumentally exploited by an expansionist, imperialist design. 724 Maybe even more significant is the speech by Adorno in 1950. In publishing his research about the authoritarian personality, he highlights the correlation between antisemitism and anti-communism and then adds, in recent years all propaganda organs in America were dedicated to developing anti-communism in the sense of an irrational terror, and probably few people apart from the followers of the party line are able to resist the incessant ideological pressure. 725. At this time, far from being directed at Stalin and his followers, the accusation of antisemitism continues to target the anti-communists. Unbalanced from the start, the balance of forces between the two sides of the Cold War increasingly sees the West prevail both at the military level, as well as with respect to the ideological offensive and its multimedia firepower. Nowadays, only one of the two opposing accusations of antisemitism remains standing, the other has been lost even in memory. It must be added that, aside from Stalin, that accusation reaches his successors, starting with Khrushchev, who is also said to have shown signs it's not really known why of evident antisemitism. 726. Nevertheless, in 1973 Jews, who constituted 0.9% of the Soviet population, represented 1.9% of all university students in the country, 6.1% of all scientific personnel, and 8.8% of all scientists. 727. Moreover, a British historian who's also determined to label Stalin as anti-Semitic, starting from at least the 1930s, not only recognized that the people frequented by the Soviet leader and even many of his most intimate associates were of Jewish origin, but adds that in 1937, Jews formed the majority in the government, or in the governmental apparatus. It's very hard for these figures and this empirical research to be cited in support of the thesis of Stalin's and Soviet antisemitism. Stalin, Israel, and the Jewish community of Eastern Europe. Certainly, the Jewish community was not exempt from the conflicts that marked the history of the Soviet Union and the socialist camp overall. Let's first focus on the situation created in Eastern Europe with the end of World War II and Israel's establishment. We have seen the strong presence of Jews in the state apparatus and the government. Aside from the composition of the institutions, it's necessary to have in mind the sense of gratitude shown by Jews, for example in Hungary, because an authoritative witness states it was the Soviet soldiers who freed us from certain death and no anyone else. 728. However, the honeymoon that appeared to last for some time proved to be short-lived. The conflict doesn't take long in manifesting itself, for the Jews who had returned to Hungary, and who had been able to escape the genocidal program of the Third Reich and its henchmen, should they to commit to the reconstruction of a destroyed country, or emigrate to the Jewish state that was taking shape in the Middle East. Initially, the supporters of that second option operate undisturbed. Zionist staff, led the Hungarian branch of the American Jewish Joint Committee that in the post-war period donated enormous sums of money to the reconstruction of Jewish communities. That was the most important economic lifeline for the survivors. A Zionist supporter, Dr. Fabian Herkovitz, became the rabbi of the most prestigious synagogue in Budapest, on Dohány Street, and there every week he offered speeches in favor of emigration to Israel. It was said that the Zionists made use of a more extensive and effective organization than that of the Hungarian communists. It's calculated that nearly a fifth of the Jewish population picked the path of emigration. 729. That mass emigration, an authentic brain drain especially in qualitative terms, that deprived the country of the personnel it desperately needed to recover from the ruins of war, could not be ignored by the government and the party, including the Jews who had rejected the Zionist option. The Communists, in 1948 not only blocked the exodus of Jews, but were also able to assert their very hegemony within the Jewish world. The Zionist leader Ari Yari recalls, "For us it was very difficult to convince people to relocate to Palestine. Especially the oldest, who feared starting a whole new life, with a new language. The regime, for its part, offered them political positions that Jews had never had before. They could become judges, officials, enter the government. The communist movement was very weak and needed a lot of personnel. How could Jews resist the temptation? 730. As one can see, it makes no sense to speak of antisemitism. Not only are there no vestiges of negative discrimination at the expense of Jews, but they eventually enjoy preferential treatment when they decide to stay in Hungary. It must be added that, before it pits the Jewish community and the communist community against one another, the battle that's being discussed divides the Jewish community itself. Defeated by the Jews who decided to integrate themselves in the country in which they are citizens, the Zionists, despite all their efforts, are unable to plant among Jews the idea of ethnic separation. When at the end of the 1940s the Zionist movement is declared illegal, the overwhelming majority of Jews showed they had in no way internalized the discourse around Jewish national identity. The idea that the Jewish community should define itself as a national minority was the last thing that passed through the minds of Jews, who once again orient themselves toward seeking a new level of assimilation. 731. A similar crisis is witnessed in the Soviet Union, and in this case as well the conflict ends up taking place within the Jewish community. It's Ilya Ehrenberg, a writer of Jewish origin, who warns against the danger posed by Zionism, blamed for impeding the reconstruction of a country devastated and martyred by the Nazi army, and reopening the Jewish question already happily resolved in the Soviet Union. In Pravda's columns from September 21, 1948, 732 the position taken against Zionism is linked to the condemnation of antisemitism, crucially described, according to the words of Stalin, as the expression of racial chauvinism and cannibalism. 733. The conversation that takes place in Moscow in 1948 between Golda Meir and Ilya Ehrenberg is remarkable. The former expresses her displeasure over assimilated Jews. It disgusts me to see Jews who don't speak Hebrew or at least Yiddish. The latter responds angrily, "You're a servant of the United States." 734. In speaking with another interlocutor the Soviet writer states, "The State of Israel must understand that in this country the Jewish question no longer exists, that the Jews of the USSR must be left in peace and that all attempts to induce them to Zionism and to repatriation must stop. It will be met with resistance not only by the Soviet authorities, but by Jews themselves." 735. It's beyond any doubt, the colossal brain drain that approached would open another point of contention in addition to the Cold War, especially for the fact that to achieve their objective, Israeli diplomatic representatives in Moscow went behind the backs of Soviet authorities and established direct contact with the Soviet Jewish community. 736 In any case, the point of contention had become more serious to the degree that Israel aligned more clearly with the West, numerous and valued Soviet scientists of Jewish origin were encouraged by Zionist propaganda to emigrate and join a bloc committed to crushing the country that made possible their emancipation and social promotion. However, despite the growing fiction, authoritative representatives from the USSR had repeatedly guaranteed Soviet support to Israel, but they had made it dependent on the neutrality of the Israeli government within the confrontation between the West and the East. 737. Nevertheless, the last of Moscow's illusions quickly vanish. The rupture with the Jewish state is also a frontal clash with Zionist circles still very active in the socialist camp and which would be ruthlessly repressed. In Czechoslovakia, Slansky is imprisoned and sentenced to death because, according to the testimony of his daughter, he had favored emigration to Israel. 738. In Romania, Anna Pacher had better luck, she gets off with a few months in prison. However, we are faced with a similar situation. For some time Zionism had been an ideology condemned by the regime, but this hadn't impeded the flow of Romanian Jews to Israel until the expulsion of Pacher in 1952, who had discreetly kept open the path to the Promised Land. Thanks to her, no less than 100,000 Jews left Romania to settle down in Israel. 739. It's then understandable Stalin's growing distrust, to whom is attributed the statement according to which every Jew that is a nationalist is an agent of American espionage 740. The change that happened in the behavior of Jewish communities in Eastern Europe must have made many communists recall the betrayal the German Social Democratic Party was criticized for at the start of World War I. Must we read the conflict that breaks out as Stalin's war against the Jews? That's what's suggested in the very title of a book dedicated to the subject by a Jerusalem Post journalist. But will this reading be truly more convincing than that given by Stalin, who denounced the war by Zionists against the Soviet Union and the socialist camp? One historian, Conquest, despite being determined to reduce Bolshevism and communism to a criminal phenomenon, recognizes that in the Soviet Union antisemitism as such was never an official doctrine, that the open persecution of Jews as Jews was prohibited and that there hadn't been any reference to racial theory 741. Then what sense is there in comparing Stalin with Hitler? The historian just cited adds that the first had hoped to use Israel against the West and had continued to accuse the West of antisemitism 742. But it doesn't appear that the Nazi leader classified his enemies as anti-Semites. Conquest works off the assumption that the accusations of antisemitism made by Stalin about the West are totally ridiculous, but he doesn't even raise the question of the validity of Western accusations of antisemitism directed at Stalin. In the end, why should it be instrumentalized by only one side? And why the country that had been described by Hitler, but also by other important segments of Western public opinion, as the incarnation of the Judeo-Bolshevik plot and the definitive confirmation of the validity and seriousness of the conspiracy revealed by the publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion? In any case, numerous and prominent Israelis didn't believe in the myth of Stalin's war against the Jews. At the news of the Soviet leader's death, they mourn him and pay tribute to him as the sun that has set. Supra, Intro, 1. However, Israel's victory in the Six-Day War and the worsening of the Palestinian tragedy further widens that gap that in Eastern Europe divides communist authorities from the Jewish community and the pro-Israeli and pro-Western circles that are organized with it. But must we speak of antisemitism? Trusting in the account by two historians of Jewish origin previously cited, we see what happens in Prague in 1967. The sympathy of Czech students for Israel has, a very trivial motivation, the antipathy they nurture toward the thousands of Arab students enrolled there in university. Something similar happens in Warsaw. Suddenly people remembered that many Jews that lived in Palestine had come from Poland. A taxi driver exclaims, "Our brave Polish Jews are teaching a lesson to those fucking Russian Arabs 743. In the clash that takes place with communist authorities, aligned with the Arab countries, who show signs of racism? Are we faced with an anti-Jewish racism, or rather an anti-Arab racism? The question of cosmopolitanism. The doctor's plot itself, widely used to confirm Stalin's antisemitism, eventually demonstrates the opposite. After everything, and until the very end, he trusted Jews with taking care of his health. Moreover, only some of the doctors accused are Jews, and the plot as a whole is classified by Soviet leaders and the press as more capitalist and imperialist than Zionists 744. Was the suspicion caused just by paranoia? One detail to consider: the CIA became more friendly in relation to the Jewish state starting from the moment at which it gained use of Israeli intelligence sources in Eastern Europe and in the USSR. For example, Mossad agents were the first abroad to receive the complete text of Khrushchev's secret speech on Stalin's crime 745 and passed it on to the American intelligence services. It's necessary to remember that the age of suspicion, as it was correctly defined, encourages the witch hunts in both blocks, in obviously different ways. 746 Furthermore, it's not a secret to anyone that American intelligence services were committed to the physical elimination of Stalin, as well as Castro, Lumumba, and other mad dogs. 747. How to reach the undisputed leader of the international communist movement if not by making use of the individuals close to him and susceptible of being recruited by Western intelligence services in the wake of a recent conflict, like the one unleashed following the foundation of the Jewish state and the program of Jewish immigration pursued by it? At the time when the plot was revealed, At least one leading Western diplomat present in Moscow, the British diplomat Sir A. Joe Gascoigne, had thought the Kremlin doctors were really guilty of political treason 748. Furthermore, the suspicion toward doctors appears to be a recurring theme in Russian history. An Israeli historian of Russian origin attributed the death of Tsar Alexander III to the German doctors who had treated him. Infra, ch. 6, 1. It must be added that a book recently published in the United States formulates a theory that it was medical treatment that caused the death of Stanov. Must we then conclude that Stalin's concerns were baseless? Without presenting any proof and even recognizing that there's no document that supports their theory, the authors of the book are quick to clarify that it wasn't the enemies of the Soviet Union who manipulated the doctors, but the dictator in the Kremlin himself. Moreover, apart from a radiologist, none of the doctors who treated Stanov were Jewish. 749. It's now clear, we are in the field of mythology, and a mythology with an unsettling subtext. It's permissible to be suspicious of doctors just for being Germans or Gentile Russians. Let's return, then, to the field of historical research. It must be kept in mind that Stalin himself could have been the one who suspended the investigation, aware perhaps of the mistake he had made 750. Lacking other arguments, they cite Stalin's condemnation of cosmopolitanism to cling to the theory of his anti-Semitism. Who would be the cosmopolitans if not the Jews? In reality, the accusation of cosmopolitanism is inserted in the context of a sharp debate by both sides. Those that first decided to commit to the construction of socialism in the country born out of the October Revolution of 1917, renouncing the millenarian expectations of the arrival or the exporting of the revolution throughout the world, are accused of national pettiness and being nationally confined 751 as well as being provincial, while Stalin is the small provincial man with peasant rudeness. Supra, Preface 1, and ch. 1, 1. Molotov doesn't come out any better in Trotsky's opinion, as he hadn't visited any foreign country and didn't know any foreign language 752. Both of them have the same defect of remaining stubbornly attached, in a provincial and obscurantist way, to the reactionary role of the nation-state 753. Those who are attacked in this way respond by defining their accusers as abstract cosmopolitans, incapable of building a truly new social order. To read the condemnation of cosmopolitanism in anti-Semitic terms means neglecting a problem that is at the center of all the great revolutions driven by a universalist charge. Rejecting the theory of exporting the revolution cherished by the supporters of the Republic, one and universal, or more precisely the universal conflagration 754. Robespierre clarifies that the new France would not contribute to the cause of the revolution by behaving like the capital of the world, from which would be sent armed missionaries for the conversion and the conquest of the world 755. No, what puts the old regime in Europe in crisis won't be the exploits of war, but the wisdom of our laws 756. In other words, revolutionary authority will play a real internationalist role to the degree that it knows how to complete its national task of building a new order in France. It's a problem to which German idealism gave great consideration. In Kant's opinion, writing in 1793 to 1794 and outlining in some form a philosophical and historical evaluation of the French Revolution, while patriotism runs the risk of slipping into exclusivism and losing sight of universalism, abstract love for men loses its balance due to its excessively broad universalism. It's a question then of reconciling world patriotism, Weltpatriotismus, with local patriotism, local patriotismus, or with love for the homeland. That which is authentically universalist in its attachment to its own country must be inclined to promoting the well-being of the entire world 757. It's a line of thought later developed by Hegel, after having celebrated as a great historic conquest the formulation of the concept of the universal man, possessor of rights as a man and as a Jew, Catholic, Protestant, German, Italian, etc. The philosophy of right, 209a, adds that it must not lead to cosmopolitanism and indifference or opposition with respect to the concrete state of life in the country in which one is a citizen. The universal love for man risks becoming an empty universality and devoid of content, 126z. The individual contributes to the universal first by concretely engaging the specific circle, the family, the society, the nation, in which he lives. Otherwise, the acclaimed universal love for man is at best a declaration of noble intentions, at worst, it's a way of evading the field of concrete responsibilities. It's a problem that, with its even more emphatic universalism, the October Revolution inherits in a more acute form from the French Revolution. Well before Stalin, Herzen, while exiled in Paris, shows great distrust and criticism toward a cosmopolitanism that doesn't recognize the idea of the nation and national responsibility, supra, ch. 3, 5. It's a controversy that goes beyond the borders of the Soviet Union. In rejecting the accusations of nationalism made against the CPSU majority, and primarily against Stalin's 758, Gramsci takes a clear position against a so-called internationalism that's, in reality, similar to a vague cosmopolitanism. The principal target here is Trotsky, criticized as cosmopolitan for being superficially national, and therefore incapable of cleansing internationalism of every vague and purely ideological, in its negative sense, element, and he's opposed to Stalin and Lenin especially, who embody a mature internationalism precisely by proving to be profoundly national at the same time. 759. In the USSR, the criticism of cosmopolitanism becomes sharper to the degree that the threat represented by fascism and Nazism worsens. We know the passionate appeal, 2 years before Hitler's rise to power, directed by Dimitrov to revolutionaries for them to reject national nihilism. Cosmopolitanism is an internationalism that leads to national nihilism. We also saw Stalin, on the eve of Operation Barbarossa, stress that, contrary to a cosmopolitanism incapable of assuming its national responsibilities, internationalism must know how to be combined with patriotism. That means that, far from being synonymous with antisemitism, the criticism of cosmopolitanism is an essential element in the struggle against Nazi fascism and antisemitism. That critique becomes urgent again with the start of the Cold War, when a new terrible threat loomed over the USSR. Stronger yet is the critique of cosmopolitanism when the country immersed in revolution is engaged in a struggle for national survival. In China, Sun Yat-sen writes, "The nations that make use of imperialism to conquer other peoples, and thereby try to strengthen their position as masters of the world, are in support of cosmopolitanism, and they try by all means to discredit patriotism as something petty and anti-liberal." 760. Mao aligns himself with that view. According to him, internationalism doesn't in any way make patriotism obsolete. The universal truths of Marxism must be integrated with the concrete conditions of different countries, with the unity between internationalism and patriotism. 761. In the USSR, did Jews make up the majority of cosmopolitans, and therefore anti-cosmopolitanism is only a camouflaged form of antisemitism? It's worthwhile to observe that, in elaborating his polemic against cosmopolitanism, Sun Yat-sen encourages the Chinese people to take the Jews as their example because, despite millennia of oppress and exile, they never lost their sense of identity, and therefore of the obligation of reciprocal solidarity. 762. But let's focus on the Soviet Union. The Jewish presence is numerous within the ranks of the CPSU majority. And among the first to throw the accusation of cosmopolitanism at the leader of the opposition is the German writer of Jewish origin, Feuchtwanger, who we have previously cited. Trotsky was never a Russian patriot, his only concern was the World Revolution. 763. Moreover, to use the hermeneutics found in the accusations targeting Stalin, not even Trotsky could escape the accusation of antisemitism. In developing his analysis of pre-revolutionary Russia, he highlights how the market aristocracy had transformed the Tsar's government into its financial vassal, which guaranteed usurious profits. 764. It must be added that the dominion of the market is represented by Rothschild and Mendelssohn, in fact, by the Mendelssohn International, that's to say by individuals committed to respecting the laws of Moses to the same extent as those of the markets. 765. As one can see, in this case the reference to the Jewish world is explicit. Must we then conclude that the polemic against the market aristocracy is in fact aimed at Jews as such, to the point that we find ourselves before the umpteenth manifestation of antisemitism? Such an argument would be absurd not only for Trotsky's Jewish origins. More significant is the fact that, in the same text, he dedicates pages to the powerful description of the bestial bacchanal of blood spilled by the anti-Semitic gangs, tolerated and encouraged by the authorities and by Nicholas Romanov, the Augustinian protector of the pogromists, which fortunately faced the courageous and determined opposition of the revolutionary and socialist movement. 766 But no less resolute in condemning that anti-Semitic cannibalism is Stalin. Stalin in the Jewish court, the Jews in Stalin's court. The USSR is the country that saved the greatest number of Jews. This observation is from a journalist and researcher of Trotskyist orientation who, as a witness of those years, thought it necessary to stand against the campaign underway today in the West. He continues as follows: no country had anything comparable to the Red Army, with Jews in the highest military positions. That's not all. One of Stalin's sons marries a Jew, and his daughter does the same. 767. It can be added that, within Stalin's leadership group, Jews were well represented and at the highest levels until the very end. To remain standing, however weak and staggered, the theory of Stalin's antisemitism requires the deidification of the Jews who work closely with him. That's precisely what happens. It's true that Yagoda, Kaganovich and many others in Russia and Central and Eastern Europe played an important role alongside a ferocious dictator, but it's a matter of apostate Jews. That's the consideration from a Jewish intellectual, using language that clearly recalls the history of religions. 768 Other times, the weight of religious tradition is noted in a more measured or involuntary way. There's a journalist who denounces, in the most circulated Italian newspaper, the renegade Jews. In Stalin's court. 769. In reality, the rhetoric regarding apostates and renegades, or regarding court Jews, constituted an implicit negation of the accusation of antisemitism that, as a form of racism, is directed against an ethnic group regardless of the religious and political conduct of its individual members. To recognize the presence of Jews in leadership positions in Stalin's USSR, and the socialist camp led by him, means admitting that in those countries access to power and social and political stature were determined not by their immutable racial background, but by their mutable political conduct. But the deidification of Jews, as apostate, renegades, court, or inauthentic Jews, who are today considered politically embarrassing, allows the transformation of antisemitism into a category capable of resisting any negation arising from empirical analysis, and therefore it's applicable not only to Stalin, but to the whole history of the Soviet Union. Soon after the October Revolution, the campaign against obscurantism denounced within different religions, including Judaism, is carried out with the participation of important Jewish circles in leading positions. Here's the commentary by the previously cited journalist from Corriere della Sera. It was Yevektia, of the Jewish branch of the CPSU, who fomented the new antisemitism. 770. A professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem makes a similar argument. During the Bolshevik Revolution, many Jewish Bolsheviks were so dedicated to the cause of revolutionary Russian nationalism that they became anti-Semites. 771. Already classified as apostates and renegades, the Jews of communist orientation now become anti-Semitic tout court. At this time, apart from Stalin, the accusation of antisemitism reaches Lenin himself, the supreme leader of these anti-Semitic campaigns. Nevertheless, it's the same Israeli historian just cited who writes, most likely, Lenin was always very skeptical of the organizational capacity of Russians. In one conversation with Gorky, he observes that there hadn't been intelligent Russians who weren't Jews, or at least had Jews among their ancestors and a little Jewish blood in their veins. The opinion of the Soviet leader is also the opinion of his interlocutor. It would not have displeased Gorky if it had been Jews who had taken control over the Russian economy, and in 1916, he goes as far as writing that the genius of Jews for their organization, their flexibility, and their indomitable energy must be taken properly into account in a country so poorly organized like our Russia 772. Therefore, going by this text, Lenin and Gorky, who also adheres to the Communist Party, could eventually be accused of anti-Russian racism and not anti-Semitism. The leading role played by Jews isn't limited to the overthrow of the old regime in Russia. The Jewish historian continues as follows: Lenin attributes to the omnipresent Jewish minority the role of being the guardians of communism. Therefore, it wasn't the Slavs, but the Jews that became the principal spearhead of the Russian advance in the international arena, and therefore against Europe and the rest of the world. Lenin showed great intuition in trusting the success of the revolution to them and other ethnic minorities. 773. As one can see, anti-Semitic Jews make an important contribution, maybe even a decisive contribution, to the expansion of communism. The Judeo-Bolshevik plot that the Nazis speak of is here understood as the unrest or plot orchestrated by Jews, yes, but by anti-Semitic Jews. It's a matter of upheaval or a plot with a long history. Again, according to the historian previously cited, Lenin would have used the Jews who had broken with their community of origin, just as Christianity had done earlier. 774. And again emerge the similarities to the historical reading dear to Nazism, that had denounced the role of Jews in the destructive cycle that stretches from Christianity to Bolshevism. What's new here is that the Jews who played that role, having adhered first to Christianity and later to Bolshevism, should ultimately be considered apostates, renegades, and anti-Semites. In trying to strike at the Soviet experience as a whole, together with Stalin, the accusation of anti-Semitism ends up reproducing, with some modest variations, the Nazi philosophy of history. From Trotsky to Stalin, from the Semite monster to the anti-Semitic monster. The theory of Stalin's anti-Semitism proves unsustainable in light of conceptual and historical reflection. Whatever the date may be for the emergence of that sickness, whether identified in 1948, in 1945, or in 1879, the year of Stalin's conception and birth, the diagnosis proves not only baseless, but also quite offensive to Jews, who in great numbers until the last moment continued to pay tribute to their supposed executioner. How is the origin of this black legend explained, then? Let's return to the years immediately following the October Revolution. On October 4 of 1919, the Folkeskorbeobater, at that time not yet the official organ of the National Socialist Party, not yet founded, blames the Bolshevik horror on a Jewish terrorist horde, and on circumcised Asians, and to that end stresses that Jewish blood also runs through Lenin's veins. Similar denunciations are also heard in Britain and in the West in general. 775. With this in mind, it's understandable that, more so than Lenin, Trotsky is the principal Mephisto-like subject of the anti-Bolshevik manifestos. 776. A leaflet of anti-communist propaganda handed out during the Soviet-Polish War of 1920 depicts him with anything but human-like features, with the Star of David around his neck, observing from on high a pile of bodies. 777. Trotsky or Bronstein, that is the Bolshevik Jew par excellence, in 1919 is, in Goebbels' opinion, the figure that possibly has on his conscience the greatest number of crimes that a man has ever been responsible for. 778. On the other hand, during the invasion of the Soviet Union, announced as crusade for the salvation of European and Western civilization from Bolshevik barbarism, Asiatic and Jewish, we saw Hitler depict Stalin as a puppet of international Judaism, as a Jew, if not by blood, then at least in spirit. During the years in which anti-Semitism was widespread or found ample support in the West, the monster par excellence couldn't take on anything but Jewish features. The situation is different after the collapse of the Third Reich and the infamous revelation of the final solution. Today, the monster that's able to provoke horror, or at least more so than any other, tends to be the anti-Semitic monster. However, despite its variations, its continued flaws are evident, and the depiction of the anti-Semitic Stalin is not much more convincing than that which painted Trotsky openly wearing the Star of David and happily contemplating his immense pile of victims. 6. Psychopathology, morality, and history in the reading of the Stalin era. Geopolitics, terror, and Stalin's paranoia. What approach would help us better understand the origin, characteristics, and meaning of Stalinism? According to Arendt, the obsession with the objective enemy had driven Stalinist totalitarianism, as well as Hitlerism, to always search for new objectives for their repressive apparatus. After the descendants of the old ruling classes, it's the kulaks' turn, then the traitors within the party, the Volga Germans, etc. 779. To comprehend the futility of this formula, all that's required is to reflect on the fact that it could easily be applied to the history of the United States. At the end of the 19th century, the United States participates in the celebration of the Community of Germanic Nations and Races, U.S., Great Britain, Germany, as the vanguard of civilization. In the decades following its intervention in the First World War, the Germans and Americans of German origin become the enemy par excellence. It's the period of the Grand Alliance with the Soviet Union. However, after the Third Reich's overthrow, the USSR becomes the enemy par excellence. Thus Americans of German, or Japanese origin, are no longer the subject of persecution. Instead, it's those Americans suspected of sympathizing with communism. Yet in the last stage of the Cold War, Washington makes use of both China's collaboration and the Islamic freedom fighters who sustain the anti-Soviet resistance in Afghanistan. But with the defeat of the evil empire, it's the former allies who represent the new incarnation of evil, the freedom fighters, and their sympathizers in United States territory and everywhere else in the world, are sent off to Guantanamo. There's one detail that reveals the weakness of Arendt's formula, the formula that blames the obsession with the objective enemy for the deportations of the Volga Germans during the Second World War. In reality, similar measures had been taken in 1915 by Tsarist Russia, at that time allied to the liberal West. Also immediately after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt acts in a similar way toward the objective enemy, represented this time by American citizens of Japanese origin. If you want to take into consideration the geographic and military situation, the concern of the Soviet dictator appears more justified than that of the American president. Every so often, Arendt appears to realize the problematic nature of the category that she uses. The first edition of The Origins of Totalitarianism denounces the obsession with the potential enemy, but for as long as the Second 30 Years' War lasts, the Soviet people see themselves threatened by a mortal threat. Being on the alert for a potential enemy could hardly be considered an expression of paranoia. The subsequent editions of the book then prefer to speak of the objective enemy, thus accentuating the psychological character of a behavior that continues to be attributed exclusively to totalitarian dictators. 780. But this linguistic alternation doesn't at all change the terms of the problem. Despite unhesitatingly opposing Nazi Germany and sympathizing with the land of the Third Republic and the Great Revolution, at the moment of the Second World War's outbreak Arendt suffered imprisonment in France in a concentration camp, and in the last analysis had suffered that fate of being a potential enemy or objective enemy. We'll soon see that this category is also at work in Churchill's Britain and in F.D. Roosevelt's United States. Unfortunately, Arendt operates on a purely ideological level, without even raising the problem of a comparative analysis of the policies pursued by the leadership groups of different countries in situations of severe crisis. It would be beneficial to fill this gap. After the conclusion of the Second World War, Churchill offers the summary of the situation at the time of the lead-up to the gigantic military clash. It was known at that time that there were 20,000 organized Nazis in Britain, an acute danger of sabotage and crime. As a prelude to the outbreak of war, it would align with the procedure already applied in other friendly countries. 781. That's how the statesman justified the policy pursued by him during the conflict, when all those suspected of sympathizing with the enemy or their political system could be arrested. To sympathize was the all-inclusive term that allowed the government to arrest without trial, and for an undetermined amount of time, members not just of fascist organizations but also any group considered by the Interior Minister to be sympathetic to the Germans, including those that supported negotiations with Hitler. 782. Those persecuted are not responsible for deliberate and concrete actions, but are rather potential or objective enemies. Protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific, as well as by a powerful navy, the U.S. ought not to feel particularly threatened. But F.D. Roosevelt warns, the enemy is not discouraged by the ocean. It's necessary to take note of the lesson from Norway, whose principal ports were captured thanks to a surprise treason prepared over a number of years. A similar threat looms over the American continent. The first phase of the invasion of this hemisphere won't be the landing of regular troops. The strategic and essential ports will be occupied by secret agents, by useful idiots at their service, and there are many of those here and in Latin America. So long as the aggressive nations maintain the offensive, it will be them and not us who choose the time, place, and method of their attack. 783. And that's not all, it's also necessary to confront the aggression carried out by means of the secret diffusion of toxic propaganda by those who seek to destroy unity and promote division. It's at this point that traitors or objective enemies tend to be those that already express opinions considered to be in opposition to the national interest, and resistance becomes a task that should be realized not only by the army but by the entire country. Both must demonstrate an unbreakable unity. Those who are on our lines of defense and those in the rear who build these lines must have the energy and courage that arises out of an unbreakable faith in the way of life that they defend. The powerful action that we are calling for can't be based on disrespect with regard to those things that we are fighting for. 784. To eliminate an omnipresent threat, that also makes its presence felt at the political level, requires a total mobilization that ends up affecting the political sphere as well. Starting on that basis they develop a well-orchestrated media campaign. 785. When will Hitler invade the U.S., a manifesto asks, with the image of Nazi paratroopers landing over undefended American cities, which are also vulnerable. A second manifesto insists to a landing by sea. Even more serious is the dangerous fact that Hitler's army is already here. At least that is what a third manifesto thinks. It warns against the fifth column in the United States. 786. Films and books that call attention to the seriousness of this threat achieve great success, while the committee that tracks anti-American activities calculates exactly 480,000 supporters of organizations ready to assist the invaders. 787. And just like in Britain, in the United States the category of enemy agent or accomplice is also expanded to include even all those who seek to prevent the country's involvement or entry into the war. 788. They are accused of being the Nazis' transmission belt. The Third Reich's Trojan horse, or to cite the very words of F.D. Roosevelt, the fifth column of appeasement. This last phrase is especially significant. What becomes synonymous with treason is a political outlook, and just for that those that embrace it became targets of denunciation, trials, and intimidation. They are considered, in the last analysis, to be potential or objective enemies. A climate of fear and suspicion spreads across the country, quickly exploited by the authorities to increase the powers of the FBI. 789. The President reveals to the press that pro-German elements have infiltrated the Army and Navy and have organized or tried to organize sabotage operations at 40 or 50 factories across the country. Even a balanced intellectual like William L. Shirer encourages everyone to prepare, with war around the corner, to confront the sabotage carried out by thousands of Nazi agents from coast to coast. Everywhere they suspect or are on the lookout for the enemy's actions. The fifth column carried out a fundamental role at times, weakening Belgium and France from within, and now so the argument goes the Nazi termites are operating inside the American Republic as well, which runs the risk of suffering the same fate. 790. Apparently there are some attempts on the part of the Third Reich's agents to encourage or take advantage of worker discontent in the factories and to obstruct the production of munitions for the Allies, according to the German consulate. These acts of sabotage are in fact industrial accidents attributed by Roosevelt to the Nazis. 791. It's not surprising, then, that children of a tender age are sometimes frightened by the alarmist propaganda, unrelenting in announcing and depicting in the most awful terms possible the imminent invasion by the Nazi hordes. 792. Once the United States officially entered the war, the atmosphere becomes even more tense. The wartime pronouncements against spies and loose talk, control your tongue, silence means security, even casual conversations can kill, don't let up in their warnings, displaying the faces of youths who are soon to be orphans because of irresponsible chatter, against the acts of sabotage. Another pronouncement proclaims a new crime, that of the poor use of work instruments, and it shows the image of Mr. Tool Wrecker, charged and put in jail by a police officer. 793 Obviously, this genuinely dangerous situation is combined with a deliberate distortion of reality. So concludes the American historian. Will now turn to, FDR well understood the value of national anxiety. FDR and his supporters went beyond the line that separates public concern from mass hysteria. 794. Before us are the fundamental elements of the terror that takes hold in Russia. Without a doubt, the phenomenon analyzed with regards to Britain and the United States appears in a monstrously enlarged form in Russia, but do ideology, paranoia, and the objective situation play a decisive role? Besides the mutable yet incessant civil war, we have geopolitics to take into account. In April of 1947, with the Cold War already brewing on the horizon, in a conversation with the Republican candidate Harold Stassen, Stalin will highlight, with a kind of envy, the extraordinarily favorable geopolitical situation of the United States, protected by two oceans and with only Canada and Mexico to its north and south, two weak countries that certainly don't represent a threat. 795. Things are very different in Soviet Russia. One can ridicule Stalin's paranoia, but we have seen Goebbels speak of the great success of German espionage in France and its total failure in the USSR. Moreover, the first to insist on the penetration of a German fifth column in Russia are the very enemies of Bolshevism. In Kerensky's eyes, as demonstrated by the Brest-Litovsk capitulation and the signing of traitorous separate peace, the protagonists of October 1917 act in service to Wilhelm II, for which they are massively financed and aided. According to the Menshevik leader, the German secret services had already carried an important role in the pacifist agitation that had depleted the military strength of the country. 796 Churchill makes a similar argument, stressing the weight of German gold in the disorder in Russia. 797. In our time, going yet further back, an Israeli historian, originating from the Soviet Union in his time, discovered the fingerprints of Imperial Germany determined to weaken in any way possible the strength of its neighbor and rival in Alexander II's premature death in 1894, who died because the medical team, among whom the majority were Germans, had applied the wrong treatment to him, as well as the 1911 assassination of Peter Stolypin. That happened with the involvement of some pro-German higher officials, and in the peculiar behavior of Nicholas II, his wife was a German princess. 798 In any case, with regards to the collapse of the Tsarist regime, it's important not to lose sight of the effective German fifth column present in the Russian court and in the highest positions of the army, therefore at the very center of power. Indeed, in May of 1915, Moscow was the site of various pogroms against Germans. However, the German minority that occupied the highest levels of power were still intact. In conclusion, the historians who have given exclusive attention to revolutionary voluntarism or liberal maneuvers have ignored other evidence, from which one can deduce that the revolutionary movement could have been in part provoked by pro-German sectors or by a direct intervention by German espionage in conformity with a plan designed by Proctor Francois. 799. Is the overview offered here plausible, or is it also affected by the paranoia generally attributed to Stalin? In any case, one can start with an assumption: while it may have been weakened for some time, the defeat of the Second Reich doesn't eliminate the activity of its intelligence services within Russia, where, on the other hand, the dissolution of the old regime coincides with the reinforced presence at all levels of the great Western powers. Overall, it's enough to read any history of the Cold War to understand that the birthplace of the October Revolution was especially exposed to the danger not just of military invasion, but also infiltration and espionage. In the 1920s, thanks to the collaboration of Russian exiles, Britain was able to decode the Soviet Union's encrypted messages, which remains the principal target of their intelligence services even in the middle of the 1930s. Meanwhile, the Third Reich has emerged, which, in preparing its aggression, can count on the proven ability of Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, a master of intelligence, subversion, and deception. Later, immediately after the defeat of Hitler's Germany, Alan Dulles demonstrates vision in putting at the service of the recently created CIA the very man who had played a great role in the German attack on Russia in 1941-800. During the Cold War, aside from espionage, the activity of Western intelligence services also included sabotage operations and even support to insurrectionary movements. 801. More than 20 years after Stalin's death, this outlook hadn't changed. We can deduce this from an article in a prestigious American newspaper. The author is satisfied to report how a computer sabotage operation by the CIA resulted in 1974 in an enormous explosion in Siberia, all of it organized with precision by an economist named Gus Weiss, and it helped the United States win the Cold War. 802. If we then keep in mind that the use of sabotage also has a particular Russian tradition behind it, we can arrive at a conclusion: to understand what happened in the Stalin years, rather than resort to a single paranoid personality as a deus ex machina, it would be better to follow the approach raised by an illustrious eyewitness who, in Moscow of 1937, speaks of unquestionable acts of sabotage, and at the same time of a psychosis of sabotage that arises out of that reality. 803. The paranoia of the liberal West. However, while Arendt goes no further than the madness inherent to totalitarianism, Stalinian or Hitlerian, François Furet goes further: the revolutionary needs to have hateful motives. This is true for the Jacobins, but also for the Bolsheviks, and for Stalin in particular, for the latter needs to invoke, in service to his miraculous objectives, the struggle against the saboteurs, the enemies, the imperialists, and their agents. 804. The French historian speaks generally of the revolutionary, but in reality he has in mind only Russia and France, and thus forgets to add that, aside from the Bolsheviks and the Jacobins, and Rousseau, the protagonists of the Puritan Revolution are also subjected to a similar psychoanalytic approach, as well as the abolitionist revolution that does away with the institution of slavery, first in England and later in the United States. And Furet doesn't even take into account the fact that, according to an eminent American historian, the style of paranoia profoundly marked the history of his country. The belief, shared by George Washington, in London's intention to enslave the colonies on the other side of the Atlantic is a central element in the American Revolution. Later, at the end of the 18th century, when sharp contradictions arise within the new leadership group, while Jefferson ends up being suspected of being an agent of France, Hamilton is described as a British agent. A similar dialectic is evident some decades later, on the occasion of the crisis that leads to the American Civil War, when both opposing sides exchange the accusation that the other has betrayed the legacy of the Founding Fathers. 805. Not to mention the fact that, in Nietzsche's opinion, a disturbed relationship with reality characterizes the entire revolutionary tradition, beginning with those Christian agitators who are the fathers of the Church, and earlier, the Jewish prophets. Is Stalin's personality characterized by particularly accentuated traces of illness? If we start from that assumption, the admiration that leading political figures of the West had for him would be inexplicable. In any case, one fact that gives us cause for consideration: Freud, who passed away in 1939, considered it relevant to conduct a psychoanalytic study, but not of Stalin, nor even Hitler, but of Wilson, putting him on the list of those dangerous fanatics who are convinced they have a special and personal relationship with the divine, and who thereby considered themselves charged with the providential mission of guiding and transforming the world. 806. And it certainly appears a little unusual that a statesman, in taking his country into the First World War, even after witnessing the reality of the carnage, and despite being motivated by very concrete material and geopolitical interests, celebrates the American intervention as a holy war, more holy than all other wars, and celebrates the American soldiers as crusaders, protagonists of a transcendent mission. 807. but Ferret concentrates on a psychopathological reading of the events that began in October 1917, and he especially concentrates on the 30 years governed by Stalin. Does he not fear as someone who is authentically paranoid dangers, traps, and plots everywhere? What would we have to say then of F.D. Roosevelt and his subordinates who, even being able to count on a clearly more favorable political and geopolitical situation, raised the alarm about the possibility of a German invasion of America in the months before the American entry into the Second World War, and who label anti-interventionism as synonymous with national treason, warning against industrial sabotage provoked by the enemy and by a fifth column that possibly includes 500,000 people? For this reason Hitler accuses the American president of having a wild and sick imagination, the imagination of a man who's truly mentally ill. 808. As you can see, the accusation of paranoia or madness is not new, it can be thrown by the most unsuspecting people and can strike the most diverse targets. But another consideration is more important. The Bolsheviks played a strong role in the two conspiracy theories that have possibly had the greatest mark on the history of the first half of the 20th century, yet not as the protagonists but as the targets, and those theories were elaborated and propagated with a decisive contribution by the United States. In September of 1918, Wilson authorizes the publication of documents that contain sensational revelations. Not only was the October Revolution nothing more than a German conspiracy, but, even after the seizure of power, Lenin, Trotsky, and the other Bolshevik leaders continued to be at the paid service of Imperial Germany. There's more. The apparently dramatic internal split that happens around Brest-Litovsk had been a complete masquerade with the aim of hiding the German military's permanent control over Soviet Russia. All of this was demonstrated by the so-called Sisson Papers, taking the name of the Committee on Public Information's representative in Russia, a committee created by Wilson as part of the plans for total mobilization, including the mobilization of information. The presumed authenticity of the documents, that are later revealed to be a complete fabrication, is notably supported by leading American historians who later justify themselves, making reference to the pressure put upon them in the name of necessity in times of war. 809. It's something that is also repeated outside the United States. In The Cry of the People, Gramsci quips, those two citizens in Russia who are named Lenin and Trotsky are imposters, fabricated in German scientific laboratories and who, made as they are by machine, can't be killed by the gunshots of terrorists, an allusion to the attack suffered by Lenin on August 30, 1918. 810. Later, a second conspiracy theory arises to explain the October Revolution, but this time, aside from the usual Bolshevik suspects, it's not the Germans who are blamed, but rather the Jews. After having great resonance in the United States, the denunciation of Judeo-Bolshevik intrigues, which spread sedition throughout the world and threaten order and civilization itself, will then play a principal role in the final solution. Immorality or moral indignation. If the psychopathological focus is misleading, the reading of Russia's great historical crisis in the 20th century that accuses the Bolsheviks, and Stalin in particular, of having developed a vision of the world that's totally blind to moral and human reason is not much more convincing. Rather, if we begin with the years or decades that precede October 1917, we see that the roles of accused and accusers can easily be inverted. It's the protagonists of the revolutionary movement who see the world they intend to overthrow as responsible for the crimes which today are attributed to them. Communism leads to genocide. In the years of the First World War, the liberal and bourgeois society that they tried to overthrow was synonymous with genocide. While Stalin speaks of the bloody massacre and the massive extermination of the living force of the peoples. 811, Bukharin describes it as a horrible corpse factory. 812. Terrible yet precise is the description that Rosa Luxemburg makes, the mass extermination and the genocide, Völkermord, that takes place is something daily and boringly monotonous. Meanwhile in the rear an atmosphere of ritual murder takes hold. Karl Liebknecht will also call for a struggle against genocide. In fact, he speaks against the triumph of genocide, condemning as well the glorification of brutal violence, the shipwreck of all that is noble in the world and the spread of moral barbarization, while it leads him to welcome the October Revolution. His moral indignation over the horrors of the First World War leads Liebknecht to predict not only a solid state but also a tough state for Soviet Russia, at least a state able to prevent the tragic return of a system denounced even before the war for its lack of moral scruples. 813. Finally, it's worth citing Trotsky. The canite labor of the patriotic press on both sides is the irrefutable demonstration of the moral decadence of bourgeois society. Yes, one cannot help but speak of moral decadence when they see humanity fall back into a blind and ruthless barbarity. One witnesses the outbreak of a mad and bloody competition to utilize the most advanced technology for military means. It's a scientific barbarity, which uses the great discoveries of humanity only to destroy the basis for civilized social life and to annihilate mankind. All the good produced by civilization drowns in the blood and entrails of the trenches: health, comfort, hygiene, everyday relations, the bonds of friendship, professional duties, and lastly, the apparently unshakable rules of morality. 814. The term genocide is also used with a small variation by Trotsky, who in 1934 warns of the possibility of a new world war, a new recurse to genocide, Völkermorden, that gathers on the horizon. 815. As late as August 31, 1939, Molotov accuses France and Britain of having rejected the Soviet policy of collective security in the hope of pushing the Third Reich against the USSR, thus without a doubt provoking a new large massacre, a new Holocaust of the nations. 816. It's clearly moral indignation that inspires this denunciation of the horrors of war. A leading American statesman like Theodore Roosevelt has a completely different position on it. Between the end of the 19th century and the start of the 20th century, he celebrates war in vitalizing terms, coming from a perspective that in some form seeks to move, you could say using Nietzsche, beyond good and evil. We read, "All men that have within them the ability to enjoy battle know how it feels when the beast begins to enter their heart." He does not step back in horror at the sight of blood or thinks that the battle should stop, but enjoys the pain, the regret, the danger as if it adorns their triumph. 817. They are themes that, in their more attenuated forms, continue to resonate in Churchill, who, in reference to the colonial expeditions, affirms that, war is a game during which one should smile. The escalating carnage in Europe that starts in August of 1914 doesn't diminish this outlook. War is the greatest game in all of history, here we play with the greatest stakes, war constitutes the only meaning and purpose in our lives. 818. Moving on from the celebration of war in crudely vitalistic terms, to its translation into spiritualist terms, the First World War will be welcomed by Max Weber as great and marvelous, while Benedetto Croce hopes to get a regeneration of current social life out of it. 819. Along with numerous other leading figures of the liberal West at the time. Among them we must also cite Herbert Hoover, a notable representative of the American administration and future President of the U.S., who immediately after the signing of the armistice attributes to the just concluded conflict the purpose of the purification of men and therefore the preparation of a new golden age. We are proud to have taken part in this rebirth of humanity. 820. Yet Lenin continues to stick to his moral political condemnation of war. Together with it he denounces the social political system that, in his opinion, caused it. It is evident the moral pathos that inspires the Leninist analysis of capitalism and colonialism in particular. This is how the Italian war in Libya is described, that typical colonial war by a 20th century civilized state. We see a civilized and constitutional nation perform its civilizational work by means of bayonets, bullets, the noose, fire, rape, even by means of butchery. In fact, it's a massacre by civilized and refined men, a massacre of Arabs through the use of the most modern of weapons. As punishment, nearly 3,000 Arabs have been massacred, entire families have been robbed and massacred, children and women massacred. 821. The advent of the most advanced bourgeois republic doesn't in any way put an end to this horror. With no less cruelty the armies of Republican France exterminate the African peoples. 822. The denunciation of the genocidal practices of the West occupies a central role, especially in the overview given by Lenin in the Notebooks on Imperialism, which collects material extracted from liberal bourgeois literature at the time. A year before the outbreak of the enormous conflict, in a book by a German author, one can read, "The struggle for existence becomes harder, the hostilities among Europeans escalate and lead to attempts at mutual annihilation." On the other hand, the policy of annihilation is already a reality in the colonies. In Africa the Herreros are in large part annihilated by Germany, which in repressing the Hottentot uprising can also count on the active collaboration of Britain. But let's see how the leading country of the liberal West conducts itself in its colonies. The British have exterminated the inhabitants of Tasmania to the very last man. But the Irish are not Tasmanians. It's not simply possible to kill them all. Despite being subjected to merciless rule and repression, in South Africa blacks multiply to a concerning degree. Some colonists openly desire an insurrection to halt the dangerous growth of the Kaffir population and to erase their rights, including to their land. 823. Cold and expressionless, these descriptions become charged with moral indignation in passing from bourgeois historians to Lenin, who notes, "These are the results of the colonial wars. Thanks to the expropriation and annihilation of the Herreros, the new arrivals can steal the land and become landowners." 824. No less charged with moral indignation is the reading that Stalin makes of colonialism. But Theodore Roosevelt appears to preemptively respond to this denunciation of the enslavement and genocidal practices that take place in the colonies. Quite fortunately, the tough and energetic politicians who were the pioneers of the difficult job of civilizing barbarian territories didn't allow themselves to become overtaken by false sentimentalism. Those sentimental philanthropists who are moved by the fate of the colonized peoples should be considered worse than professional criminals. 825. The same can be said of General Bujout, considered by Tocqueville as a model of energy and unequaled vigor at the time of leading the only type of war that can be waged in Africa. 826. In our days, is communism synonymous with the total state and with totalitarianism? In the years of the First World War, it was the capitalist countries, including those of liberal orientation, who incarnated all that. Lenin highlights the fact that what impedes fraternization on the front lines is a penal colony discipline, and that even the rearguard posts have become military prisons. 827. Civil society is subjected to the same iron fist discipline. In referring to that, the Russian revolutionary highlights the relevance of the analysis made some decades earlier by Engels, according to whom the growing militarization and the competition for greater conquest drives political power to the point that it threatens to consume the entire society, even the state. 828. Bukharin, for his part, in denouncing the centralization of the garrison state and the iron heel of the militarist state, spots on the horizon a new Leviathan, to which the fantasy of Thomas Hobbes seems like child's play. 829. It's a theme that is also found in Stalin, for whom war ends up mutilating or destroying democracy even where it appears to be more rooted. Contrary to Russia, in Britain national oppression doesn't generally assume the monstrous forms of massacres and pogroms. It was less grave, less inhuman, but with the outbreak of hostility the situation deteriorates drastically, as both Irish and Indians had to experience firsthand. 830. Even the Western democracies tend not to differentiate themselves from a country characterized by a fierce and inhumane autocracy. One can counterpose this language to the frequent use in the writing of Theodore Roosevelt of words like virile, imperial, able-bodied. 831. A prose that again transmits an attitude beyond good and evil and a cult to a willpower lacking any moral limits. As you can see, the commonplace reading that likes to oppose the moral sense of the liberal bourgeois world to the communist movement's Machiavellian lack of scruples doesn't stand up to historical analysis. Immediately after the October Revolution, approvingly welcomed by him, the young Lukács sees in the historic movement for socialism a radical settling of accounts with Realpolitik. 832. For Benedetto Croce, however, the Bolsheviks and the Russian revolutionaries are the object of hatred and ridicule, who represent moralistic politics. They have opened a great courthouse of justice, calling everyone to be examined in the name of morality, about their war objectives, to scrutinize them, accepting the honest and excluding the dishonest. Thus, proceeding in a moralistic way, they have made public all previous diplomatic treaties, considered immoral for having planned the war with the aim of obtaining territorial conquests. But the liberal philosopher objects, it's absurd to want to make moral judgments on states and to treat politics like morality, in the place where politics, and that is the simple truth, is politics, and precisely politics, and nothing more than politics, and their morality consists solely and entirely in being politically excellent. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to argue for awarding rights to those who don't know how to win them or don't know how to defend them, placing limits and responsibilities on those who rightly, out of their own conviction and by shedding their own blood, don't recognize any other limit or obligation outside those suggested or put in place by their own mind and strength. 833. One can say that Stalin has the ideal response to Croce on March 10, 1939, at a time when the partition and tragedy of Czechoslovakia takes place, thanks to Munich and the complicity of the West, who refuse to condemn it and seek to contain the expansionist willpower and vitality of the Third Reich, doing everything possible to direct it to the East. It's naive to lecture people who don't recognize human morality. Politics is politics, as the old and experienced bourgeois diplomats say. 834. Let us concentrate on the First World War. It's worthwhile to reread what Vilfredo Pareto wrote in 1920, before the conflagration. The proletarians and especially the socialists said they were ready to prevent it with a general strike or by still more radical means. After such beautiful speeches the World War began. The general strike doesn't happen. While in opposition in various parliaments, the socialists approved the funding for the war, or didn't make too much opposition to it, so that the principle of the teacher Marx, workers of the world, unite, implicitly transformed into another, workers of the world, kill yourselves. 835. Stalin appears to have preemptively responded to Pareto, who, at least at this time, is a typical representative of the liberal bourgeois world, and who doesn't hide his cynicism and satisfaction over the bloody defeat of socialist internationalism, but the words of Stalin reverberate with moral indignation and, at the same time, with hope. The February Revolution has started. 3 years have passed since the workers of the world a day before still brothers, now dressed in uniforms lined up to face each other as enemies, and who today injure and kill each other, to the enjoyment of the enemies of the proletariat. The Russian Revolution is the first to open a breach in the wall that divides the workers against each other. At a time of general patriotic intoxication, the Russian workers are the first to raise the forgotten slogan, "Workers of the world, unite." 836. In the new situation created in Russia, and around the world, it's possible to resume the struggle to put an end to the massacre and to promote mass confraternization on the fronts and new bonds of fraternity among the peoples. 837. To achieve this result, however, it's necessary to go beyond the February Revolution. The life in the trenches, the true lives of the soldiers, created a new instrument of struggle, mass confraternization, which the provisional government nevertheless opposes, calling for an offensive and for new bloodbaths. 838. And it threatens to send to military courts those guilty of confraternization. 839. It's true, in its clandestine period, the Bolshevik Party and Stalin eventually carried out their struggle against the autocracy using violent methods, robberies of banks and vehicles transporting valuables, and historians committed to depicting Stalin as a gangster since his youth make use of that past. What is there to say of this approach? Let's make a comparison with Churchill, 5 years older than Stalin. The future British statesman begins his career by fighting and sympathetically describing the wars of the British Empire, including the least glorious ones. While in Sudan they don't take prisoners, in South Africa the conquerors create concentration camps, destined to become a tragic model. From these experiences, Churchill begins to distinguish himself as a political leader, passionately fighting for the defense of the British race and the white race in general. To achieve this outcome, it's not enough to strengthen control over the colonial peoples, it's necessary to intervene in the metropole as well. They must proceed toward the forced sterilization of the feeble-minded, misfits, those presumed to be habitual delinquents, at the same time idle vagabonds should be locked away in work camps. Only this way could a national and racial threat impossible to exaggerate be adequately confronted. The author who cites these fragments comments, as the Home Secretary in 1911, Churchill was the author of draconian measures that had conferred upon him an almost unlimited personal power over the lives of individuals. 840. Are Churchill's origins truly more inspiring than Stalin's? Years later, while the latter from a prison in which he was placed by the Tsarist regime allied to Britain dreams of the confraternization of soldiers and nations, the former is dedicated to carrying out until the very end a war that his view is destined to strengthen the hegemony of the British Empire and the British race. In conclusion, for a historian who ends their work in October of 1917, it would be very difficult to point to the Bolshevik Party and to Stalin as the side in the struggle that ignores moral reasoning. Reductio ad Hilterum and its variants. Even more inconclusive proved to be the psychopathological and moral approaches for the fact that the tragedy that took place in Russia in the 20th century was predicted decades or even centuries in advance by a number of different personalities, therefore it's very hard to explain it by the psychology or by the moral deprivation of single individuals. Moreover, like the first approach, the second as well could be used to denounce the leader of the liberal West. One can start with the close support given by Great Britain to the attempted coup d'état by Kornilov, and the support later given to the Whites, at a time when they unleashed a vicious and bloody manhunt, that in some ways foreshadowed the final solution. To impose upon Russia its permanent participation in what the Communists denounced as the genocide of World War I, the liberal West closed its eyes to other monstrous crimes. After military victory comes the moment to divide up the colonial booty. To Britain belongs, among others, Iraq, that nevertheless rebels in 1920. Here's how one of the leading countries of the liberal West faces that situation. British troops initiated cruel reprisals, they set fire to villages and committed other acts which today we judge to be excessively repressive, if not outright barbaric. It's certainly not Churchill who puts a halt to it, he in fact encourages the Air Force to offer a severe lesson to the recalcitrant natives, using an experimental method by resorting to toxic gas projectiles, especially mustard gas. 841. In this case, we are forced to think not of the final solution, but of the colonial war unleashed by fascist Italy against Ethiopia, and carried out in a particularly barbaric way, resorting to weapons prohibited by international conventions. In this, Churchill appears as the precursor to Mussolini. Moreover, when it's a matter of preserving or expanding the empire, the crude methods of the British statesman are unchanging. In 1942, the pro-independence demonstrations in India are repressed by resorting to extreme measures, like the use of the Air Force to strap the multitudes of protesters. 842. In the following 2 years, Churchill is stubborn in denying and in neglecting the reality of the famine that decimated the population of Indian Bengal. Finally, to stick with the subject of the colonies and the peoples of colonial origin, to what degree does the final solution of our indigenous question in Canada, that until 1931 is part of the British Commonwealth, cast another shadow on an authoritative member of the British political class like Churchill? He, as Prime Minister from 1951 to 1955, must be considered responsible for the genocidal practices that the government in London resorts to in the effort to smash the Mau Mau rebellion. Infra, ch. 8, 4. But let's return to the interwar period in Europe. After Hitler's rise to power, the London government seeks by all means to redirect the Third Reich's expansionist drive to the east, and primarily against the Soviet Union. Regarding this, 2 Canadian historians arrive at a conclusion that gives cause for consideration: the responsibility for the tragedy of World War II, the Holocaust included, must fall in part on Stanley Baldwin, Neville Chamberlain, Lord Halifax, and their closest allies. 843. However, Great Britain was unable to avoid the clash with Nazi Germany, and it faces it primarily by making use of indiscriminate terror bombings of German cities, with the consequent massacre of the civilian population, that led 2 American historians to make a comparison to the treatment inflicted by Nazism on the Jewish people. Supra, ch. 5, 2. It's the Soviet leadership that seeks to restrain it, as follows in a diary entry by Dimitrov from March 17, 1945. This evening with Stalin alongside Molotov, we discussed the questions regarding Germany. The British want to divide Germany, Bavaria, Austria, the Rhineland, etc. They try using all means to destroy their competitor. They furiously bombard German factories. We don't let their aircraft pass over our area in Germany. But they try by all means to bombard there as well. It's necessary for Germans to emerge who can act to save what can still be saved for the sake of the German people. To organize local government, restore economic life, etc., in the occupied territories and areas soon to be occupied by the Red Army. To create bodies for local administration from which can also emerge a German government. 844. All the more odious appears the hellfire unleashed by the British Air Force for the fact that 2 weeks after the start of the war, British Prime Minister Chamberlain had declared, regardless of how far others may go, the government of His Majesty will never resort to deliberate attacks against women and children for merely terroristic aims. 845. In truth, the plans for indiscriminate and terroristic bombardments had begun taking shape during the First World War. While it dragged on without end, Churchill had planned for 1919 an attack by 1,000 bombers on Berlin. Those plans continued to be developed after their victory. 846. In other words, one could say, imitating the careless form of argument used by the ideologues in fashion today, that the leading country of the liberal West at that time planned a new genocide as was coming to end the one that had been initiated in 1914. In any case, it's precisely Britain who becomes the protagonist of the systematic destruction of German cities toward the very end of World War II, with Dresden particularly in mind, an organized destruction carried out with the declared objective of leaving no escape for the civilian population, pursued and consumed by the flames, obstructed in their attempt to flee the bombing by delayed explosions and often strafed from above. Those practices appear all the more sinister if we consider the statement made by Churchill in April of 1941, "There's less than 70 million evil Huns. Some of them can be cured, others must die." If one doesn't have in mind a pure and simple genocide, like Nolte thought, it's clear that a massive thinning of the German population was being considered. 847. We can put the strategic bombing campaign in that context. Between 1940 to 1945, Churchill annihilated the inhabitants of Cologne, Berlin, and Dresden as if they were the Huns. 848. The British Prime Minister proved to be no less cruel when it came to carving out London's sphere of influence and systematically liquidating the partisan forces considered hostile or questionable. The orders given to the British Expeditionary Force in Greece are significant. Don't hesitate in acting as if you found yourselves in a conquered city in which a local revolt has broken out. In addition, certain things can't be done halfway. 849. Let's move on to the Cold War. Some time ago, The Guardian revealed that between 1946 and 1948, Great Britain prepared camps in Germany in which were to be confined communists or elements suspected of communist sympathies, and real or presumed Soviet spies. The photos showed the disheveled and tormented faces of the bone-thin youths, for months subjected to a lack of food and sleep, repeatedly beaten and exposed to very low temperatures. An inhumane treatment that sought the death of some of the prisoners. Imprisoned there as well were dozens of women who weren't spared from torture. In carrying out torture, they used instruments that had been inherited from the Gestapo. In fact, the camps were worthy of the Nazi lagers. 850. As one can see, the comparison between the practices used in the 20th century by Great Britain and the practices dear to the Third Reich continually arises. When we concern ourselves with the United States, we reach results that are no different. In that case, the hypocrisy we saw characterize Chamberlain reaches its apex. Soon after the start of World War II, it's Franklin D. Roosevelt who condemns the aerial bombardments targeting civilian populations for being against the sentiments of every civilized man and woman and human consciousness, and as the expression of inhuman barbarity. 851. Soon to demonstrate even more extreme inhuman barbarity, the United States war machine proceeds with the systematic and terroristic destruction of Japanese cities and actively participates in a similar operation carried out against German cities. Nor should it be underestimated the bombardment against Italy, which also aims to strike the civilian population and undermine their morale. It's F.D. Roosevelt himself who provides evidence of that. We will make it so the Italians experience an authentic bombardment, and I'm more than convinced that they won't remain standing under this sort of pressure. 852. The terror bombing campaign culminates, under the Truman administration, in the use of nuclear weapons against a country already on its knees. To add a further gruesome detail, it's been noted that the annihilation of the civilian population of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was aimed, not at a Japan on the brink of surrender, but at the Soviet Union, delivered as a serious warning. 853 We have before us, then, two acts of terrorism on a grand scale, and moreover, they serve multiple purposes, tens upon tens of thousands of unarmed civilians of the old enemy, or better yet, the former enemy who's to be transformed into an ally, are massacred. With the aim of terrorizing an ally, now picked out as the new enemy and the new target of the genocidal practices that had just been tested. The war in Asia, however, lends itself to further considerations. It's now widely accepted in the United States the theory according to which the attack on Pearl Harbor was easily foreseen, and in fact provoked with an oil embargo that had left Japan with very few alternatives. Once the attack took place, however, the war is carried out by Washington and inspired by a sense of moral indignation that in light of what we now know is certainly hypocritical, yet much more lethal. It's not just the destruction of cities. Consider the mutilation of bodies and even the mutilation of enemies moments away from their deaths in order to extract some kind of souvenir, a souvenir then calmly and proudly flaunted. Especially significant is the ideology that presides over these practices. The Japanese are classified as subhumans, resorting to a term central to Nazi discourse. 854 And we are again directed to that discourse when we witness F.D. Roosevelt flirt with the idea of forcing castration upon the Germans. After the end of the war, they are confined to concentration camps where, out of pure sadism or vengeance, they are forced to endure hunger, thirst, and all kinds of deprivations and humiliations, while across the entire defeated nation looms the specter of death by starvation. To continue with the statesman who is considered, above all others, to be the champion of freedom, Roosevelt didn't alter the policy traditionally followed by Washington in Latin America, and in 1937 a bloody dictator, Anastasio Somoza, comes to power in Nicaragua, thanks to the National Guard trained by the United States. 855 Within the United States, cities built under the F.D. Roosevelt administration continued to explicitly discriminate against African Americans. Moreover, the residencies for workers involved in national defense, either built or financed by the government during World War II, were deliberately subjected to a more rigid segregation than even that enforced in the neighboring communities. In addition, the armed forces also maintained a rigid segregation during the war. There's more. Despite pressure from the Republican Party, the president never put forth legislative proposals against lynchings. 856 which continue to be carried out in the South as a spectacle for crowds of men, women, and children who enjoy the sight of the humiliation and the most sadistic torture inflicted upon the victim, a slow torment, unending and made to last as long as possible. Infra, ch. 8, 4. Lastly, after having celebrated in January of 1941 the United States as a country that has continually evolved in a peaceful manner, without concentration camps. 857 Soon after the outbreak of war, F.D. Roosevelt resorts to that very institution to deprive the Japanese American community of their freedom, without distinctions for age or sex. Nowadays, it's almost obvious to compare Stalin to Hitler, but it may be interesting to read an evaluation of the strategic bombing of Germany that a German author made regarding the flames that consumed Dresden and its residents. The fate of the bodies reflected the means of execution. The victim of an act of extermination does not have their own grave, nor their own death, because they have not been given the right to live. The deaths of thousands of children beneath the age of 10 is not a punishment. the bombardier Harris, leader of the air campaign against German cities, didn't assign them any blame. Churchill only stated that for him they had no rights of any value. Perhaps they still had some in the First World War, but not any more in the Second. Hitler, Churchill, and Roosevelt had taken them away. 858. Of course, the comparison of these three figures is marked by a polemical overstatement that seems to reflect a mindset widespread in Germany immediately following the war, in a ruined Germany that is isolated by the ban against fraternization and taken to the brink of starvation by the liberal West. A conversation was recorded that, in the zone occupied by the US, takes place between two desperate citizens. Yes, Hitler was bad, our war was unjust, but now they are committing the same injustices against us, they are the same, there's no difference, they seek to enslave Germany in the same way Hitler sought to enslave the Polish, now we are the Jews, the inferior race. 859. If the first of these two-sided passages makes a partial comparison between Hitler, Churchill, and F.D. Roosevelt, the second arrives at their total assimilation. The ruling ideology today, however, associates Stalin and Hitler, but that's just as rash as the comparison made by the two German citizens frustrated by hunger and humiliation. There's no difference. Tragic conflicts and moral dilemmas. Even in wanting to fixate on its specifically moral dimension, the comparison between the protagonists of the Grand Anti-Fascist Alliance certainly has its contrasts. But how to explain, then, the current Manichean opposition? Let's return to the secular process behind the catastrophe that explodes with the collapse of the Tsarist autocracy. Sadly, while accepted when it comes to historical reconstruction, the long-term perspective disappears like magic when it comes to the formulation of a moral judgment. Everything is reduced to the demonization of the period that began with October 1917, and with Stalin in particular. Are those who for a long time supported a regime characterized by such violent social relations and so violently dehumanizing that the catastrophe was foreseen by such different personalities, Meister, Marx, Witt, blameless? Is there nothing to censure in those who unleashed World War I, and that in the West, with the aim of forcing Russia to participate in it until the end, didn't hesitate in arming and propping up even the most ferocious reactionary groups? If, as sustained by one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism, Stalinism began taking form in 1914, why doesn't the bench for the accused have those that were responsible for the slaughter, but only those that sought to prevent or hasten its conclusion? At least with regard to the origin and the unfolding of the Second World War, the problematic character of the moral judgment to be formulated on the Western and liberal statesmen didn't go unnoticed by the more attentive authors. We saw two Canadian historians attribute to the British protagonists of appeasement in truth, the redirection of Nazi expansionism to the East shared responsibility for the tragedy of World War II, including Holocaust. Then there's the problem of how the war was conducted by the liberal West once it began. Of course, in this case as well the ruling ideology gets off easy. A successful historian and journalist, whose articles are also found in the New York Times, and who has very little doubts about the timing and moral righteousness of the use of the atomic bomb against Japan, goes as far as stating that to not use it would have been illogical and completely irresponsible. Certainly a massacre of an innocent civilian population took place, but those who died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were victims not of American technology, but of a paralyzed system of government, devoted to a twisted ideology that had eliminated not only absolute moral values, but reason itself. 860. These firmly held certainties rest on a very simple assumption: the responsibility for a horrible action does not necessarily belong to the material author of that action. It's something that has been similarly argued by the leaders of the USSR, having obviously recognized the horrors that took place at crucial moments in the history of the country, but having attributed its responsibility to imperialist encirclement and the aggressive policies of the great capitalist powers. It must be noted, however, that the journalist historian, who is published and praised by the most prominent press organizations, applies his criteria only to the liberal and Anglo-Saxon West. But to only apply a criteria to one's own side is the very definition of dogmatism at the theoretical level and its hypocrisy at the moral level. Fortunately, it's possible to hear less simplistic opinions on Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki. An illustrious American philosopher, Michael Walzer, observes that, for the then victorious American side, to resort to the atomic bomb and to kill and terrorize civilians, without even attempting a real negotiation with the Japanese, were two crimes in one. Walzer reaches a similar conclusion with regard to the destruction of Dresden and other German and Japanese cities, carried out when the war had already been virtually won. 861. The question is put differently during the years in which the triumph of the Third Reich appeared to be taking place, when Great Britain begins its strategic bombing campaign that in Germany systematically and ruthlessly targets the civilian population. It's a tragic moment and the British rulers find themselves in a terrible moral dilemma that can be formulated as follows. Can soldiers and statesmen trample over the rights of innocent people to save their own political community? I would be inclined to respond in the affirmative to that question, although not without hesitation and concern. What other choice would be available to them? They can sacrifice themselves for the purpose of defending moral law, but they can't sacrifice their own countrymen. Faced with an endless and horrible situation, the options in front of them are exhausted, they will do what is necessary to save their own people. 862. The danger of a victory by the Third Reich, the personification of evil in the world, dictates a supreme emergency, a state of necessity, so it's then necessary to observe that necessity knows no limits. Certainly, bombing campaigns that aim to kill and terrorize the civilian population of an enemy country are a crime. However, I dare say that our history would be wiped out, our future put in jeopardy, if I didn't accept assuming the burden of the criminal act here and now. The young Lukács makes a similar argument when, driven by the butchery of World War I, his revolutionary orientation matures. In affirming the inevitability of guilt and appealing to seriousness, consciousness, and a sense of moral responsibility, he exclaims, paraphrasing Hebel, "And if God, between me and the task that's been assigned to me, had placed sin, who am I to be allowed to escape that choice?" 863. Presumably later, with that same state of mind, as the threat posed by the Third Reich grows ever more imminent, the Hungarian philosopher faced the years of Stalin's terror. We can now turn our sights to the Soviet Union. It's worthwhile to observe the thesis formulated by Toynbee, according to which Stalingrad was made possible by the journey taken by Stalin's USSR from 1928 to 1941. 864 is today confirmed by no small number of historians and experts on military strategy. It's quite possible that, without the abandonment of the NEP, without the collectivization of agriculture, with the steady flow of food products from the countryside to the city and the front, and the rushed industrialization, with the development of the arms industry and with the rise of new industrial centers in the eastern regions, at a safe distance from the invading army, it would have been impossible to successfully oppose Hitler's aggression. The unequaled and incontestable contribution by Soviet Russia to the defeat of Nazi Germany is closely linked to the stubborn Second Revolution by Stalin. 865. Moreover, in Churchill's judgment, even the trial against Tchékevsky and the Great Terror as a whole had played a positive and even an important role in the defeat of Operation Barbarossa. Must we then justify the concentrationary universe that made it possible to avoid a horror without end for the Soviet people and for all of humanity? Walzer rightly subjects his stated principle to rigorous conditions. It can only be considered valid if, aside from being truly rare and dire, the danger is also imminent. 866. One could possibly say that the second condition is absent in the Soviet Union. Stalin begins coerced collectivization of agriculture and rushed industrialization, which ends up provoking a horrible expansion of the concentrationary universe when the threat of war is still remote and Hitler hadn't even seized power. One could also argue in response that Great Britain also promoted its plan for the construction of an air fleet suited to future strategic bombing campaigns at least 2 decades before the rise of its supreme emergency. In fact, that plan began taking shape during the First World War and, therefore, What motivated it was the competition for hegemony underway since at least the end of the 19th century. The context is very different for the country that is born out of the October Revolution. Widespread in Europe at the time, the analysis offered by General Foch, among others, soon after the signing of the Versailles Treaty, "It's not a peace, it's but an armistice for 20 years, 867 is well known to Stalin, who warns about the urgency of the task of tackling the backwardness demonstrated by Russia during the First World War. With regard to the Eastern Front, that conflict was continuously understood by Wilhelm II as a racial war in which the very existence of the nations in battle was at stake, the to be or not to be of the Germanic race in Europe. It was a fight that excluded any reconciliation or mutual recognition. Peace is in no way possible between Slavs and Germans. Specifically starting with Brest-Litovsk, voices had emerged in Wilhelm's Reich that looked to the east in search of a solution for the problem of living space, and who had in mind an understanding with Britain with the aim of carrying out the dismemberment of Russia and creating the conditions for Germany's position in the world as an enormous continental power. 868. A few years later, in Mein Kampf, Hitler clearly described his program for the construction of a continental German empire to be built primarily over the ruins of the Soviet Union. It's not hard to identify the line that leads from Brest-Litovsk to Operation Barbarossa, and that's enough to explain Stalin's concerns. In any case, the imminence of the threat is anything but unambiguous. There's no great way of measuring its distance in time. The threat is imminent enough that no delays can be permitted for it to be adequately handled. Moreover, if we understand imminence not only with respect to time, but also with respect to location, the Soviet Union was clearly exposed to a more imminent threat. Lastly, while the systematic killing of a civilian population by aerial bombardment is a crime in itself, the collectivization of agricultural and rushed industrialization end up leading to a series of crimes. Those who only contemplate the moral dilemmas of the Anglo-Saxon statesman demonstrate dogmatism and hypocrisy. Yet, even if we affirm alongside Walzer that when faced with the supreme emergency a statesman must know how to assume the burden of the crime here and now, it becomes difficult to move on from the general to the particular. When we read about the terrible suffering individuals held in the Gulag went through, disturbed by a horrible experience of which they are unable to comprehend either its origin or its reason, we are led to exclaim alongside Petrarch povera et nudavi philosophia, Remus, 7:10. But a similar consideration holds true for the victims of strategic bombing campaigns. Can the supreme emergency really justify that which is described in written accounts? The first round of bombs fell at 9 in the morning on streets full of people lined up to shop, and it killed 700 people, nearly all of them women and children. Later the warplanes pursued and struck the citizens fleeing to the east, to the forest. In other places the warplanes started strafing pedestrians, cyclists, train passengers, farmers working in the fields. The funerals take place under low-altitude attacks, lacking coffins, bed sheets were used. The bombs smash through houses, remaining stuck in the ceiling. They explode 10 days later, during the light of day or in the dark of night. They knock down walls, and kill residents while they sleep. People had to flee through the flames and thereby rush to their deaths. There were even those who took their own lives or threw themselves into the flames. 869. In any case, criminal at a time when the defeat of the Third Reich was already becoming evident, are these actions justified while the supreme emergency is in effect? It's once again evident the difficulty in moving from the general to the particular. The Soviet Katyn and the American and South Korean Katyn. Contrary to the collectivization of agriculture and the rushed industrialization, the massacre of Polish officers, ordered by the Soviet leadership and carried out in Katyn in March and April of 1940, is a crime in itself. The challenge posed by Finland continued to linger, after the unsuccessful attempt to arrange an agreed-upon exchange of territory, undertaken by Stalin with the aim of providing a minimal of territorial depth to the defense of Leningrad, a city that is later protagonist of an epic resistance against the Nazi invasion. Now the war appears to be widening and becoming generalized. In such a case, What would be the reaction from the captured Polish officers following the dismemberment of Poland? For Moscow's part, they try in vain to dissuade them from their stubborn anti-Soviet positions, the legacy of the conflict that began with the collapse of the Tsarist Empire and that therefore tended to take on the brutal characteristics of a civil war. The situation became very difficult. There was the danger of the USSR itself being consumed by the war, and there were Western circles that were considering an overthrow of Stalin's regime, Supra, ch. 9. That is the grave security problem that precipitated the appalling decision that Stalin must have later bitterly lamented due to the troubles and complications that followed 870. In other words, in the case of the Katyn executions, the moral dilemmas that Walzer brought up are also present. However, it would be wrong in this case to invoke the supreme emergency, further expanding a criteria that inherently runs the risk of becoming excessively broad. Although it's unjustifiable, the crime we are dealing with doesn't involve characteristics that are specific to Stalin's personality or the regime led by him. Let's consider the crime that stains United States General Patton. Upon landing in Sicily, he orders the massacre of Italian soldiers who surrendered after fierce resistance. 871 Although it's an atrocity smaller in scope, it's necessary to have in mind that there's no real security concerns for the country that provoked it, but rather the spirit of vengeance or maybe even racial contempt. In other words, in this case it's a matter of a crime of abject motives. However, if we want to find a real analogy to Katyn, we must reference other tragedies and other horrors. 10 years after the Soviet Katyn, that which we can define as the United States and South Korean Katyn took place. The Korean War is underway. From the savagely bombarded north, a mass of refugees heads to the south. How are they received? The United States Army had a policy of killing civilians that approached South Korea. The victims were mostly women and children, but they had feared that North Korean infiltrators had been among them, although in researching one of the more documented cases, the killings that occurred in Nogun Ri, there didn't appear to be any proof of enemy infiltrators. 872 Here it's not a question of orders from a single, albeit high-profile, general or marshal-like Patton, but rather a policy approved at the highest military and political levels in the United States. And it's that exact situation that makes us think of Katyn, especially because security is at stake in the two cases. To guarantee security, the United States and its allies don't stop at killing refugees. They considered it necessary to also eliminate the potential fifth column. For example, in the city of Tijuana, in July of 1950, the police order 1,700 Koreans, accused of being communists, to dig their graves, then they were put to the firing squad. A witness explains. On a Sunday morning, at dawn, in the apparently deserted city of Chakawan, I saw a procession of men and women, bound to one another with their hands behind their backs, beaten and bashed, while they are led from the police station to the trucks they're forced to climb into. They were later put to the firing squad, left unburied 1 or 2 miles away. 873. It's a large-scale operation. In a cobalt mine near Daegu, in the south of the country, researchers have so far found the remains of 240 people. It's just a fraction of the presumed 3,500 prisoners or suspected communists grabbed from their cells or homes between July and September of 1950, and later put to the firing squad and tossed to the bottom of the mine. Sometimes the victims of summary executions also included women and children. 874 One could say in such cases that not even the family of the suspected communist was spared. The obsession with security doesn't only strike the military rear, but the captured or recaptured cities as well. Here's what happened in one of them: they told us to light our cigarettes. Then they started to unload with their rifles and machine guns. After a pause, one officer shouted, "Those of you still alive, you can get up and go home." Those that did were again fired upon. How many victims in total were there from these two practices of killing refugees and eliminating those suspected of being communists? In truth, it still hasn't been fully determined the extension of that which the relatives of the victims call the Korean death camps. For now a provisional figure can be reached. The researchers have so far investigated 1,222 cases of mass executions. The cases included 215 incidents in which the survivors claim American ground troops and planes killed unarmed refugees. 875. The American and South Korean Katyn doesn't appear to be smaller in scale than the Soviet one, and in addition it shows a greater lack of scruples, for a war carried out thousands of kilometers away by a country whose leaders in Washington couldn't in any way claim a supreme emergency. But here it's not a question of establishing a hierarchy between the two crimes, both are unjustifiable, it's instead a question of noting the inadequacy of the moral Manichaean approach to understanding Stalin and the country led by him. The inevitability and complexity of the moral judgment. In a certain way, while inevitable, the moral judgment would be superficial and hypocritical if it was formulated by abstracting the historical context. From there arises its complexity and difficulty. At the same time, it's necessary to have in mind and to unravel the objective circumstances and subjective responsibilities, and, with respect to the latter, it's necessary to distinguish between the responsibilities of the leadership group as a whole and those that belong to single individuals. With respect to the leadership group of Soviet Russia, it comes to power at a time when, to use the words of a Christian witness sympathetic to the changes brought by October 1917, pity was killed by the omnipresence of death. 876, and it is forced to face a prolonged state of emergency, in a situation characterized, to again use the analysis by one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism, by an unparalleled brutality, generalized and without possible terms of comparison to that known by Western societies. In other words, while the major figures of the 20th century were forced to confront the devastating conflicts and moral dilemmas that characterized the Second 30 Years' War, Stalin had to also face the conflicts and moral dilemmas particular to Russian history and the Second Time of Troubles. One could say the shadow of the supreme emergency dominated the 30 years when he exercised power. It's necessary, however, not to lose sight of the fact that it's not only the objective conditions that create serious obstacles or make the transition from the state of emergency to a state of normality impossible. Millenarianism also contributed to that, though certainly in great measure sparked by the horrors of World War I, yet it's intrinsic to a vision that expects the disappearance of the market, money, the state, and juridical order. The disappointment and outrage that none of that had come to pass encourages more conflict, and a conflict that can't be managed by purely formal juridical norms, as they too are destined to disappear. From this arises a level of violence that isn't possible to justify by resorting to the state of emergency or the supreme emergency. In that sense, the moral judgment coincides with the political judgment. This holds true for the liberal West as well. With regard to the commander of the strategic bombing campaign against Germany, it was observed. When he was a young pilot, Harris had bombed rebellious Indian civilians. The psychological shock they experienced was a cultural shock above all else. The primitive tribes that lived in villages with huts made of reeds threw themselves down in awe at the feet of the colonial empire and its industrial arsenal. 877. Moreover, it was Churchill more than anyone else who promoted that kind of warfare, who, as we already saw, suggests striking recalcitrant natives in Iraq with bombs using chemical weapons and especially mustard gas, and elsewhere compares the Germans to evil Huns. We also encountered the weight of racial ideology in the American war against Japan, Supra, ch. 6, 4, that, not by chance, goes on to suffer the atomic bombings. Again, a level of violence appears that can't be justified by the supreme emergency, but instead relates to the colonial ideology shared by the liberal West and Germany. While the Third Reich compares the indigenous people of Eastern Europe to the decimated Native Americans and enslaved blacks, Britain and the United States end up treating the Germans and the Japanese the same way as colonial peoples are treated, needing a lesson in obedience. Stalin, Peter the Great and the New Lincoln. In specific reference to the role played by him in the Second Time of Troubles, No small number of historians taking up a theme that we already saw Churchill use compare Stalin to Peter the Great. 878 Even the objection raised in regards to it, Peter, contrary to Stalin, looked to the West and opened up his state to it, 879 doesn't seem persuasive. The condemnation of the Asiatic dispositions, the barbaric, Asiatic measures, and the Asiatic methods, for which the government and bourgeoisie of Tsarist Russia are responsible, is a crucial moment in Stalin's revolutionary agitation. 880 At least until October 1917, he had no doubt that his country was more backwards at all levels in relation to the Western democracies, where bloody pogroms against the Jews don't take place, pogroms that rage in a semi-Asiatic country, Supra, ch. 5. 9. After the seizure of power, Stalin not only insists on the need to embrace Western technology, but also declares that, if they really want to live up to the principles of Leninism, the Bolshevik cadre must know how to combine the Russian revolutionary impetus with the practical American spirit. In 1932, still referring to the United States, he expresses his appreciation for their industrial and productive traditions. They are somewhat democratic. 881. The reference to Peter the Great seems to be yet more persuasive in explaining the history of Soviet Russia for the fact that Lenin makes explicit reference to it, by May of 1918, and it's referenced by Stalin as well, who once in a while appears to take up the figure of the great Tsar as a model. 882 Trotsky himself, even while denouncing the betrayal of the revolution, writes, in comparison to other various regions and nationalities, Stalin's regime largely realizes the historic work that Peter I and his comrades realized for old Moscow. He just does it on a much vaster scale and at a much quicker pace. 883. It's interesting as well to observe that, at the end of his trip to the Soviet Union in 1927, a great philosopher like Benjamin sympathetically shares the thesis by some literati, who see in Bolshevism the coronation of Peter the Great's work. 884. Lastly, one could go further back and recall a prediction by Marx, after having mentioned the violent and unprecedented disturbances provoked by the secular contradictions of Tsarist Russia. He concludes, the Russian 1793 will be the second turning point in Russian history and will introduce a real and generalized civilization in place of the false, deceptive civilization introduced by Peter the Great. 885. All that said, while it can in part serve to illuminate the relation between Russian history and the Second Time of Troubles, the comparison in question leaves out the Second 30 Years' War and the extraordinary influence exercised by Stalin at the global level. The condemnation in 1924 of the outrageous disparity between nations, theorized and imposed by imperialism, and the call to topple the wall that separated whites and blacks, nations considered civilized and peoples excluded from that recognition, Supra, ch. 5, 7, the approval of a profoundly internationalist constitution as Stalin stresses while presenting his project and based on the principle that all nations and races have equal rights, regardless of the color of their skin, their language, and their respective level of economic and military development. All this could not fail to arouse a deep echo not only in the colonies but also in the peoples of colonial origin located in the very heart of the West. 886. In the southern United States, where the regime of white supremacy still rages on, a new atmosphere takes hold. They look to the Soviet Union with hope and to Stalin as the new Lincoln, the Lincoln who would put an end, this time concretely and definitively, to the enslavement of blacks, and to the oppression, degradation, humiliation, violence, and lynchings that they continue to endure. 887. While it advances toward autocracy, Stalin's USSR has a powerful influence on the struggle by African Americans, and the colonial peoples, against racial despotism. In the south of the United States, a phenomenon is witnessed that is worrying from the point of view of the ruling caste. It's the growing imprudence of black youths. Thanks to the communists, they finally begin to receive that which was stubbornly denied to them, an education that goes further than the basic education traditionally given to all those destined to carry out semi-servile labor for the master race. Now, however, in the schools organized by the Communist Party in the north of the United States, or in the schools of Moscow in Stalin's USSR, blacks embrace the study of economics, politics, and world history. They also explore these disciplines to understand the reasons for the hard fate reserved to them in a country that carries itself as the champion of freedom. Those who attend those schools go through a profound change. The imprudence they're condemned for by white supremacy is, in truth, their self-esteem, up until that time forbidden and crushed. A black woman, and delegate to the International Congress of Women Against War and Fascism that takes place in Paris in 1934, is extremely impressed by the equality and fraternity there, despite the linguistic and racial differences between those participating in that initiative promoted by the communists. It was paradise on earth. Those who arrive in Moscow, observes a contemporary American historian, experience a sense of freedom unheard of in the South. A black man falls in love with a white Soviet woman and they get married, even if later, in returning back home, he can't bring her with him, knowing the destiny that awaits in the South for those that are found guilty of the crime of miscegenation and racial bastardization. 888. The hopes of African Americans placed in the new Lincoln are not as naive as they may seem. Let's reflect on the times and the modalities that characterize the end of the regime of white supremacy. In December of 1952, the United States Attorney General sends a revealing letter to the Supreme Court as it debated the question of integrating public schools. Racial discrimination carries water for communist propaganda and raises doubts even among friendly nations about the intensity of our devotion to the democratic faith. Washington observes, an American historian retracing those events would run the risk of alienating the colored races not only in the East and the Third World, but in the very heart of the United States. Here too communist propaganda has achieved considerable success in attempting to win blacks over to the revolutionary cause, undermining their faith in American institutions. 889. There is no doubt, on these events, the concern over the challenge objectively represented by the USSR, and by the influence exercised by it on the colonial peoples and the peoples of colonial origin, played an essential role. Stalin doesn't just indirectly influence democracy in the West with the push in some way given to the process of African American emancipation. The speech presenting the proposed new constitution totally condemns the three great discriminations that characterized the history of the liberal West. It's not income, national origin, or sex that must determine political and social placement, but only the personal capacity and work of each citizen. 890. At the time in which he expressed himself in that way, the three great discriminations are still present in different forms and intensities in this or that country in the liberal West. Lastly, in pronouncing himself in favor of the overcoming of the three great discriminations, Stalin also declares that the new constitution is destined to guarantee the right to work, the right to rest, the right to an education, and to assure the best material and cultural conditions, all within the realization of socialist democratism. 891. It is the theorization of the social and economic rights that, according to Hayek, represents the ruinous legacy of the Marxist Russian Revolution and that profoundly influences the demands for the welfare state in the West. 892. Let's return to Russia. The reader must have noticed that, in speaking of Stalinism, I make use of quotation marks. The term is used by the present-day followers of Trotsky in relation to the most distinct political realities, for example, to classify the leadership of post-Maoist China. But in even wanting to exclusively refer to the USSR, the term Stalinism is not persuasive. It appears to presuppose a homogeneous collection of doctrines and methods that don't exist. In the 3 decades in which he exercised power, we see Stalin make an effort in elaborating and putting into practice a program of government, making note of the disappearance of the hopes for the worldwide triumph of the socialist revolution and clarifying the difference between utopia, that is the legacy of both Marx's theory, and the millenarianism for a totally new world provoked by the horrors of World War I, and the state of emergency, that in Russia takes on an exceptionally long duration and acuteness because of the convergence of the two gigantic crises, the Second Time of Troubles and the Second 30 Years' War. Making clear his intention of not putting the Communist Party's monopoly on power up for discussion, Stalin repeatedly seeks to move on from the state of emergency to a state of relative normality, with the realization of a Soviet democracy, of a socialist democratism, and a society without the dictatorship of the proletariat. But those attempts failed. It's significant how the question of succession is handled soon after Stalin's death. The elimination of Beria is a type of mafia-style settling of accounts. It's a personal violence that doesn't make reference to any state or juridical order, nor to party statutes. The comparison between Stalin and Peter the Great now becomes totally unworkable. Looking closely, the second time of troubles doesn't even end with the arrival of autocracy. Its arrival coincides with the start of a new and prolonged state of emergency, that expands first with a dreadful new world war, and later with a Cold War at risk of transforming into a nuclear apocalypse at any moment. One could say that the second time of troubles ends, in fact, with the overthrow of the USSR. Like the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks are unable to adjust to the disappearance or the attenuation of the state of emergency, and they therefore end up seeming obsolete and superficial to the majority of the population. After having managed to overcome the crisis of the entire Russian nation, the Bolsheviks in the end were defeated by the arrival of that relative state of normality, that is itself an outcome of their efforts. It's at the international level, however, that the influence of the October Revolution, and the man who led Soviet Russia for 3 decades, proved to be more solid. One can ridicule the pompous language of a constitution that never came into force, but it's necessary to have in mind that even purely abstract declarations of principles have an impact on history. We can fall back in horror at a scenario that sees democracy, with the collapse of racist and colonialist despotism and the 3 great discriminations, and especially social democracy, advance in the wake of the challenge being offered by a dictatorial regime prone to using terror, but to give in to that sort of reaction means, in the last analysis, escaping from the complexity of its historical process. Those who would prefer to have before them a simpler scenario would do well to reflect on an observation by Marx: it's the bad side that produces the movement that makes history. 893. 7. The depiction of Stalin between history and mythology. The various historical sources in the current depiction of Stalin. However, it's difficult for the current historiography to distance itself from the depiction of Stalin as an enormous, shadowy, capricious, and degenerate monster of man, in addition, so lacking in intellectual and political capacity that he becomes the object of ridicule. With regard to mythology, it's also necessary to search for its historical origin. It's worthwhile to start with the author, Deutscher, who was just cited, who in other circumstances and in a different period of time observes, in contrast to the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks don't execute their Girondins, namely, the Mensheviks, who were permitted and even encouraged to leave Russia and set up their political center abroad. 894. From there a harsh campaign is developed against the country, first led by Lenin and later, for a longer period of time, by Stalin. Deutscher continues as follows. It's correct that Stalin meditated at length about the terrible French precedent, and for a few years that dissuaded him from resorting to more drastic means of repression. More than once Stalin had expressed himself in that sense. In 1929, he decided to exile Trotsky from Russia. One couldn't yet imagine that Trotsky was to be captured, and much less put before an execution squad. 895. With the opposition leader's arrival in Istanbul, a new and more committed political center is formed, this time dedicated exclusively to exposing and denouncing all aspects of Stalin's personality and actions. Fugitives like General Orlov can be put in that same context, fugitives who, in reaching the West, dedicate themselves to revealing the Kremlin secrets, earning an enormous amount of money, and presumably it's a sum that's greater for however much more sensational the revealed secrets are. Beginning with the Gorbachev years, these revelations are eagerly welcomed in the Soviet Union and are still today one of the most important sources for Western Sovietology. These revelations, however, are a web of lies. 896. Obviously, we must not overlook the fact that the anti-Stalin campaign has its political center in the West. Its motivations had been previously clarified by Lloyd George, who, in the summer of 1919, observed that a united Russia, whether Bolshevik or not, constituted a threat to the British Empire. 897 In other words, a wide part of public opinion, first British and later American, identify Stalin as the incarnation of a double threat, that represented communist agitation in the capitalist metropole, and especially in the colonies, and that represented a great power, now all the more dangerous and expansionist for the fact it inspires and leads a political movement represented in all parts of the world. Which of the different political centers was the most implacable? At times, we get the impression that we are watching a competition. Soon after the Pact of Non-Aggression between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, Trotsky lets out a type of victory cry. Finally, it's now evident to even the professional apologists for the Kremlin and Stalin, the pro-Soviet fools of all types, those who had the illusion of being able to count on Moscow's support in containing Nazi Germany's expansion. Neville Chamberlain is especially targeted. Yes, the British Prime Minister, who by this time is denounced by Churchill for his policy of appeasement pursued in relation to Hitler, is sharply criticized by Trotsky for having fed illusions toward Stalin. Despite all his aversions toward the Soviet regime, the British conservative leader had tried to make an alliance with Stalin using all means, a colossal example of naivete. Trotsky had repeatedly stated since the rise of the Third Reich that despite all the rhetoric about the anti-fascist popular fronts, the real objective of Stalin's foreign policy was to reach a deal with Hitler. Now all are forced to recognize that the Kremlin dictator is Hitler's butler. 898. This competition, seriously weakened by the epic resistance by the Soviet Union against the Third Reich, returns in force after the 20th Congress of the CPSU and the secret report. So Khrushchev accused Stalin of having deviated from Lenin? In fact, Orlov immediately increased the dose, publishing an article that in its very title announces a sensational secret. The man who led the Soviet Union for 30 years was a secret police agent for the Tsarist regime, obviously prepared to liquidate the unlucky souls who learn of his unspeakable past. Still today a Russian researcher, Rogoun, a zealous follower of Trotsky's, appears to cling to that revelation. 899. The competition can take on the most unique forms. In 1965, Deutsche reflects on the evolution by the Menshevik leader Dan, who patriotically blinded by the image of a Russia triumphantly emerging from a catastrophic war, with the Third Reich prostrate before it, ended up recognizing the historical correctness of the October Revolution, but also, unfortunately, the correctness of Stalinism, with all its ideological perversions and violence. There's only one excuse for that tolerance toward a degenerated and corrupted Bolshevism, the fact that when Dan wrote some of these pages, the pro-Stalinist tide in the Allied countries was very strong, especially during the immediate post-war period in the United States. 900 Fortunately, the information coming from the very capital of the Soviet Union, and from within that country's very own Communist Party, refuted and ridiculed once and for all the naive and ill-informed who had in some way or another consumed Moscow's propaganda. Only through this convergence of heterogeneous interests can one explain the paradox of a historiography that, while unceasingly denouncing the farcical nature of the trials carried out by Stalin in Moscow, has easily accepted the legitimacy of the trial conducted in different manners, first by Trotsky and later by Khrushchev. The periodic changes in the depiction of Stalin. The depiction of the enormous, shadowy, capricious, and degenerate monster of man is so widespread nowadays that we forget the contradictory history that preceded the rise of that image. We saw the acknowledgments directed at Stalin by illustrious statesmen, diplomats, and intellectuals. The pages of his 30 years in government, today simply considered horrific, were in the past read very differently. Nowadays it's commonplace to identify the revolution from above, that radically changed the face of agricultural in the Soviet Union, as an exclusive product of ideological madness. But in 1944, even while revealing its terrible human costs, de Gasperi nevertheless expresses a fundamentally positive judgment on the great economic enterprise of collectivization of the countryside and industrialization, having been made necessary by the danger of war and by the threat revealed in Mein Kampf 901. Nowadays, very few would dare question the thesis according to which the bloody and large-scale repression realized by Stalin had been the exclusive product of his libido dominandi or his paranoia. However, between the end of the 1920s and the beginning of the 1930s, Malaparte had calmly spoken of the preparations for a coup d'état in Moscow and Stalin's hesitation in counter-attacking, Supra, ch. 7. An authoritative German press organization went even further, and mocked the naivete demonstrated by the Kremlin dictator in not sending Trotsky and his crew to the Beyond 902. Around 20 years after the fact, Churchill himself at least indirectly evaluated the trials against Tykhaevsky and the other military leaders. It was a question of a cruel, but perhaps not pointless, military political purge, that had eliminated all the pro-German elements, and, to a certain degree, that's true even for the Moscow trials. On the bench of the accused were seated Soviet leaders full of jealousy toward Stalin who had ousted them. 903 The stance by the British statesman, champion of the struggle until the end against Hitler's Germany, is yet more significant because it's formulated in a polemic against Chamberlain, the protagonist of the policy of appeasement. More radical or more explicit was the American ambassador to the USSR, Joseph Davies, who continued to insist that there really was a conspiracy, that the trials were carried out according to the law, and that consequently, Soviet authority had been strengthened by IT 904. In 1944, de Gasperi also stressed that the veracity of the charges directed at the anti-Stalin opposition was confirmed by objective American intelligence 905. Then there was a radical change, but the weakness and the inconsistency of the image of Stalin given to us first by the Cold War and then by the secret report begin to emerge from the research by a growing number of scholars. In some ways one witnesses an evident turnaround. Let's take the Great Terror. Alongside the other leading political figures we've already encountered, even a fervent admirer of Trotsky's, namely Deutscher, in 1948 thinks the Moscow trials are more or less credible. In his opinion, Kirov's assassination was in no way staged by the regime. The long tradition in Russia that dared to attack the autocracy with bombs and pistols had returned to influence the young communists. Was not Lenin's brother, by chance, among the conspirators who had tried to kill Alexander III? The textbooks depict those martyrs and those heroes with a romantic halo. That's how the sacred shadows of the past now reappear to arm the more impatient anti-Stalinist Komsomols. The ideas of revolutionary terrorism had expanded to the point of constituting a state of mind widespread among the youths and arming the hand of Kirov's assassin. 906 Still in 1949, Deutscher recognized certain psychological truth in the Moscow trials in general, and also a factual truth with regard to the execution of Tykhaevsky in particular. Regarding the latter event, while certain sources speak of a setup by the Nazi intelligence services, numerous anti-Stalinist sources argue, however, that the generals had in fact plotted a coup d'état. 907 In either case, Stalin's paranoia or his libido dominandi wouldn't play any role. It must be added that a few years later, an American historian unmoved by the revelations of the secret report and who continued to have sympathy for the anti-Stalinist opposition, defined by him as the consciousness of the revolution, wrote, what Bukharin stated in his guilty confession, and what's known from other sources, makes a good part of what was revealed in the trial appear plausible, despite the suspicions provoked by the nature of those trials. 908. Nowadays it's the very scholars of Trotskyist orientation who are calling attention to the civil war unleashed within the Soviet leadership and demanding the opposition's recognition for having promoted by all means the overthrow of the Thermidorian regime imposed by the traitors of the revolution. It's significant that this turn also affects Trotsky's group of followers, who in their time had dedicated themselves, more than anyone else, to denouncing the Moscow trials as a pure and simple farce. With regard to the leadership of the USSR, both on the eve and during the Second World War, Deutscher's evolution is particularly tortured and remarkable. We already came across his quite flattering portrait in 1948 of Stalin as a war leader, Supra, Intro, 1. In 1956, writing in the immediate wake of the secret report, Without much trouble Deutscher believes the revelations according to which in the days following the start of Operation Barbarossa, Stalin had retreated in paralysis to his dacha, unresponsive and angry, only to later, giving in to the demands and pleas from his colleagues, return to lead the country and to conduct a war by drawing fronts and lines attack on a globe. The only criticism Deutscher offers to Khrushchev and his circle is that they hadn't followed the recommendations already put forth by Trotsky in 1927, in other words, of not having understood the duty of toppling Stalin, in order to conduct the war in a more efficient way and guarantee its final victory. 909 10 years later, returning to this subject, Deutscher writes, "I'm not willing to accept the so-called Khrushchev revelations without reservations, particularly his statement that during World War II and the victory over the Third Reich Stalin had only played a practically insignificant part. 910. It must be said that more recent historical research goes further than this partial and timid reconsideration. Regarding the thesis of the oppressed nations, we've already encountered the radical and positive innovation of affirmative action put into practice in the USSR to the benefit of national minorities, supra, ch. 49. But now it's worthwhile to read the evaluation recently made by another American historian. A new consensus is emerging, on the basis that, far from being the killer of nations familiar to Western history and the history of nationalism, the Soviet government takes on an ambitious, complex, and prolonged effort to construct ethnically defined nations within a unified state at the political and economic level. With the aim of encouraging this springtime of Soviet nations, the Soviet state conceded juridical and political equality with Russians to the peoples of the former empire. On these new national territories it reserved a privileged place for the languages of the national minorities, even when the Soviet ethnographers had to create an alphabet for local dialects, because they had never taken on a written form. That policy of promoting an autonomous national culture went as far as trying to assimilate Russians. Soviet government employees and administrators had to learn the languages of the nations where they worked. 911. A French historian on Central Asia, Olivier Roy, comes to the same conclusions, favorably cited in an essay published in the New York Review of Books. He summarizes the current outlook on that region as follows: they are solid and functional states that can assert themselves if they know how to intelligently take advantage of their Soviet inheritance. The crafters of Moscow's national policy, codified languages, sometimes creating new alphabets for them, built national parliaments, national libraries, and instituted a policy of affirmative action in favor of local cadre. It was primarily and especially Stalin who stood out among the protagonists of this enlightened policy. How far we are from the Cold War thesis formulated by Arendt, according to which Stalin had deliberately disorganized and disarticulated nationalities with the aim of creating conditions favorable for the triumph of totalitarianism. An author, who was earlier a leader of the anti-Soviet dissidents, states his admiration for the Soviet Union, and Stalin, for its national policy in the following emphatic terms: in the decades of Soviet rule, and in its solution to the national question, the positive elements were so numerous that it's difficult to find a comparable example in the history of humanity. 912. Overall, the caricature of Stalin made first by Trotsky and later by Khrushchev no longer enjoys much credibility. From the present-day research by eminent scholars, beyond suspect of having indulged in the cult of personality, emerges the portrait of a politician who rises and secures the positions of power in the USSR primarily for the fact that he widely surpasses his competitors when it comes to understanding how the Soviet system operated. 913. A leader of exceptional political talent and enormously gifted. 914. A statesman who saved the Russian nation from annihilation and enslavement, thanks not only to his astute military strategy, but also his masterful wartime speeches that are at times authentically brilliant, that in tragic or decisive moments manage to encourage national resistance. 915. A figure who doesn't lack qualities when it comes to theory, as demonstrated by the insight with which he dealt with the national question in his writings from 1913, and the positive effect of his contribution to the linguistic question, among others. 916. Certainly. They rightly stress at the same time that this recognition is not an absolute moral judgment. However, the secret report's complete lack of credibility is by now clear. There's not a detail in it that's not contested today. Take the report of Stalin's supposed psychological collapse in the days immediately following the start of Operation Barbarossa. According to the analysis we've already seen from two Russian historians, of anti-Stalinist orientation, of course, it's an episode that is totally invented, supra, ch1, 2, and that a French historian insists is in complete contradiction with the testimony and documentation that increasingly comes to light. 917 But it's not a question of a single episode, however significant it may be. Also, with regard to the so-called doctor's plot, Khrushchev crudely and deliberately distorted the truth. 918. Yes, he took great liberty with the truth. 919. This observation made, this time by a British historian previously cited, regarding Stalin's wartime leadership is generally useful. To get to the truth, it's necessary to look beyond the Western polemics of the Cold War, as well as the circumstances of de-Stalinization in the USSR. 920. Contradictory motives behind Stalin's demonization. Arendt's thesis that for a long time had been undisputed in the West and uncritically repeated time and again that sought to prove the unbreakable attraction, in spite of everything, between communist totalitarianism and Nazi totalitarianism. Using these words, the only man for whom Hitler has unconditional respect was the brilliant Stalin. Moreover, we know from Khrushchev's speech to the 20th Party Congress that Stalin trusted in only one man, which was Hitler. It is so evident that, despite all the warnings, he refused to believe that Hitler had broken the treaty until the very end. To confirm this, Arendt again cites the secret report, or to be more precise, the version of Khrushchev's speech provided by the American State Department. 921. Against that affirmation, which was based on an evidently politicized speech that was certainly not concerned with historical rigor, one could counter with the well-documented analysis according to which in post-World War II Hungary and Eastern Europe, Stalin only trusted in Jewish cadre, who are in fact called upon to construct the framework for a new state apparatus, supra, ch 5, 10. As one can see, the antithesis with respect to Hitler couldn't be more clear. But let's dwell on the fragility of the ideological theme treasured by Arendt and ruling ideology. Recently a reversal of positions has been witnessed. A few years ago, authoritative and ideologically relentless anti-communist scholars insisted on depicting Stalin as an insatiable expansionist, ready at the opportune moment to attack Germany itself, with whom it maintains a pact of non-aggression. To make that case, they specifically cited Stalin's speech to the military academy graduates. In order to be brief, I'll cite the summary found in Dimitrov's diary. Our peace and security policy is at the same time a policy in preparation for war. There's no defense without offense. It's necessary to prepare for war. 922. It's May 5 of 1941, the same day that Stalin meets personally with the highest officials of the party and state, in evident preparation for open battle with the Third Reich. The substantial development of Soviet military industry had been promoted by Stalin in preparation for an offensive war, against which Hitler sought to defend. 923 That thesis, incessantly pushed by historical revisionism, can be easily refuted by referring to something cited by an author who is among the most prominent members of that historical and ideological current. By the beginning of May, 1941, General Antonescu, who will end up taking power in Romania, informs his German allies that the factories around Moscow had received the order to relocate their machinery to the country's interior. 924. Moreover, the Nazis were desperately looking for a casus belli. The spy chief, Admiral Canaris, writes in his diary, General Jodl informed me that they are very concerned by the unusual and forgiving Soviet behavior in relation to us, and, partly joking, added if those individuals, the Soviets, continue to be so accommodating and letting everything go, it will have to be you who organizes an incident that starts the war. 925. Debunking revisionist historians' latest weapon of argument, this testimony unequivocally proves who is the aggressor. Secondly, it clarifies that it was Stalin's very own behavior, condemned by Khrushchev, that made the Third Reich nervous. The new accusation against Stalin found its immediate consecration in the mass media that, with the aim of giving it more credibility, didn't hesitate to bring up the speech from August 19, 1939, a prominent Sovietologist commenting with righteous indignation, while he prepared to send a loyal Molotov to Berlin to finish the non-aggression pact, Stalin had already elaborated, with repugnant cynicism, a plan for aggression and Sovietization of all of Europe, including Germany, at the opportune moment. 926 In reality, this is a serious historical falsehood, supra, ch 1, 3. But that isn't the important point. The revelation of this new treacherous act by Stalin could have been the moment to reconsider the thesis developed by Arendt, with credit also to Khrushchev's report about the close relationship between the two highest incarnations of totalitarianism. But none of that took place. Historians on the concentrationary universe rightly denounce the subsequent severity experienced in the Gulag and the super-exploitation of the prisoners that reaches its horrible apex after the breakneck growth of the economic plans of 1940-1941. Therefore, during the time of the non-aggression pact, when Soviet leadership, in preparation for war, ignore any other consideration in accelerating to the maximum the completion of plans of great strategic and economic importance like, for example, the construction of airports, aircraft factories, and industries essential for the war effort. 927 In light of this, the commonplace accusation made by Arendt becomes ever more grotesque, and yet it continues to be obsessively repeated. It's necessary to always prove that Stalin had blind trust in Hitler. The ruling ideology, therefore, easily makes use of the most contradictory statements and accusations. What matters is that they are defamatory. The tendency to drift from history and into political mythology is clear. The obligation to demonize, for whatever motive, manifests itself in other fields. Nowadays the black legend of Stalin's antisemitism is unchallenged. But we're not without a perspective that's diametrically opposed. There's the research by a journalist, an American Jew, who speaks of Stalin's fondness toward Jews, to whom he entrusts the management of the concentration camps where the Germans destined to be expelled from Poland are held. Thus, those who survived the final solution can avenge themselves in a terrible way and become the executioners of their executioners, all thanks to the Soviet dictator's cunning and perfidy. 928 He is also accused in a book by an author closely associated with the military of the German Federal Republic of having circulated war propaganda about gas chambers and the plan for the total extermination of the Jewish population by the Third Reich, with the aim of discrediting their enemies. 929 It's evidently in total contrast to the understanding of Stalin as an anti-Semite which is still widely accepted. Finally, it's also worthwhile to observe how the subject of Stalin's paranoia was often handled in a contradictory way. One historian, who stands out for making that diagnosis, nevertheless stresses the role Beria was to have in the Soviet leader's death. 930 Certainly, one could say he had ended up being a victim of a climate he himself created. The fact would remain that, at least starting from a certain moment, the threat was real and no longer the product of a sickness-induced fantasy. In addition, those who accused Stalin of being paranoid are sometimes figures and authors who, without providing any proof, claim he is responsible for the death of his closest collaborators, like Kirov and Zdanov. Do they not resort here to the same attitude for which they condemn the dictator? But those questions and those problems aren't even raised. What's important is to highlight, in any way possible, the infamy of the communist and Oriental despot. Political struggle and mythology between the French Revolution and the October Revolution. In June of 1956, under the impression made by just having read the Khrushchev report, Deutsche observes, communists had for more than a quarter of a century bowed before a monstrous tyrant, vile at both the moral and intellectual level. How could all of this have happened? 931 Following that line of argument, he could have added, what had led illustrious Western philosophers and statesmen to pay tribute to that monster with approving and respectful statements and, in certain cases, even admiration? These questions are legitimate and even inevitable, but maybe they should be complemented by another. How could Deutscher have allowed himself to be affected by that behavior which he sharply condemned in 1956? Yes, after the end of World War II and on the occasion of Stalin's death, he would pay tribute to the statesman who had made a decisive contribution to the defeat of the Third Reich and had built socialism in the USSR. In that period, the abject and idiotic monster had not yet entered the scene, and therefore the doubts had not yet emerged over the enormous credit that he enjoyed, despite everything, for a long time. Maybe in 1956, Deutscher would have had a better response if he had asked a very different question, led by a generalissimo and by such a ridiculous political leader: how was the Soviet Union able to defeat the terrible Nazi war machine that had so quickly subjugated the rest of continental Europe? And how was the Soviet Union, starting from a position of extreme weakness, able to turn into a military and industrial superpower? Yes, looking closely, with half a century of distance from Stalin's death and the clamor of de-Stalinization, it's opportune to return to the question made by Deutscher to radically invert it: how did such a grotesque and absurd portrait like the one made by Khrushchev achieve the status of historiographical and political dogma? That dogma was even infused with new details, increasingly fantastical, following the revelations of the secret report that attributed to Stalin a blind confidence in Hitler's respect for the non-aggression pact. Arendt, in the subsequent editions of The Origins of Totalitarianism, put together a theorem of the elective affinity between the two dictators, and that theorem identified an increasing number of points of contact and symmetries, until the two monsters become perfect equivalents in all aspects of their political action and ideology, including the consummation of a Holocaust and anti-Semitic hatred. The key to explaining that unique phenomenon can be found in the history of political mythologies. After their Mitte, the Jacobins are also put to the guillotine at the moral level. They become those sultans, those satyrs, who had nearly everywhere created places of pleasure and places for orgies in which they gave into all excesses. 932. In addition to sexual libido, what especially consumed Robespierre was libido dominandi. He was preparing to get married to Capet's daughter in order to ascend to the throne of France. 933. The accusation was undoubtedly sensational, but there was no lack of proof. They were even abundant. The marriage certificate had already been signed. Moreover, in the house of the recently executed tyrant were found a seal with the symbol of France and the dynastic seal of the House of Bourbon. 934. The execution or the murder of Louis XVI can now be seen in new light. The man responsible for that act had perhaps only intended to rid himself of a rival. He wanted to eliminate the obstacle that prevented him from ascending to the throne. The moral decapitation of Robespierre was linked to the more specifically intellectual decapitation. During the Jacobin period, popular episodes not promoted from above of vandalism and revolutionary iconoclasm take place that targeted the symbols of the old regime. Such episodes continued to arise during their Mitte, this time having in mind everything that recalled the terror. But the new rulers accused the Jacobins of the following: out of hatred for the culture they were totally deprived of, they had planned to burn libraries, and they had already put that crazy plan into action. Over the course of various passages, the list of accusations grows ever larger and becomes an ever more uncontroversial fact to the degree it loses all contact with reality. Boissy d'Anglas can subject the Jacobins to public derision by affirming: without a doubt, these ferocious enemies of humanity would have momentarily shown their villainy only under the light of the libraries burned, since they hoped that the darkness of ignorance would extend even further. Barbarians! They have set the human spirit back many centuries. 935. The Jacobins had introduced mandatory schooling, and against them and against the French Revolution itself the counter-revolutionary propaganda did not tire in denouncing the hubris of reason, and on the contrary celebrating the beneficial function of prejudice. But in the ideological and political atmosphere of their Mitte, Robespierre and his collaborators are accused of having sought to spread the darkness of ignorance. And the new accusation is made without even reconsidering the previous accusation. Logical coherence is the last of their concerns. Also, with regard to the terror's number of victims, one witnesses a process similar to that which was just seen with the libraries. Again we turn to the words of the eminent scholar that we continue to follow here. The numbers are not up for discussion, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, they even speak of millions. In summary, it's a matter of genocide, as denounced by the Jeunesse dorée in their anti-Marseillaise anthem against the drinkers of the blood of humanity, that anthropophagic horde, those terrible cannibals. 936. It's an accusation taken up and radicalized by the left. Soon after their Thermidor, Babeuf speaks of a process of depopulation carried out in the Vendée by Robespierre, who goes as far as to pursue the infamous, unprecedented political objective of wiping out the human race. 937. That is how we witness a convergence between the extreme right and the extreme left of the political spectrum, both agreeing to depict Robespierre as a genocidal monster. However, that paradox doesn't last long. It doesn't take Babeuf long to get to the real meaning of Thermidor, before the judges that were prepared to condemn him to death. In denouncing the desperate situation to which the popular masses are condemned, he appeals to Saint Just and his ideals for everyone's happiness and salvation from misery. On the other hand, he expresses his disdain for the system of hunger put into practice by the new rulers and classifies the Thermidorian Boissy d'Angles as genocidal, populicide. That is how the charge of genocide undergoes a radical reversal. It no longer targets Robespierre, but his victorious enemies. It would be interesting to make a comparative analysis of the mythologies that arise from the great revolutions. After October 1917, the Jacobin drinkers of human blood are substituted by the Bolsheviks who, according to refugees in the US from Soviet Russia, had invented and frantically used an electric guillotine capable of killing 500 men per hour. We saw the Jacobins branded as people who frequented places of pleasure and organized orgies. In October of 1919, the Hungarian communist leader, Bela Kun, is accused of having established a harem with a lavish assortment of women, where the perfidious and insatiable Jew could rape and dishonor dozens of virgins of the Christian caste. 938. Repeating this slander is a newspaper that will later become the official press organ for the Nazi Party, but at that time, in expressing its horror over the events in Eastern Europe, shares an outlook that's widespread in Western public opinion and on both sides of the Atlantic. In America, too, the Bolsheviks are synonymous with debauchery and moral depravity. In Russia they had introduced the nationalization of women, as charged by documents published with the authorization of President Wilson and as was described in rich detail by an authoritative newspaper like the New York Times. Yes, every girl upon turning 18 years old is forced to register in an office of free love, and then sadly turned over to a man arbitrarily chosen, and she is forced to suffer on her body and soul the governmental entity's impositions. 939. If the Jacobins are barbarians, even more so are the protagonists of the October Revolution, first classified as agents of Imperial Germany, or the Huns and the Vandals, as Germans are defined by Entente propaganda during World War I, and later as the agents of Jewish internationalism, even more alien to true civilization, both for their geographic origin, as well as the support provided to the colonial revolts and to the peoples of color. Just as Nazi propaganda insisted on repeating. Finally, while Robespierre is for some time accused by Babeuf of having wanted to completely wipe out the human race, Conquest is satisfied in blaming Stalin for organizing the starvation of the Ukrainian people. The topics sketched out here are only modest suggestions for the future historian. In looking for the appropriate comparison for these political mythologies, it's worthwhile, at any rate, to observe that Stalin was less fortunate than Robespierre. Yes, in Russia today there are popular demonstrations that raise his portrait, and the majority of adults have a positive view toward Stalin and see in him the energetic leader the country needed in such calamitous times. Among the ex-dissidents we see Alexander Zinoviev classify Yeltsin as the leader of a criminal counter-revolution and a colonial democracy, and he makes a surprising overall evaluation of the history of the Soviet Union, including the 3 decades of the Stalin era. Thanks precisely to communism, Russia was able to avoid even greater evils and to realize, in extremely difficult historical circumstances, advancements that only a cynical rabble can deny. 940. In the West, however, including on the left, the charge of Stalinism can hit anyone who even dares to express any doubts or ask any questions. If anything, it's in the bourgeois camp where we can catch a timid glimpse at some reconsideration. Just a few months after the overthrow of the Soviet Union, an authoritative Italian newspaper reported, 1.5 million people run the risk of not surviving the winter, for lack of food and medicine throughout the Soviet Union, a report by the International Red Cross has stated 941. Some time later, still analyzing Yeltsin's Russia, a prominent political scientist, Maurice Duverger, pointed to the falling average life expectancy, whose responsibility fell on the privileged minority that had managed to accumulate enormous wealth through parasitical speculation, though not explicitly illegal, and he denounced the true genocide of the elderly. 942. If not a reversal, at least the charge of genocide is applied to all sides, with the condemnation of one of the West's heroes, Yeltsin, and with him the West itself, considered responsible for the tragedy that in no way took place in a situation of acute political and economic crisis, but after the Cold War itself had ended, at a time when, at least in the most advanced countries, shortages were only a distant memory. It comes to mind the summary made by Edgar Quinet regarding the French Revolution: the terror had been the first calamity, the second, that which ruined the Republic, was the trial conducted against the terror. 943. 8. Demonization and hagiography in the reading of the contemporary world. From the omission of Russia's second time of troubles, to the omission of China's century of humiliation. Starting with the Cold War in particular, for decades the West's anti-communist campaign had centered on the demonization of Stalin. Up until the Soviet Union's overthrow, there weren't such exaggerated polemics against Mao, nor even against Pol Pot, who was supported until the end by Washington against the Vietnamese and their Soviet protectors. Hitler had only one monstrous twin, and he had ruled in Moscow for 30 years and continued to loom over the country that had dared to challenge the US's hegemony. This portrait could only change with China's prodigious rise. Now the great Asian country must be persecuted until it loses its identity and self-esteem. In addition to Stalin, the ruling ideologues are also determined to identify Hitler's other monstrous twins. Thus, there is one book, which achieved great international success, that classifies Mao Zedong as the greatest criminal of the 20th century, or maybe of all time. 944. The investigative methods are those we've already encountered. They start from the monster's childhood instead of China's history. It's necessary to fill that gap, then. With a long history behind it, China had for centuries and millennia been in a prominent position in the development of human civilization. As late as 1820 it had a gross domestic product of 32.4% of world GDP. However, in 1949, at the time of modern China's foundation, the People's Republic of China was the poorest, or among the poorest, countries in the world. 945. The colonialist and imperialist aggression that began with the Opium Wars caused this drastic fall. A period that is even emphatically celebrated by the most illustrious representatives of the liberal West. Think of Tocqueville and John Stuart Mill. Those infamous wars open a decidedly tragic chapter in the history of the great Asian country. The Chinese trade deficit caused by the victory of the British narco-traffickers, the terrible humiliation suffered. They have relations with Chinese women and they are raped by the invaders. Graves are violated in the name of scientific curiosity. A woman's tiny wrapped foot is exhumed from her grave, and the crisis represented by the country's inability to defend itself from external aggression, play a primary role in provoking the Taiping Revolt, 1851 to 1864, which made the struggle against opium the order of the day. It was the bloodiest civil war in world history, with an estimate between 20 and 30 million deaths. 946. After having contributed in a powerful way to provoking it, the West became its beneficiary, given that it could extend its control over a country gripped by an increasingly deeper crisis, making it increasingly defenseless. A historical period of a crucified China begins, during which Russia and Japan had joined the Western executioners. Indeed, as the end of the 19th century approached, China appears to become the victim of a fate against which it cannot fight. It's a universal conspiracy by men and nature. The China of 1850 to 1950, the era of the most terrible insurrections in history, the target of foreign cannons, the country of invasions and civil wars, is also the country with the greatest natural cataclysms. Without a doubt, in the history of the world the number of victims was never so elevated. The generalized and drastic reduction in living standards, the collapse of the state apparatus and government, together with its general incapacity, corruption, and growing subaltern status and subjugation to the outside world, all of this made the impact of floods and famines all the more devastating. The Great Famine in North China in 1877 to 1878, killed more than 9 million people 947. Such tragedies occurred periodically. In 1928, the number of deaths reached almost 3 million in Shaanxi province alone 948. There was no way to flee the hunger nor the cold, the wooden beams of homes were burned so that they could stay warm 949. It's not only a question of a devastating economic crisis, the state is almost destroyed. One figure is in itself significant: between 1911 and 1928, 1,300 wars between warlords had taken place, with each opposing military faction being supported at times by this or that foreign power. Moreover, the repeated civil wars between 1919 and 1925 could be considered the new Opium Wars. What's at stake is the control of their production and their transportation 950. Aside from the warlords' armed groups, proper banditry was widespread, fed by army deserters and by weapons sold by soldiers. It's calculated that by around 1930 the number of bandits in China reached 20 million, in other words, 10% of the total male population 951. In these conditions, it's not difficult to imagine the fate that awaits women. Overall, there's the dissolution of all social bonds. Sometimes the peasant sells his wife and children. The press describes columns of young women who've been sold passing through the streets, taken by traffickers in Shaanxi province, devastated by the famine of 1928. They become domestic slaves or prostitutes. In Shanghai alone there are around 50,000 regular prostitutes. And both banditry and prostitution can count on the support or the complicity of Western concessions, toward which they constitute profitable activities 952. The lives of the Chinese are worth very little, and the oppressed tend to share that point of view with their oppressors. In 1948, in attempting to halt the Japanese invasion, Chiang Kai-shek's Air Force bombed the Yellow River's dikes, 900,000 peasants drowned with another 4 million forced to flee. 953 Nearly 15 years earlier, Sun Yat-sen had expressed his fear that the extinction of the nation and the annihilation of our race could come to pass. Yes, maybe the Chinese had expected to suffer the fate inflicted on the Redskins on the American continent. 954. That tragic history behind the revolution vanishes in the historiography and propaganda that encompasses the negative cult of heroes. While in their reading of Russian history they pursue the repression of the second time of troubles, for the great Asian country they skip over the century of humiliation, the period that stretches from the First Opium War to the seizure of power by the Communists. Just as in Russia, in China it's ultimately the revolution led by the Communist Party that saves the nation and even the state. In the biography of Mao Zedong earlier cited, not only do they ignore the historical background briefly restated here, but they blame the Chinese communist leader for most of the horrors caused by the starvation and famines that affected China. A rigorous silence is maintained with regard to the embargo imposed on that great Asia country after the communists came to power. On that last point, it's worthwhile to consult a book by an American author that sympathetically describes the primary role played by a Cold War policy of siege and economic strangulated carried out by Washington at the expense of the People's Republic of China. In October of 1949, China finds itself in a desperate situation. It's necessary to note, however, that the Civil War hadn't completely ended. The bulk of the Kuomintang army had taken shelter in Taiwan, and from there they continued to threaten the new state with air attacks and incursions, on top of the isolated spots of resistance that continued to operate on the continent. But that's not the principal aspect. After decades of civil wars and foreign invasions, the national economy was on the brink of total collapse. The fall in agricultural and industrial production was followed by inflation. And that's not all. In those years, great floods had devastated a large part of the nation, and more than 40 million people had been affected by that natural calamity. 955. The embargo quickly decreed by the United States makes this extremely serious economic and humanitarian crisis more catastrophic than ever. The objectives of the United States clearly emerge in the studies and plans by the Truman administration, and the admissions or declarations by its leaders make it so that China suffers a plague and a standard of living at or below the level of subsistence, provoke economic backwardness, cultural backwardness, a primitive and uncontrolled birth rate, mass disorder, inflict a heavy and very prolonged cost on its internal social structure, and ultimately create a situation of chaos. 956. It's a concept that's obsessively repeated. It's necessary to reduce a country to desperate necessity, to a situation of economic catastrophe, to disaster and collapse. 957. This economic weapon pointed at an overpopulated country is lethal, but for the CIA it's not enough. The situation that was caused by the measures of economic warfare and by the naval blockade could be made even worse with a naval and aerial bombing campaign against selected ports, railways, industrial structures and storage sites. With U.S. assistance, the Kuomintang bombing campaigns continued against industrial cities on continental China, including Shanghai. 958. One president after another takes office in the White House, but the embargo remains and expands to medicine, tractors, and fertilizers. 959. At the start of the 1960s, an advisor in the Kennedy administration, namely Walt W. Rostow, observes that, thanks to this policy, the economic development of China was delayed by at least decades, while CIA reports highlight Communist China's grave agricultural situation, now seriously weakened by overwork and malnutrition. 960. Is it a question, then, of reducing the pressure on a people reduced to a state of hunger? On the contrary, it's important not to loosen the embargo, not even for humanitarian relief. Taking advantage of the fact that China doesn't have key natural resources, particularly oil and fertile land, and also exploiting the serious crisis occurring at the time between China and the USSR, they could try to land the definitive blow, explore the possibilities of a total Western embargo against China, and block as much as possible the sale of oil and grain. 961. Does it make sense, then, to exclusively assign Mao blame for the economic catastrophe that for a long time struck China and was intentionally and ruthlessly planned by Washington beginning in October of 1949? Committed as they are in making a caricature out of Mao and denouncing his crazy experiments, the authors of that successful monograph don't ask that question. However, while they imposed their embargo, the leaders of the United States were well aware of the fact that it would be even more devastating due to communist inexperience when it comes to the urban economy. 962. It's no coincidence that we've seen them speak explicitly of economic warfare and an economic weapon. It's a practice that doesn't even disappear after the end of the Cold War. A few years before China's entry into the World Trade Organization, an American journalist in 1996 describes Washington's behavior as follows: the American leaders unsheathed one of the heaviest weapons in their commercial arsenal, openly pointed at China, to then menacingly discuss whether or not to pull the trigger. Once put into action, their threatened cancellation of normal commercial relations would have constituted, in dollar terms, the biggest commercial sanctions in the history of the U.S., excluding the two world wars. It would have been the commercial equivalent to a nuclear attack. 963. That was also the opinion of a prominent American politician, namely Edward Luttwak. Metaphorically, one could state that the blocking of Chinese imports is the nuclear weapon that America has pointed at China. 964. Brandished as a threat in the 1990s, the economic nuclear weapon was systematically deployed during the Cold War against the great Asian country, while Washington openly and repeatedly reserved the right to use actual nuclear weapons. Upon seizing power, Mao is very well aware that a very difficult task of economic reconstruction awaits him, Yes, it's necessary to undertake work in the industrial and economic fields and learn from every expert, whoever it may be. 965. In that context, the Great Leap Forward appears to be a desperate and catastrophic attempt at confronting the embargo. 966. This is true in part for the Cultural Revolution itself, characterized as well by the illusion of political power promoting a rapid economic development, appealing to the mobilization of the masses and to methods successfully used in the armed struggle. All of this is always in the hope of putting an end, once and for all, to the devastation of the economic war, behind which lurked the threat of an even more total war. With respect to Mao's behavior as an Oriental despot, especially during the Cultural Revolution, both the history of China as well as the ideology and personality of the man who exercises power help to explain it. The fact is that never has a country democratized while it was savagely attacked economically, isolated diplomatically, and subjected to a terrible and constant military threat. The situation being as it is, it's all the more grotesque to exclusively blame Mao for more than 70 million peacetime deaths due to his inability to govern. 967. In reality, the social conquests of the Mao era are extraordinary, conquests that achieved a clear improvement in economic, social, and cultural conditions, and a big increase in the Chinese people's life expectancy. Without that basis, one can't understand the prodigious economic development that later freed hundreds of millions of people from hunger and even starvation. 968. But in the ruling ideology, one witnesses a true inversion of responsibilities. The political leadership that put an end to the century of humiliation becomes a gang of criminals, while those responsible for the immense century-long tragedy, and those that with their embargo did everything to prolong it, become the champions of freedom and civilization. We saw Goebbels in 1929 label Trotsky as possibly the man who could be considered the greatest criminal of all time, Supra, ch. 5:15. In the years that followed, maybe Goebbels had made Stalin the number one criminal. In any case, the argument by the Third Reich's chief of propaganda and manipulation must have seemed too flawed for the authors of the Mao biography acclaimed in the West. They have no doubts. The title of number one criminal in universal history now belongs to the Chinese leader. The omission of war and the production of a series of monstrous twins to Hitler. The omission of history, and especially the history of colonialism and war, is a constant in the mythology determined to transform all communist and anti-colonialist leaders into Hitler's twin monsters, more or less. This is quite an easy task with Pol Pot. And it's therefore worthwhile to dwell on him, certainly not to rehabilitate him or to reconsider the dimension of the horrors for which he became responsible, but with the aim of better clarifying the ways with which the dominant mythology today is constructed. In doing this, I will make almost exclusive use of a book by an American scholar on Asia and a monograph about Cambodia written by a journalist who worked for The Times, The Economist, and the BBC. We therefore start by asking one question: when and how did the tragedy that culminated in the horrors of the Pol Pot regime start? Here's an initial answer, offered by the American scholar. At the start of the 1970s, President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger ordered a bombing campaign against rural Cambodia that included more bombs than had been dropped on Japan during World War II, killing at least 750,000 Cambodians. 969. The figure that appears in the monograph on Pol Pot's Cambodia is more cautious. The number of victims reached 500,000. However, it's evident that the bombs fell en masse, and especially on the civilian population, which was decimated, with the survivors' bodies often horrendously wounded, and at any rate traumatized by the daily experience of the terror bombings and by the escape from the countryside, reduced to a lunar landscape, to the cities in the hands of government troops, and therefore spared of the inferno, but increasingly subjected to the chaos that following the growing influx of refugees, forced to endure a precarious existence on the brink of starvation. By the end of the war, in the capital alone there were 2 million displaced people, and they were housed in shacks and slums, with the sick and injured housed in hospitals, but with little hope for survival. 970. To all of this it must be added the large-scale massacres carried out by the troops led by Lon Nol, who comes to power in 1970 with a coup d'état engineered by Washington. Here's how the regime backed by the US, supported with hundreds of millions of dollars, confronts the problem represented by ethnic minorities. In the Vietnamese villages to the north of Phnom Penh, at least 3,000 residents, all males above the age of 15, were rounded up and taken to the river bank and then shot dead. The women that remained were raped. Or, in the region called Parrot's Beak, the Vietnamese prisoners in the camp were warned of an imminent Viet Cong attack and were given the order to flee. While they ran, the Cambodian guards allies or in service to the US opened fire with their machine guns. Those are only two examples. Authoritative journalists recall their impression at having visited places similar to the one we just saw. It looked like a slaughterhouse, and it had the smell of a slaughterhouse. 971. Let it be clear, the fury of Lon Nol's troops didn't just target the Vietnamese, the communists taken prisoner were often eliminated. Moreover, those responsible for those deaths enjoyed being photographed while they showed off, proud and smiling, the severed heads of guerrillas. 972. On the other hand, it would wrong to exclusively blame Asians for the atrocities that took place in Cambodia, and more generally in Indochina. Consider the story by an American teacher, told in American magazine, about a CIA agent who lived in Laos in a house decorated with a collection of ears pulled from the heads of dead Indochinese communists. 973. At this point a new question must be asked. Is there a connection between the first act of the Cambodian tragedy and the ones that follow? In attempting to minimize that relationship, the book that I cited is not without contradictions and oscillations. It's possible that the bombing campaigns had contributed to an atmosphere that would lead to extremism. But the ground war would have caused that, in any case. Was the ground war inevitable? Shouldn't we start with the war itself? The equation no Vietnam War, no Khmer Rouge is too simplistic, but it reflects an undeniable truth. 974. The British journalist has trouble admitting, despite his inconvenient logic, that those primarily responsible for the tragedy have to be sought out in Washington. And from his reporting emerges a truth that's inconvenient to the simplifications that are commonplace today. Here's how the monograph on Cambodia reports the conquest of Phnom Penh by the guerrillas. After all that had happened, it could have been much, much worse. 975. At least with regard to the very first phase of holding power, there's a moderation in Pol Pot that could hardly be found in Washington's leaders. On the other hand, the new rulers were facing real and dramatic difficulties. Will the US begin a new round of terror bombing? And how to feed an urban population that had grown too much, with agriculture devastated by the transformation of the countryside into a lunar landscape? And how to face the CIA threat which in the cities had installed secret radio transmitters and clandestine spy cells. 976. Certainly, Pol Pot's extremist and messianic populism was also behind the decision to evacuate the cities, but that very behavior is driven by the sight of terribly overcrowded cities, exposed to the enemy threat and surrounded by chaos, with a large part of the population unable to play any productive role. To conclude, why should the moral judgment on Pol Pot be more severe than the one on Nixon and Kissinger, those responsible for the war? The same British author I've repeatedly cited, while on the one hand he rejects the intentionalist explanation for the massacres to which Pol Pot's adventure led, that was never the political line of the KCP, that is the Cambodian Communist Party, the objective wasn't to destroy, but to transform. On the other hand, he observes regarding the ferocity of the American war, the bombing campaigns had turned into a symbol of virility. 977. It must be added that, after seizing power, and during the war with Vietnam that follows, Pol Pot is supported politically and diplomatically by the US. However, ruling class ideology remains silent on the crucial and decisive role by Nixon and Kissinger in the Cambodian tragedy. It's well known that the barbarians are always outside the West. If political leaders must be criminalized, it's those responsible for the revolution, never those responsible for the war. That hypocrisy is even more repugnant for the fact that, While the torture and killing by Pol Pot comes to an end, the full weight of the American war and all its impacts continue to be felt. Throughout Indochina there's people dying of hunger, disease, and unexploded projectiles. 978. At least with respect to Vietnam, it's necessary to have in mind the figure reached a while ago by a conservative French paper according to which, 30 years after the end of hostilities, there were still 4 million victims disfigured by the terrible Agent Orange, referring to the color of the dioxin endlessly dumped by American planes on an entire people. 979. And in Cambodia? Let's put aside the devastating physical injuries. How many Cambodians still suffer from the devastating and irreversible psychological damage caused by the bombing campaign? 981. Conclusion is unavoidable. To concentrate exclusively on Pol Pot means being satisfied with a half-truth, which in reality ends up constituting a complete lie, guilty of remaining silent on those principally responsible for the horrors. Socialism and Nazism, Aryans, and Anglo-Celtics. After having assimilated the monsters of totalitarianism, the ruling ideology of today goes further. Aside from the individual personalities that have historically embodied it, communism as such would be closely linked, by elective affinities and by sympathetic ties, to Nazism. Conquest is the one most committed to that approach. He begins its demonstration by affirming with respect to Hitler, although he hated Jewish communism, he didn't hate communists. 981. The hostilities between the two political movements is only an illusion. What to say about this new thesis? Soon after coming to power, the Führer explains to the leadership of the armed forces that he first intends to liquidate the poison represented by pacifism, Marxism, and Bolshevism. 982. A few days later, Göring further clarifies the new government's combative program against Marxism and Bolshevism. Not only will we annihilate this pest, we will rip out the word Marxism from every book. In 50 years no man in Germany will know what that word means. 983. On the eve of Operation Barbarossa, Goebbels notes in his diary, Bolshevism is dead, ist Joasen. Thus we will achieve before history our true task. The Bolshevik poison must be expelled from Europe. Against that enterprise Churchill himself and Roosevelt have no reason to object. Maybe we'll even convince the episcopate of both German denominations to bless this war as desired by God. Now we will truly annihilate that which we have fought against for all our lives. I spoke about this with the Führer, and he is in complete agreement with me. 984. It's not just a matter of words, as demonstrated by the systematic annihilation of Communist Party members, ordered by Hitler on the eve of Operation Barbarossa. There's more. By the end of 1941, the Germans had captured 3 million Soviet prisoners. In February of 1942, 2 million of these prisoners were dead, the majority from starvation, disease, and mistreatment. On top of that, the Germans immediately executed prisoners suspected of being communists. 985. That means that in the very first months of Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis had killed more than 2 million Soviets, with the communists as their first target. And that's not all. While he is forced to hide to escape the final solution, Klemperer, the prominent German intellectual of Jewish origin that we already came across, writes a diary entry that's worth reflecting on. It's August of 1942 and Zeiss Icon makes use of the forced labor by Polish, French, Danish, Jewish, and Russian workers. The conditions of the latter are particularly tough, they so desperately suffer from hunger that Jewish comrades come to their aid. That was prohibited, but they drop a slice of bread. Soon after the Russian bends down and then runs off to the bathroom with the slice of bread. 986. Therefore, going off that account, the conditions of Russian, or Soviet, slaves was, at times, even worse than those of the Jewish slaves. In his peremptory statements, conquest won't stop halfway. It's a matter of proving the theory of the elective affinities between communism and Nazism well beyond Stalin's personality and the borders of the Soviet Union. Therefore, the long and mutual hostility between the totalitarian parties is entirely superficial. The reality is quite the opposite. Gramsci, for example, was one of Mussolini's most intimate companions 987. And yet, all should know that, while the communist leader languished in fascist prisons, his tormentor received the praise of the leading representatives of the liberal world. Let's consider Churchill in particular, who in speaking of the Duce in 1933, declares, "The brilliant Roman personified by Mussolini, the greatest living legislator, showed many nations how to resist the pressures of socialism and showed the path that a nation can follow when it's courageously led." 988. 4 years later, while Italy had barbarically carried out its conquest of Ethiopia and is deeply invested in the overthrow of the Spanish Republic, the British statesman repeats his statement, "It would be an act of dangerous madness for the British people to underestimate the long-lasting position Mussolini will occupy in world history and the admirable qualities of courage, intelligence, self-control, and perseverance that he personifies." 989. It's especially worthwhile to read the evaluation made by Croce at the end of World War II. The target of his criticism is the submissive attitude by the British conservatives toward the leaders of Germany, Italy, and Spain. 990. Moreover, at least with respect to Italian fascism, Britain went further. Its politicians, including some of its greatest, paid homage to and flirted with fascism and visited their leader, and some of them were decorated with fascist insignia. 991. Yes, Mussolini received tributes from all over the world, with British politicians at the front of the line, and, at least judging by what was said to me by people living in England, he is still considered a great man by British public opinion. 992. The pro-fascist position by the West even finds its consecration in the philosophical field. Let's consider an author like Ludwig von Mises, who is still today labeled as the master of liberalism, and who in 1927 praised the coup d'état by Mussolini that had stopped the communist threat and saved civilization. The resulting merit achieved by fascism will live on forever in history. 993. In 1937, even Hitler is painted in flattering terms by Churchill, who appreciates him not only as an extremely competent politician, but also his gallant manner, his disarming smile, and his subtle personal magnetism that is difficult to escape. 994. More emphatic is former Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who speaks of the Führer as a great man, at a time when the start of the war is not far off, and the challenge announced in Mein Kampf, the subjugation and enslavement of the Slavs, is still considered acceptable to the British ambassador in Berlin, so long as it isn't at the same time turned against the British Empire. 995. At any rate, regardless of any opinion on the Führer, according to the opinion expressed in 1938 by the American ambassador in Paris, everything must be done to build a common front against Asiatic despotism, with the goal of saving European civilization. Supra, ch. 5, 3. In his prison notebooks, Gramsci in 1935 instead writes, "After the demonstrations of brutality and unprecedented ignominy of German culture dominated by Nazism, it's time for everyone to make note of how fragile modern culture really is." 996. Finally, in completing his crusade that, aside from communism, also targets political currents in some way influenced by socialism, Conquest affirms, eugenics, with all its racist implications, was also popular among the Fabians. 997. It's at this time that the tour de force reaches its conclusion. Now any vague reformist ambitions toward existing capitalist society is enough to get labeled as Hitler's associate or twin. Naturally, to make such an argument one can't be hindered by empirical historical research. As a term, and even as a science, eugenics is born in liberal Britain and immediately experienced great popularity in the United States. The Austrian and German authors who, before even Hitler, recommended racial hygiene take the American Republic as their reference. Similar to what was happening on the other side of the Atlantic, they tried to introduce norms in Austria and Germany that prohibited sexual relations and marriage between different and unequal races. It's not by chance that the key term of the Third Reich's eugenic and racial program, Untermensch, is just a translation of the American term Underman, a definition coined by Lothrop Stoddard, an author celebrated both in the US and in Germany and legitimized by the praise of two American presidents, Harding and Hoover, as well as by the Third Reich's Führer, and who was personally received with the highest honors. 998. It's worthwhile to note that the person who criticizes that line of thinking, committed to celebrating white and Nordic supremacy and its application to eugenics, is Antonio Gramsci, the communist leader and theorist targeted by conquest. 999. To that author, obsessed with discovering ideological affinities to Nazis in the most remote places and in the most overlooked movements and individuals, I want to make a suggestion. He could try to submit his books to the same treatment he gives to the books of even the vaguest socialist orientation. Consider the thesis formulated in one of Conquest's last published works: true civilization finds its most complete expression in the English-speaking community, and the primacy of that community has a precise ethnic basis, constituted by Anglo-Celtics. 1000. The Anglo-Celtic mythology traced here recalls the terrible memory of Aryan mythology. There's only one detail to add. Aryan mythology, cherished by a long tradition that developed on both sides of the Atlantic and later led to Nazism, tended to identify itself with white mythology. In any case, it paid tribute to the Nordic nations and all nations that had their origin on German soil, therefore including the British and the Americans. The Anglo-Celtic community, however, is not only defined in total opposition to those foreign to the West, but also to those on the European continent. The club of truly civilized nations dear to conquest is, without a doubt, more exclusive. The anti-communist Nuremberg and the denial of the principle of tu quoque. By now the trend is now clear. On the side of the victors there are no small number of voices being raised that recommend or demand a type of anti-communist Nuremberg, and that's the orientation that inspires the ruling ideology and historiography. It's known that during the Nuremberg trials the Nazi defendants were denied the principle of tu quoque, in other words, that based on the charges being contended they could call attention to similar crimes committed by their accusers. The Tokyo trials play out in a similar way. It's the justice of the victor, of course. Moreover, at the conclusion of the gigantic conflict, that had also played out as an international civil war and as a planetary clash between revolution and counter-revolution, think of the Nazis' theorization of the master race's right to enslave the inferior races, with a frightening and substantial leap backwards in relation to the process of the abolition of colonial slavery. We see revolutionary tribunals emerge in a number of countries, think of Italy, that in the case of Germany and Japan, where the internal front held out until the end, are imposed from above and from outside. The current historical trials of the anti-communist Nuremberg are a farcical replica of a great tragedy. It's evident that a historical judgment is unthinkable without the reconstruction of the time's atmosphere. Comparisons and the recourse to the principle of tu quoque are absolutely inevitable. It's with that criteria that I intend to analyze the usual criminalization of the events initiated with the October Revolution and Stalin in particular. There are no doubts about the terroristic methods of power exercised by him. But let's make use of the principle of tu quoque. We now know about the hundreds of thousands of victims caused by the American bombing campaign against Cambodia. Here I intend to call attention to one detail in particular. The peasants became captive to a blind terror. Their minds were paralyzed and they wandered around silently, without speaking for 3 or 4 days, a young village resident recalled. Their brains were completely disoriented, they couldn't even have a meal. And many, driven partly mad by the terror, were never able to become themselves again. 1001. The terror isn't always exercised at a safe distance, bombarding from high above in the sky. With regard to the US, at the start of the 20th century a guerrilla war is still underway in the Philippines, and it was repressed. An American historian reports with the massacre of entire villages, or with the execution of all males over the age of 10. 1002. Other times, the terror is carried out by delegating the dirtiest tasks to third parties, who are always aided in that task. Let's see how the US got rid of its political opponents in Indonesia. Hundreds of thousands of communists were killed after the 1965 coup d'état, orchestrated and supported by Washington. The recourse to terror and even sadism is systematic. The mass killings began in October of 1965. The army had made and distributed lists of communists to right-wing Muslim groups, armed with parangs and transported by truck to villages where they killed and mutilated the inhabitants. School children were encouraged to identify communists, many of whom were killed on the spot, along with their entire family. Many people were denounced over personal disputes, and a word or a finger pointed at someone was enough for them to be taken outside and shot dead. The number of victims was so elevated that it caused serious health problems in the east of Java and the north of Sumatra, where the smell of rotting corpses filled the air and the bodies obstructed navigation on the rivers. In 1968 they ordered mass executions, and at once the army and the civil guard killed in the center of Java 3,500 supporters of the PKI, beating them on the head with iron bars. According to Amnesty International, boys less than 13 years old, the elderly, the injured and sick, weren't exempt from torture, used not only in interrogations, but also as punishment or out of mere sadism. 1003. Is the terror by the liberal West only practiced outside their national borders? No, it is not. One just needs to think of the violence that, in the first decades of the 20th century, is still carried out against blacks, and that is often organized as a mass pedagogical spectacle. News about lynchings was published in local newspapers, and they added additional wagons to trains to transport spectators, at times thousands of them, coming from locations miles away. To allow them to attend the lynching, school children could have the day off. The spectacle could include castration, skinning, immolation, and gunshots. The souvenirs that could be taken include fingers, toes, teeth, bones, and even the victim's genitals, as well as illustrated postcards of the event. 1004. Moreover, the final solution to our Indian question drags on in Canada even after achieving its independence. But let's concentrate on the 1930s, the decade when we see Stalin's terror unfold in the USSR. In the US, the headlines and stories in the local newspapers are in themselves revealing. Big preparations for tonight's lynching. Not a single detail should be neglected. They fear that shots fired against the Negro may miss its target and strike innocent spectators, including women carrying their children, but if everyone sticks to the rules, no one will be disappointed. Let's look at other headlines. The lynching was more or less carried out as advertised. The crowd applauded and laughed at the Negro's horrible death. 1005. It's correct to speak of terror, and not just in consideration of the effects that such a cruel, happily announced and advertised spectacle had on the black community. There's more. It wasn't just black men accused of rape or in the majority cases consensual relations with a white woman who were lynched. Much more minor offenses were enough to be sentenced to death. The Atlanta Constitution of July 11, 1934, reported the execution of a 25-year-old black man accused of having written an indecent and insulting letter to a young white woman in Hinds County. In this case, the crowd of armed citizens were satisfied at firing rounds of gunshots at the body of the unfortunate soul. 1006. Moreover, besides striking the guilty, death, more or less inflicted in a sadistic way, also loomed over mere suspects. Let's continue to examine the newspapers from that time and read the headlines: declared innocent by the jury, then lynched, suspect hung from oak tree in Bastrop's public square, the wrong man lynched. 1007. Lastly, the violence isn't limited to the culprit or the suspected culprit. It has happened that, before carrying out a man's lynching, the cabin where his family lived was set on fire and completely burned. 1008. In addition to blacks, the terror also strikes at whites who, in becoming excessively close to blacks, become traitors to their race. It's what emerges in the title of an article in the Galveston Tribune on July 21, 1934, "A white girl is put in prison and her black friend is lynched." The fact is that an editorial in the Chicago Defender comments a few days later, "A white woman can more freely pair up with a dog than with a black man." 1009. And if she doesn't take that into account, the terroristic regime of white supremacy lashes out at her twice over, depriving her of her personal freedom and attacking her loved ones. Therefore, terror also strikes at citizens, blacks and whites, who don't carry out any political activity, but are considered guilty for having a private life contrary to societal norms. Betrayal in relation to the white race can take on even more serious forms. Communists are called nigger lovers for taking part in a campaign against the practice of lynching, and are therefore targeted by the terror wielded by the regime of white supremacy and forced to face the possibility of prison, beatings, kidnapping and even murder. 1010. Once again, the stories from the newspapers of the time are revealing, fear of communism cited as the cause of lynchings. 1011. Let's return to Stalin's USSR. There's no doubt that, especially starting with the forced collectivization of agriculture, the concentrationary universe, that had already begun taking form soon after the October Revolution, experienced a ghastly expansion. But let's also apply the principle of tu quoque in this case. Skipping over the concentrationary universe, that we already came across, enforced in the US South at around the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, let's instead see what happens around the middle of the 20th century. Between 1952 and 1959 the Mau Mau revolt breaks out in Kenya. Here's how the London government maintains order in its colony. In the Kamatai concentration camp, the women were whipped, starved, and subjected to hard labor that included filling mass graves with the bodies arriving from other concentration camps. Many of them gave birth in Kamatai, but the mortality rate among the children was overwhelming. The women buried their children 6 at a time. 1012. Also, with regard to genocidal practices, the principle of tu quoque still applies for that accusation. I don't know if it's possible to define the massacre of communists in Indonesia, promoted or encouraged by the CIA, as the second biggest Holocaust of the 20th century. In any case, it's a massacre carried out without the industrial efficiency of the Nazis, and therefore with an added level of sadism. At any rate, it should be to everyone's knowledge that, even after the end of the Third Reich, the liberal West's interventions in its colonies and semi-colonies not only led to the establishment of ferocious dictatorships, it also aided in the realization of acts of genocide. The Truth Commission in Guatemala stresses this, referring to the fate suffered by the Maya, guilty of having sympathized with the opponents to the regime supported by Washington. 1013. Finally, we saw how the Jacobins are horrible cannibals in the eyes of the Thermidorian bourgeoisie. Later, however, it will be the descendants of that bourgeoisie who will endure the Paris Commune's denouncement of the cannibalistic acts by the Versailles bandits. 1014. Regarding the 20th century, while the Civil War rages on, the Bolsheviks call for the struggle against bourgeois cannibalism. 1015. Later, as we are well aware, it was Stalin himself who classified antisemitism as an expression of cannibalism. Nowadays, however, they take the tragedy and horrors of Nautino Island, where real cases of cannibalism took place, to reduce the events that began with the October Revolution to pure barbarism and to denounce red cannibalism. 1016. In truth, episodes of cannibalism had previously occurred. In 1921, the gravity of the famine reaches the point of provoking cases of anthropophagy. 1017. A year later, the liberal Italian philosopher Guido de Ruggiero observes, "The Entente's blockade, that sought to annihilate Bolshevism, instead killed Russian men, women, and children. Could the poor going hungry compete in democratic elegance with those from the Entente causing the hunger? As was natural, they rallied around their own government and identified its enemies as their own." 1018. As you can see, the liberal philosopher blames the Entente more than Soviet rule. Witnessed cases of anthropophagy also occur in certain parts of China in 1928, 1019 cases that could hardly be blamed on the communists, who will seize power more than 20 years later. They will eventually blame the West, starting with the Opium Wars, of having sent that great Asian country into the abyss. But let's return to the 1930s, yet relocating from Stalin's Soviet Union to Franklin D. Roosevelt's United States. Here's how a fiendish crowd furiously attacks a black man. The first thing they did was cut off his penis and forced him to eat it. Later they cut off his testicles and forced him to eat them and say that he enjoyed it. Next, they used knives to cut off strips of skin from his torso and stomach, and anyone, one by one, could rip off fingers or toes from his hands or feet. Red-hot iron was used to burn the Negro from top to bottom. From time to time a rope was tied around Neil's neck and they removed the stand from under him, until he almost died, strangulated, but then the torture resumed, starting over from the beginning. After various hours of that punishment they decided to kill him. Neil's body was tied to the back of a car and dragged through the street all the way to Kennedy's house. There, a crowd of between 3,000 and 7,000 people, coming from various southern states, excitedly awaited his arrival. The entertainment around the body continues for a long time and concludes with the sale of photographs, 50 cents each, 10-20, but we'll stop there. It's clear that the application of the principle of tu quoque has led us to discover in F.D. Roosevelt's United States a case, not of cannibalism provoked by general scarcity, disorder, and hunger, but rather self-inflicted cannibalism, forced and organized as a mass spectacle in a society otherwise enjoying a high standard of living. In conclusion, the usual comparison of the communist movement on one side, and the liberal West on the other, makes abstraction, regarding the latter, of the fate reserved to the colonial peoples or people of colonial origin, and the measures approved in situations of more or less acute crisis. The comparison of the two heterogeneous set of measures ends up being Manichaean, one world exclusively analyzed by its sacred spaces and its periods of normality is triumphantly counterposed to a world that, having challenged the barrier that separates the sacred space from the profane space, the civilized and the barbarians, is forced to confront a prolonged state of emergency and the irreducible hostility from the guardians of that exclusive sacred space. Demonization and hagiography, the example of the greatest modern living historian. According to Conquest, the catastrophe of the 20th century begins, in fact, with the emergence of the manifesto of the Communist Party within the West's civil and democratic order. The ideas expressed by Marx and Engels caused significant problems in the world for more than 5 generations. 1021. Let's look, then, at the world situation of 1848, the year of the manifesto's fatal publication. Let's begin with Great Britain, which for Conquest is one of the two centers for the exclusive and superior Anglo-Celtic community, and therefore true civilization. And yet, around the middle of the 19th century, according to Tocqueville, the industrial area of Manchester and the working-class neighborhoods look like an infected labyrinth, and hell itself, the miserable slums, are the last refuge that man can find between misery and death. Nevertheless, the unfortunate souls who live in those hovels draw the jealousy of some of their peers. Let's now move on to the workhouses, again turning to the French liberal. They are the site of the most horrendous and repugnant misery. On one side those unable to work or who await their death, on the other women and children were crammed together like pigs in the mud of their pigsty. It's hard to avoid stepping on a half-naked body. In France, the popular classes don't accept these conditions. Here's how Tocqueville called for the revolt of June 1848 to be confronted: anyone who is caught in a defense stance must be shot dead on the spot. Yet one can't be satisfied with palliatives. It's necessary to liquidate once and for all the centers of subversion, eliminating not just the mountain of Jacobin inspiration, but all its surrounding hills. One must not hesitate at all in taking a heroic remedy. Around the middle of the 19th century, Ireland is an integral part of Great Britain. There we see the Proto-Eichmann condemn hundreds of thousands of people to death by starvation. In the United Kingdom's other colonies, the situation is no better. In 1835, the Viceroy of India informs London about the consequences from the destruction of the local textile artisanry, wiped out by British industry. It's a state of misery that can hardly find precedence in the history of commerce. The bones of textile workers whiten the plains of India. The tragedy doesn't stop there. 2 years later, a famine takes place that is so terrible that another British source, completely committed to celebrating the glory of the empire, candidly remarks the British residents are forced to cancel their usual evening walks due to the awful smell of bodies, too numerous to be buried. There doesn't appear to be any improved prospects for evening walks. The successive outbreaks of cholera and smallpox decimated a part of the population that had survived the famine 1022. The slaughter isn't just the result of objective economic processes. In New Zealand, the Times observes, in 1864 the settlers, strengthened by the support from the London government, carried out the extermination of the natives. And now we'll see what happens in the other center of the Anglo-Celtic community and true civilization. While in Europe the manifesto of the Communist Party ruinously emerges, slavery is in full bloom in the United States, which had just earlier reintroduced it in Texas, taken from Mexico by force of arms, and that had previously declared, under Jefferson, its goal of reducing the people of Haiti to starvation, guilty for having broken the bonds of slavery. In the United States, the tragedy suffered by the Native Americans is added to the tragedy suffered by black people. Regarding the Native Americans, we will cite just one episode, summarized as follows by an American historian: the degradation and annihilation of California's Native Americans is one of the most shameful pages in United States history, an indelible stain to the honor and intelligence of the United States. It wasn't a war, but a type of public sport. In relation to the colonial peoples or the people of colonial origin, the brutality of Western civil and democratic order is not only put into practice, but also explicitly theorized by authors embraced as part of the liberal pantheon without any issues. Tocqueville invites his fellow patriots to not allow themselves to be hindered by residual moral scruples and to accept reality, to complete the conquest of Algeria, which in no way can be renounced. It's inevitable that crops will be burned, silos will be emptied, and finally we will overpower unarmed men, women, and children. Yet, it's necessary to go further, as is revealed by a terrible slogan: destroy everything that resembles a permanent concentration of people, in other words, a city. Don't allow any city to survive or emerge in the regions controlled by Abdelkader, the resistance leader. Point 1023. The flattering depiction that conquest traces of the world before the publication of the Manifesto of the Communist Party can be compared to a similar one that is traced of slave society by a critic of abolitionism at the start of the 19th century. Protected against the adversities of life, surrounded by comforts unknown to most European countries, secure in the enjoyment of their property, indeed, they had property and it was sacred, treated in illness with expenses and attention that you will search for in vain in those celebrated hospitals in England, protected and respected during the pains of old age, with their children and their families in peace, relieved once they had performed important services. This was the true, unembellished picture of how our Negroes were administered. The most sincere affection linked the master to his slave. We slept soundly among these men, that had become our sons, and many of us didn't keep locks or bolts on our doors. Point 1024. Conquest, the Cold War veteran, is celebrated, however, as the greatest living modern historian, although it's yet another court historian who expresses that opinion. Point 1025. It's obvious, the reductio ad Hitlerum of the events that began with the October Revolution, and especially with the figure who for more time than any other led the Soviet Union, is only the flip side to the insipid hagiography of the world before 1917, and even the world before the publication of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Abolitionist revolutions and the demonization of the anti-whites and the barbarians. The comparative approach can once again help clarify the underlying logic of these ideological processes. There are three great revolutionary movements that, in different ways, had radically challenged the slavery or semi-slavery of the colonial regime, and the racist regime of white supremacy that existed at both the national and international level. We must first consider the Great Revolution by black slaves that broke out in Saint-Domingue in the wake of the French Revolution. Led by Toussaint Louverture, the black Jacobin, that revolution leads to Saint-Domingue Haiti's declaration of independence, the first country in the Americas to shake off the institution of slavery. The second great revolutionary movement is that which in the United States, following abolitionist agitation and the American Civil War, leads to the establishment of a multiracial society for a brief period of time, the years of Reconstruction, within which the newly freed blacks enjoy not only full civil rights, but also political rights. Lastly, we must reference the October Revolution that calls upon the colonial slaves to break their chains, and that powerfully encourages those that until then were considered the inferior races in the struggle for decolonization and emancipation. All of these three great movements suffered, and still in part suffer, summary liquidation or their confinement to the darkness or shadows of history. Let's take the revolution led by Toussaint Louverture. In the first decades of the 19th century, those who are sympathetic to it are called anti-white and murderers. 1026. Regarding Saint-Domingue, Tocqueville merely alludes to the bloody catastrophe that had put an end to its existence. Paradoxically, the island ceases to exist at the very moment in which it puts an end to, for the first time on the American continent, the institution of slavery. But to reconstruct the atmosphere of that time, it's perhaps necessary to specifically cite a popular novel by Heinrich von Kleist, The Betrothal in Santo Domingo, set at the start of the 19th century, when blacks killed whites and carried out a massacre of whites in the name of a disorientating, generalized revenge. The criminalization of this great revolution went unchallenged for a long time. It continued on into the start of the 20th century with Lothrop Stoddard, together with the revolution by black slaves in Saint-Domingue. The theorist of white supremacy also condemns the second and third stages represented by the anti-slavery and anti-Tsarist struggles, and naturally brands as traitors to the white race the French Jacobins, the American supporters of radical abolition and the cause of racial equality, as well as the Bolsheviks. With respect to so-called Reconstruction, one must have in mind the warning from an eminent American historian: despite its military defeat, the South won the ideological Civil War a long time ago. 1027. It would appear that, at least in this case, there should be no doubt, after centuries of slavery in the fullest sense of the word, Reconstruction is forced to make way to a regime of anti-black terror, so ferocious that it can be identified as the most tragic moment in African American history. However, let's see how Wilson summarizes that time in history. The household slaves were almost always indulgently and even warmly treated by their masters. In the wake of emancipation, Reconstruction sets in, during which majorities are formed in the South that rely on blacks. It's an incredible carnival of public crime, to which the natural and inevitable rise of the whites fortunately puts an end. 1028. A figure who went on to enter the pantheons of the United States and the West is not filled with horror at the time when the slave owner exercises absolute power over his human cattle, nor is it the time when the regime of white supremacy organizes the public spectacle of lynching and the slow martyrdom of the former slaves. Synonymous with public crime is the brief period of time that followed the American Civil War and during which there's the effort, despite everything, to take the human rights of African Americans seriously. For a time, Black Reconstruction, or Radical Reconstruction, had been considered synonymous with totalitarianism, or as the phenomenon that preceded fascism and Nazism. Imposed at the conclusion of a war that was very similar to the Total War by the Nazis, it had intended to forcefully realize the principle of equality and racial intermixing, trampling on the will of white majority and appealing to the savage population, with the consequent victory achieved through physical force by civilization over barbarism. Fortunately, the stainless and fearless knights of the Ku Klux Klan were ready to challenge or contain those horrors. The KKK was the organization that kept alive the knightly order that had for so long characterized the U.S. South. These are the themes that are promoted by a historiography that continued to make its influence felt well after the collapse of the Third Reich. 1029. Finally, the events that began in October 1917, with the appeal directed to the colonial slaves to break their chains, culminated with the arrival of Stalin's autocracy. Naturally, it's not in any way a matter of idealizing the protagonists of these three great emancipatory struggles. An eminent historian on the revolution by black slaves in Saint-Domingue argued against the contemporary legend according to which the abolition of slavery had meant the extermination of the whites. 1030. But it's undeniable that massacres took place on both sides. Nor is there doubt about the brutality, at that time unprecedented, with which the American Civil War was carried out by the North, and particularly by Sherman, who explicitly proposed striking at the civilian population and to make Georgia howl 1031, and it's no coincidence that Hitler appears to look to him as a model. Finally, the ruthless nature of the dictatorship maintained first by Lenin, and especially by Stalin later, is not up for debate. At least the Second War brought up here now appears to have been lost by the slave-owning South in the field of history as well. It is no longer politically correct to regret the end of slavery or the regime of white supremacy. In contrast, commonplace is the understanding of Stalinism, and the history of the October Revolution, as merely criminal, as well as the comparison of Stalin to Hitler, who inheriting and radicalizing the colonial tradition explicitly demanded the right of the master race to decimate and enslave the inferior races. It's a sign that the champions of colonialism still haven't lost the battle at either the political level or in the field of history. Universal history as a grotesque succession of monsters and as teratology. The movement in history condemned to damnatio memoriae is the one that more than any other radically challenged the arrogance of the master race that had ruled for centuries, from the classic colonial tradition, to the attempt by the Third Reich to radicalize it and apply it in the very heart of Europe. But there's no movement in history that can't be subjected to a similar process of criminalization. Take liberalism, for example. If we ignore the best pages written by it, the need for limitations on power, the rule of law, or its understanding of the powerful boost to the development of the productive forces and social wealth that can come from the market, competition, and individual initiative, and we concentrated exclusively on the fate suffered by the colonial peoples or those of colonial origin, for centuries subjected to enslavement, to the more or less brutal forms of forced labor and genocidal practices and even holocausts, according to the term increasingly used by historians. Even liberalism can be read in a more or less criminal perspective. In the current climate of the War on Terror, there's certainly no lack of books that, in referencing the horrific suicide attacks in Beslan, Russia in 2004, when an indiscriminate and limitless violence takes even children as targets, reconstruct the expansion of Islam as a history of a bloody and cruel conquest, that savagely rules over the defeated and only leaves behind a trail of blood. The role of Islam in the creation of the grand multi-ethnic and multicultural civilization that characterizes Spain before the Christian reconquest is hidden and forgotten, as is its radical questioning of caste society in India, and more generally of its promotion, beginning in the 19th century, of the emancipation struggle by colonial peoples. In the opposition direction, however, we can cite the publication of the monumental criminal history of Christianity, completely dedicated to denouncing the intolerance and violence inherent to its pretension of knowing the only true God. It contains an angry condemnation of the crusades of extermination, proclaimed against external infidels and internal heretics, the religious wars, the Inquisition, the witch hunts, the legitimization of the West's colonial expansion and the horrors in its wake, the support given even in the 20th century to tyrannical and bloody regimes. 1032 And again resourcefulness is combined with omission. Preaching the idea of equality between men, and as late as the 18th and 19th century feeding the abolitionist and anti-slavery movement, Christianity is an essential part in the formation of the democratic society. In his lucid hatred, Nietzsche understood this well. It was precisely for that reason that he denounces the intrinsically violent and criminal impulse that, despite its appearances, characterizes Christianity and the early Judaism of the prophets, rallying around the idea of equality and against wealth, power, and the status of masters in general. The Jewish prophets would be first among those responsible for the massacres that took place during the Peasant Wars, the Puritan Revolution, the French Revolution and the Paris Commune. A line of continuity which 19th-century antisemitism and Hitler extend to the communist movement and the Judeo-Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917. Moreover, the communist movement was quite often compared to early Christianity or to Islam. Thus, this depiction of universal history, understood as the universal history of crime, is almost complete. That sequencing of crimes not only avoids their motivations, but also the reasons for their uninterrupted duration, such that history as a whole is portrayed, as Hegel would say, as a slaughterhouse of planetary dimensions 1033 or as an immensely unfathomable mysterium iniquitatis. At this moment we can observe like Gramsci the past as such looks irrational and monstrous to us, history as a whole is portrayed as a grotesque succession of monsters, as Teratology 1034. Opposing the reduction of the events that began with October 1917 to a crime or to criminal madness, authors and figures committed in some way to defending communism's honor react, at times, by distancing themselves from the darker pages of that movement's history and branding them as the betrayal or the degeneration of the original ideas of the Bolshevik Revolution and the teachings by Lenin and Marx. Looking closely, that approach also leads to an outcome not very different from that we just finished analyzing. Are all the pages ruthlessly described in the criminal history of Christianity examples of betrayal and degeneration? How about the Reformation, and the principle of each Christian's freedom, solemnly proclaimed by Luther, and the regimes that later side with Protestantism? Following that line, Cromwell is a degenerate in relation to the original protagonists of the Puritan Revolution, and the terror by the Jacobins is a degeneration of the ideals of 1789. Is modern Islamic fundamentalism a degeneration in relation to the Quran and Muhammad's teachings? Remaining coherent to this approach, anyone can consider the liberal West's enslavement and annihilation of the colonial peoples to be a degeneration of liberalism. Therefore, the traitors would be Washington, Jefferson, Madison, all slave owners, and also Franklin, according to whom the uprooting of those savages the Native Americans has been planned by Providence, for the purposes of clearing space for the cultivators of the land. Locke should also then be classified as a traitor to liberalism, as he is generally considered the father of that line of thinking, and not only did he legitimize the expropriation, and the deportation, of the Native Americans, but he was also, as observed by an eminent scholar, David B. Davis, the last great philosopher who sought to justify absolute and perpetual slavery. Proceeding in that way, we thus transform the pantheon of the great figures of liberalism into a gallery of traitors without honor. That sort of argument is even more suspect if we consider the fact that, in the eyes of a great liberal theorist of slavery like John C. Calhoun, it's precisely the abolitionists with their Jacobinism and anti-slavery fanaticism who betray liberal ideas of tolerance and respect for property rights in all their forms. That approach isn't much more persuasive if we apply it to the history of Marxism and communism. Especially beginning with the 20th Congress of the CPSU, Stalin is the criminal traitor par excellence. But it's necessary not to forget that those very champions of de-Stalinization are accused of betrayal and revisionism by the Chinese and Albanian communist parties. In our days, the criminalization process also targets Lenin, Mao Zedong, Tito without even mentioning Pol Pot, and not even Ho Chi Minh and Castro are spared. A truly miserable outcome is reached by relying on the category of betrayal. The history of the communist movement as a crime in itself, triumphantly written by the ruling ideology, is simply rebranded by those who are unable to identify with the ruling ideology as the history of betrayal of its original ideals. Not all that different results would be reached in the reading of liberalism or Christianity if we wanted to describe their darkest chapters as the betrayal of their original ideals. To conclude, the approach criticized here commits the mistake of erasing the real and profane history, which is substituted by a history of the unfortunate and mysterious corruption and distortion of doctrines elevated a priori to the status of purity and holiness. Theory is never innocent, however. The reading of Soviet Russia's history in terms of the betrayal and degeneration of its noble original ideas is, most of the time, dismissively rejected by modern historiography, deeply committed not only to the collective criminalization of the Bolsheviks, but also in denouncing the authors that inspired the Bolsheviks as the original theorists of the terror and the Gulag. While it's necessary to avoid drawing hard lines of continuity and mixing up quite different kinds of responsibility, it is nevertheless permitted and even obligatory to question the role, however indirect and limited, played by Marx and Engels, rejecting the myth of their innocence and investigating the real history of their impact and the reasons for that impact. but then it's necessary to take a similar approach toward all the great intellectuals, including those who are placed within a different and opposing intellectual tradition. Take Locke, for example. Is there a relation between his refusal to extend tolerance and even compassion to the Papists and the massacres the Catholics suffered in Ireland? And what of the underlying connection between his theoretical justification of slavery in the colonies and the slave trade, and the tragedy suffered by blacks, that which some African Americans today prefer to call the Black Holocaust? We can also turn to the time of Marx and Engels. Must a theorist, like John Stuart Mill, of the West's despotism over the lesser races, who must show absolute obedience, and the beneficial nature of slavery imposed on savage tribes alien to work and discipline, be considered in part responsible for the terror and massacres that accompany colonial expansion? Not a single movement or person can escape those questions. We saw Nietzsche refer to the fiery tirades against power and wealth by the Jewish prophets and founders of the Church to explain the destructive and bloody nature of the revolutionary cycle. In the opposite direction, those that denounce the protagonists of crusades as traitors to Christianity would do well not to overlook a commonly neglected detail. An integral part of that religion's holy scriptures is the Old Testament, which legitimizes and celebrates the Lord's wars even in its cruelest forms. In this case, it's also misleading to counterpose the nobility of the original ideas to the mediocrity and the horrors of its real history. Having confirmed theory's non-innocence, it's a matter of identifying the different levels of responsibility. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the bodies of black slaves were branded with the letters RAC, the Royal African Company, the corporation that managed the slave trade, in which Locke was a shareholder. The least that one could say is that the authors of the Manifesto of the Communist Party didn't profit from the forced labor that, a few decades after their deaths, will characterize the Gulag. Marx and Engels can be accused of having legitimized in advance violence that, at any rate, will be put into practice after their deaths, and with decades separating them. Mill, however, legitimizes practices that are contemporary to him. Similarly, in Tocqueville we can read the explicit recommendation of colonial practices that are more or less genocidal, the systematic destruction of urban centers found in areas controlled by the rebels, that don't refer to the future, but the immediate present. 1035 In other words, regarding the atrocities of colonialism that take place under their watch and, at times, with their direct approval, the representatives of the liberal tradition cited here have much more direct responsibility than that attributed to Marx and Engels regarding the shameful aspects of the Soviet regime and Stalinism. While the path that leads from Marx to Stalin and the Gulag is problematic, bumpy, and at any rate mediated by totally unpredictable events like World War II and the permanent state of emergency, it's immediately evident the link that connects Locke to the slave trade or Mill and Tocqueville to the forced labor imposed on the indigenous people and the colonial massacres. As a theory, neither can utopianism claim any innocence. Liberals are correct on that point, though unfortunately they resort to that argument in a dogmatic way, applying it only to their adversaries and not to themselves. What were the terrible human and social costs of the utopia of a self-regulated market, with the subsequent rejection of any state intervention, a utopia to which Britain was loyal to even when, around the middle of the 19th century, a disease destroyed the potato harvest and the subsequent famine consumed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Irish people? Or, to give a more recent example, how many catastrophes were provoked and continue to be provoked by the utopia, supported by Wilson even before Bush Jr., as well as by prominent modern philosophers like Popper, of a permanent peace to be achieved by spreading democracy around the world through the force of arms. To avoid falling into that very dogmatism, a similar question is also raised in relation to the history of the Soviet Union. There are, of course, those that read the history of the country born out of the October Revolution by lamenting the gradual betrayal of the ideals elaborated by Marx and Engels. In reality, and in certain aspects, it's precisely those original ideals, the millenarian hopes for a society without a state and juridical norms, without national borders and without the market and money, where there's ultimately no real conflicts at all, that played a harmful role, obstructing the transition to a state of normality and prolonging and intensifying the state of emergency, caused by the crisis of the old regime, by the war and by the subsequent invasions. Despite their differences, the two approaches criticized here, that respectively base themselves on the category of crime, or criminal madness, or betrayal, have a shared characteristic: they have a tendency to focus their attention on either the criminal or the treacherous nature of individuals. In fact, they refuse to understand the real historical development and historical effectiveness of the social, political, and religious movements that have a worldwide ability to draw people in and whose influence unfolds over quite a long period of time. Such an approach also proves to be inconclusive and misleading with regard to the Third Reich, which lasts for only 12 years and was only able to appeal to those included in the master race. It's way too easy to exclusively blame Hitler for the atrocities of Nazism, suppressing the fact that he extracted from the world that preceded him and then radicalized the two essential parts of his ideology, the celebration of the white race's colonial mission and the West itself, now called upon to further extend its dominion into Eastern Europe, the understanding of the October Revolution as a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy that, in encouraging the rebellion by the colonial peoples and undermining the natural racial hierarchy and, more generally, infecting society like a pathogen, constituted a frightening threat to civilization, to be confronted using all means, including the final solution. In other words, to comprehend the genesis of the Third Reich's horrors, it's not a question of reconstructing Hitler's childhood or adolescence, nor does it make sense to start with Stalin's very beginnings to analyze an institution, the Gulag, that has its roots in the history of Tsarist Russia and which, in ways that are always different, of which the countries of liberal West also made use, both during periods of colonial expansion as well as during the state of emergency caused by the Second 30 Years' War. Similarly misleading would be wanting to explain slavery and the decimation and extermination of the Native Americans based primarily on the individual characteristics of the U.S. Founding Fathers, or seeking to explain the strategic and atomic bombings of German and Japanese cities through Churchill's, Roosevelt's, and Truman's perverse nature. It would be equally unreasonable to seek to explain the horrors of Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib by starting with Bush Jr.'s adolescence or childhood. But let's return to Stalin. Is it a case of moral indifference to reject the approach that interprets everything as a crime, or criminal madness, or as the betrayal of the original ideals? Historians today still debate individuals and events that go back nearly 2,000 years. Must we unhesitatingly accept the sinister portrait of Nero traced by both the senatorial aristocracy and by the Christians? In particular, must we accept without question the Christian propaganda that accused the Roman emperor of having started a fire in Rome in order to blame and persecute the innocent followers of the new religion? Or, as suggested by some scholars, was it possibly started by fundamentalist and apocalyptic tendencies within early Latin Christianity, which sought to see reduced to ashes the place par excellence of superstition and sin, and to accelerate the fulfillment of their eschatological hopes? 1036. Let's skip ahead a few centuries. Regarding the large-scale anti-Christian persecution unleashed by Diocletian, historians continue to ask themselves if it was only the result of an inexplicable religious hatred that was alien to Roman traditions, or did genuine concern regarding the future of the state play a role, as its military was being undermined by Christian pacifist agitation, precisely at a time when the danger of barbarian invasions became more threatening? The historians who ask those questions are hardly accused of wanting to downplay the persecution that Christians endured, or of wanting to again send them to the beasts and to the most heinous forms of torment. Unfortunately, it's easier to critically analyze the sacred history of Christianity than it is to express doubts regarding the sacred aura that usually surrounds the history of the West and the country that leads it, due to it being much further in the past and its much smaller impact on the interests and passions of the present. It's much easier to understand the motives of those who were defeated by Christianity than to identify the motives of those whose defeat cleared the way for the triumph of the American century. And that explains the heavy influence of demonization and hagiography in the understanding of the 20th century, as well as the stubborn popularity enjoyed by the negative cult of heroes. Concentrate all our strength against the principal enemy. One of the fundamental qualities of the Bolsheviks, and one of the fundamental points of our revolutionary strategy is our ability to understand, at any given moment, who is the principal enemy and to know how to concentrate all our strength against that enemy. Report to the 7th Congress of the Communist International. 1. Democracy and peace. It's worthwhile to begin with the Cold War. To specify the time we are dealing with, I'll limit myself to several details. In January of 1952, to break the stalemate in military operations in Korea, U.S. President Harry S. Truman flirted with the radical idea that was even written down in a diary entry: he could send an ultimatum to the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, specifying in advance that their lack of compliance would mean that Moscow, St. Petersburg, Mukden, Vladivostok, Beijing, Shanghai, Port Arthur, Dalian, Odessa, Stalingrad, and every industrial center in China and the Soviet Union, would be eliminated. Sherry 1995, p. 182. It was not a matter of a fantasy with no connection to reality, as disturbing as that may be. In those years nuclear weapons had been repeatedly wielded as a threat against a China determined to complete its anti-colonial revolution and achieve national independence and territorial integrity. The threat was all the more believable due to the terrible and lingering memory of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when Japan had its attention primarily turned to the Soviet Union on this. Authoritative American historians agree, Alperovitz 1995. It also wasn't only the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China being threatened. On May 7, 1954, in Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam, an army led by the Communist Party defeated colonialist France's occupying troops. On the eve of the battle, the American Secretary of State Foster Dulles said to French Prime Minister Georges Bidault, "And what if we were to give you 2 atomic bombs?" It was understood immediately that they were to be used against Vietnam. Fontaine 1968, Volume 2, p. 118. Despite not even hesitating at the prospect of a nuclear holocaust to hold back the anti-colonial revolution, an essential constitutive element of the democratic revolution, in those same years the United States and its allies sold NATO as a contribution to the cause of democracy and peace. It must be placed in this context the speech in March of 1949 by Togliatti to the Chamber of Deputies, during the debate over Italy's entry into the Atlantic Alliance. Your principal thesis is that democracies, as you call them, don't wage wars. But gentlemen, who do you take us for? Do you truly believe that we don't have the most minimal political and historical background? It's not true that democracies don't wage wars. All the colonial wars of the 19th and 20th centuries were waged by regimes that classified themselves as democratic. Such as when the United States waged a war of aggression against Spain to establish its rule in a part of the world it was interested in. It waged war against Mexico to conquer specific regions where there were substantial sources of raw materials. For decades they waged war on the indigenous Native American tribes in order to destroy them, offering one of the primary examples of the crime of genocide that is today judicially enshrined and thus should be legally punished in the future. Nor must one forget the crusade by 19 nations, as Churchill had called it at the time, against Soviet Russia, and there was also, before the eyes of the world, France's war against Vietnam, at that time fully underway. 2, 5, 496-97. Therefore, far from being synonymous with peace, bourgeois democracies had started and continued to be responsible for wars that often had a genocidal character. In any case, from the Italian communist leader's point of view, to believe in the thesis according to which bourgeois democracy would be free of military impulses would mean having no political or cultural background. But that background would truly disappear a few decades later. During the outbreak of the First War against Iraq, while the Italian Communist Party was beginning to crumble, one of its prominent philosophers, Giacomo Maremma, declared to El Unita on January 25, 1991, never in history has a democratic state waged war on another democratic state. The tone of that declaration didn't allow for responses or doubts. Yet I will allow myself to cite Henry Kissinger, regarding whom there are many things to be criticized, but not being politically or historically uncultured. When the First World War broke out in Europe, most countries, including Great Britain, France, and Germany, were governed by what were essentially democratic institutions. Nevertheless, the First World War, a catastrophe which Europe still hasn't completely recovered from, was enthusiastically approved by all the democratically elected parliaments. Kissinger 2011, pages 425-26. In truth, war has not even spared those that define themselves as the oldest democracies in the world. Great Britain and the United States were at war from 1812 to 1815. And on that occasion, it is even one of the founding fathers of the American Republic, namely Thomas Jefferson, who invokes against Great Britain a total and eternal war, a war that could only come to an end with the extermination of one side or the other. And it's not just a matter of a now distant historical event. Even between the two world wars, for some time the United States continued to consider Great Britain as its most likely enemy. The war plans they prepared in 1930, and approved by General Douglas MacArthur, even considered the use of chemical weapons. To the colonial wars. Let's reread Marymount's statement from 1991. He, incorrectly, maintains that wars between democracies don't happen while consciously making abstraction of the colonial wars in which the so-called democracies are the protagonists. Are colonial wars even considered wars? In absolving the democracies, must we blame those wars on the colonial peoples, guilty of being backwards and barbarians? Starting in 1935, Togliatti was called upon to confront fascist Italy's aggression against Ethiopia, or Abyssinia. Mussolini stated his desire to contribute to the spreading of European civilization. It was necessary to put an end to a centuries-long slavery and to their pseudo-barbarian and slave state, that is a slave state led by Negus of the Slavers, by the leader of slavers, Mussolini 1979, pages 292-96. The regime's propaganda didn't relent in insisting that the horrors of slavery could not be tolerated. In Milan, Cardinal Schuster blessed and consecrated the undertaking that at the price of blood opens Ethiopia's doors to the Catholic faith and Roman civilization and abolishing slavery, bringing light to the darkness of barbarism. Salvatorelli, Myra, 1972, Volume 2, pages 254 and 294. Despite being carried out through the massive use of mustard and asphyxiating gas, and through the large-scale massacre of the civilian population, the war was celebrated as civilizing and humanitarian operation, and not without its democratic elements, given that it abolished slavery. We are led to think of the seductive humanitarian operations that exist nowadays. How did Togliatti react to that campaign? In August of 1935, in his report, The Struggle Against the War, to the 7th Congress of the Communist International, he observed, "For entire decades, the indigenous people of Africa have been subjected to a regime, not only of exploitation and slavery, but of true and proper physical extermination. The crisis years have added to the horrors of the colonial regime installed by the Europeans on that immense black continent. Moreover, the fascists, in the war carried out in Libya from 1924 to 1929, have unequivocally demonstrated what are the fascist methods of colonization. Even in that field, fascism has demonstrated itself to be the most barbaric form of bourgeois rule. Italy's war in Libya has been carried out, from beginning to end, as a war of extermination against the indigenous population, to 3.2, 760. Having always had a genocidal tendency, even when unleashed by countries with a liberal and democratic order, the colonial wars with fascism become completely and consciously genocidal. On the other hand, Togliatti recognized that Abyssinia is an economically and politically backward country. It's true, so far there's no trace of any national revolutionary movement, or even a mere democratic one, Still largely present was the feudal regime. Was it necessary, then, to support or at least not oppose the seductive civilizing and humanitarian intervention? Not at all. On the contrary, Togliatti declared himself ready to support the liberation struggle by the Ethiopian people against the fascist bandits, 3.2, 761-2, and that's in consideration not only of the very atrocities of expansionism and colonial rule, but also for the fact that the anti-colonialist struggle, even when conducted by countries and peoples still outside modernity, is nonetheless an integral part of the world revolutionary process that throws imperialism, capitalism, into crisis. Unfortunately, even this lesson from Togliatti has been lost. In 2011, NATO massively intervened against Gaddafi's Libya. To use the words of an authoritative philosopher from well outside the communist camp, today we know that the war has caused at least 30,000 deaths, against the 300 victims of the initial repression that the regime was condemned for, a regime that the West was determined to overthrow, Todorov 2012. Among those who called for or approved the intervention in this war considered neocolonial even by numerous scholars, journalists, and news outlets were Susanna Camusso, Secretary General of the CGIL, and Rosanna Rossenda, a historic figure in Il Manifesto, the Italian Communist Daily, CFR. Losurdo 2014, ch1, 10. 3. A Baroque outlook on the anti-imperialist struggle. As is well known, Togliatti was one of the main protagonists of the political reversal that in 1935 pushes the Communist International to identify Nazi fascism as the principal enemy and to promote the program of the United Front and Popular Front against it. Taking this position was not straightforward for the Communists. Trotskyist propaganda didn't relent in denouncing it as a betrayal of anti-colonialism, for the fact that it placed the two largest colonial empires at the time, those of Britain and France, among the secondary enemies, and therefore among the Soviet Union's potential allies. Resistance to the new political line even came from other orientations. Take Carlo Rosselli, for example. In the last years of his life, before being assassinated by Mussolini's agents in 1937, the leader of liberal socialism was fairly close to the communists, and he looked sympathetically to the gigantic Russian experiment of socialist revolution and of the socialist organization of production, Rosselli 1988, p. 381. Although said between parentheses, yet without absolute clarity, Carlo Rosselli's liberal socialism was very different to the liberal socialism that later characterized Norberto Bobbio. And yet, at least at the beginning, Rosselli expressed his reservations about the turn by the Communist International, and he spoke in the name of the revolutionary orthodoxy. Traditional Marxist theory has been set aside and has increasingly drifted toward the theory of the democratic war. The present conflict would no longer be the result of an inter-imperialist war, but one between peaceful states, the proletarian state, and fascism, especially German fascism. The communist parties, at least those in the countries allied to Russia, will be forced into the Union Sacrée, Rosselli 1989-92, Volume 2, pages 328-29. In other words, by waving the flag of anti-fascist unity, the communists make their own the patriotic slogans that they condemned during World War I. That argumentative approach lost sight of, or didn't comprehend, the drastic changes to the international situation. The same representative of liberal socialism, writing on November 9 of 1934, said that the fall of the Soviet regime would be a tremendous calamity that we must work to avoid, Rosselli 1988, p. 304. With respect to 1914, a new contradiction has intervened, that between capitalism and socialism. And that was just one aspect. 20 years earlier, after having defined World War I as a war between slave owners for the consolidation and strengthening of slavery in the colonies, Lenin had added, "The originality of the situation is in the fact that, in this war, the destiny of the colonies are being determined by the military struggle on the continent." Lo, 21, 275 and 277. The slave owners, the large colonial powers and the imperialists were alone in having the initiative. That is no longer true on the eve of and during World War II, promoted by the October Revolution. The world anti-colonialist revolution had already begun. The colonial slaves had left behind their state of passivity and resignation. In other words, aside from the inter-imperialist contradiction that characterized World War I, the contradiction between capitalism and socialism, as well as the contradiction between the great colonial powers and the revolting colonial slaves, are both at work. And that latter contradiction became all the more acute due to the intentions of the imperialist powers on the offensive, Hitler's Germany, imperialist Japan, fascist Italy, to take up and radicalize the colonial tradition, subjugating and enslaving even nations belonging to older civilizations, like Russia and China. Even a country like France was facing colonial or neocolonial subjugation. Lenin had even predicted it to some extent. In 1916, while Wilhelm II's army was at the gates to Paris, the great Russian revolutionary, on the one hand, reaffirmed the imperialist character of the world war then underway. On the other hand, he called attention to a possible reversal, if the gigantic conflict is concluded with a Napoleonic-style victory and with the subjugation of a whole series of nation-states retaining some form of autonomy, then a great national war would be possible in Europe. Lo, 22, 308. It's the very scenario that took place in a good part of the world between 1939 and 1945. In both cases, the Napoleonic victories achieved by Hitler in Europe and Japan in Asia ended up provoking wars of national liberation. Ignoring the multiplicity of the contradictions and their interaction with one another, in October of 1934 Rosselli defined the historical phase that we are passing through as the phase of fascism, imperialist war, and capitalist decadence. Rosselli 1988, p. 301. While the reference to capitalist decadence may be an implicit reference to the rise of Soviet Russia, in any case the scenario outlined here completely ignores the anti-colonial revolution and the wars of resistance and national liberation. Maybe it wasn't only the difficulty in understanding the changes to the international situation that explains the resistance to the political turn of 1935. Especially because it has been characterized by the desire to provide a complete understanding of the social and historical totality. Marxism has sometimes been read, and distorted, as a mode of understanding that simplifies and flattens the complexity of historical and social processes. Gramsci, 1975, p. 1442, had called attention to the infantile deviation by the philosophy of praxis that, in ignoring the role of ideas and ideology, nurtures the Baroque conviction that the more one relies on material objects, the more orthodox one becomes. It's a memorable passage for its stylistic merit. In addition to its philosophical merit, the self-styled champions of orthodoxy are ridiculed as followers of a Baroque conviction. Unfortunately, that can manifest itself on a very different level. In analyzing international relations, there are those who consider themselves to be the foremost champions of anti-imperialism by expanding as much as possible their list of imperialist countries, all of them put on the same level. It goes without saying that such a Baroque outlook was entirely alien to Lenin. Lenin, in 1916, in making the distinction between classic colonialism and neocolonialism, notes that the latter is based not on political annexation but rather on economic annexation, and regarding that proposition he offers an example in addition to that of Argentina. Even Portugal was in fact a vassal of Britain. Lo, 23, 41-42. Certainly, the great revolutionary didn't ignore that Portugal also possessed a colonial empire, against which, obviously, the struggle had to continue. Nevertheless, the principal aspect, which one must never lose sight of, was the neocolonial subjugation of Portugal, that in some way became a part at least at the economic level of the British Empire. Elsewhere, we saw Lenin in 1916 consider the possibility of Wilhelm II's Germany imposing its neocolonial subjugation on a country like France, that for its part possessed a vast colonial empire. It's this lesson by Lenin that Togliatti had behind him when he criticized that which could be defined as the Baroque conception of anti-imperialism. One of the fundamental qualities of the Bolsheviks, and one of the fundamental points of our revolutionary strategy, is our ability to understand, at any given moment, who is the principal enemy and to know how to concentrate all our strength against that enemy. 3.2, 747. It must be added that this is not a question of an isolated declaration, however extraordinarily effective it may be. It should be kept in mind that at the time when Togliatti announced the Salerno turn, Pietro Badoglio was still the leader of the government in Italy, Badoglio who, not by chance, carried the title of Duke of Addis Ababa. Among others, he had participated in the frenzy of imperialist crimes by fascism. And yet, that infamous chapter of history was secondary with respect to the urgency of the national liberation struggle against the occupation regime imposed on Italy by the Third Reich with Mussolini's complicity. For Togliatti, Stalin, and the Cold War. We are now able to understand the attitude taken by Togliatti after the outbreak of the Cold War. Possibly the most uncomfortable year for him was 1952. It was the year in which two statements by Stalin were emitted that were difficult to reconcile with one another. Briefly speaking, at the 19th Congress of the CPSU, and denouncing the subaltern status of Washington's European and Western allies and vassals, the Soviet leader called on the communist parties to take up the banner of national independence and democratic freedom thrown out to sea by their country's bourgeoisie. Still during the year before his death, Stalin expressed himself in substantially different terms in writing Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. 6. Rather than resign themselves to the undisputed hegemony exercised by the United States, the other capitalist powers would have to challenge it. More acute than the very contradiction between capitalism and socialism, the inter-imperialist contradiction would sooner or later provoke a new world war, as had happened in 1914 and 1939, and all this confirms the inevitability of war within capitalism. As is well known, things have gone in the completely opposite direction with respect to the prediction made in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. It hasn't been the imperialist camp that has unraveled, but rather the socialist one. The more acute threats of a world war occurred not as a result of the competition for hegemony between the great capitalist powers, but as a result of the intention by the United States to contain socialism and the anti-colonial revolution and to reverse it. Think of the crisis of 1962, which not by chance saw its epicenter in Cuba. The control exercised by Washington over its allies and vassals has not disappeared, instead it has since been consolidated, as has been demonstrated by the inglorious end to the Anglo-French adventure of 1956 in Suez, with the extension of United States rule to the Middle East as well, and the decline of the Gaullist challenge in France. The logical mistake contained in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR is evident. The premise of the inevitability of war in capitalism doesn't in any way lead to the conclusion that the conflict between imperialist powers is always the order of the day, almost as if that conflict never contained, or contained only for a brief time, distinctions between winners and losers. For example, after the defeat of what Lenin defines as Napoleonic imperialism, Lo. 22, 309, for almost a century British imperialism had practically no rivals. And this is all the more true for the United States, which hasn't had any serious rivals in the imperialist camp after the end of World War II, that had witnessed the defeat of Germany, Japan, and Italy, but also the wounding and serious decline of Great Britain and France. The fact remains that Stalin in 1952 outlined two contradictory scenarios. The first, looking to Europe at the time, he denounced the bourgeoisie for their capitulation toward the policies of war and oppression carried out by Washington. Looking particularly toward the future, the second scenario denounced the intrinsically warmongering nature of the various bourgeois ruling classes, all put on the same level. In his report to the Central Committee of the PCI on November 10, 1952, Togliatti warned against taking the wrong conclusions from the thesis of the inevitability of war, reaffirmed by Stalin in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, and against losing sight of the concrete and immediate task of the struggle to keep the peace, at that time threatened by the aggressive policies put into action by the United States against the socialist camp and the anti-colonial revolution. 2, 5, 707. It's for this reason that the Italian communist leader primarily and almost exclusively referenced the other speech by Stalin, the one that invited communists to defend their national independence and political democracy itself, put at risk by the McCarthyite wave that threatened to cross the Atlantic and establish itself in Italy and Western Europe as well. In truth, Togliatti had started elaborating this line before Stalin's speech to the 19th Congress of the CPSU. In his report to the 7th Congress of the PCI, held between April 3 and April 8 in 1951, he denounced United States imperialism, determined to disturb every effort toward the development and transformation of Italian democracy, and he demanded a program of Italian independence, the independence of our country from anyone who seeks to subject our economic and political life to their interests or those of foreign imperialism. 2, 5, 591 and 601. There's a lot that suggests it had been Togliatti influencing Stalin, who had from the platform of the 19th Congress invited Western communists to take up the banner of democracy and national independence abandoned by the bourgeoisie. Certainly, in his subsequent report to the Central Committee of the PCI on November 10, 1952, Togliatti was much more forceful, pointing the finger at the reactionaries in our region, against the Italian and European reactionaries. Comrade Stalin has ripped off their masks. He has revealed how they had thrown out to sea all that which in the past had constituted the political action by democratic and liberal bourgeois groups. They had thrown out to sea the banner of freedom and independence for the people, therefore it's left to us to pick up that banner and carry it forward, to become the patriots of our country and thereby become the nation's leadership force. 2, 5, 705. In light of the considerations already made, one could say that, in citing Stalin, Togliatti was primarily citing himself. The line that emerged was clear, yet nothing new. It was necessary to first fight against those that sought to strangle freedom and sell the country's independence, who were prepared to accept the transformation of Italy into a colony subservient to foreign imperialism. It was necessary to strike at and neutralize the leadership of countries dominated by the United States of America. 2, 5, 705-6. The objective pursued by the latter was defined as follows: to achieve dominion over the whole world, the economic, political, and military subjugation of a whole series of countries that until yesterday were independent countries, and even developed capitalist countries like France and Italy, the preparations for an attack on the Soviet Union, China, and the popular democracies. To be specific, in the preparation of the forces necessary for this attack and to complete its objectives, American imperialism has organized military bases all over the world. It sends its own troops and stations them in countries that until yesterday were independent, and who would have never tolerated their occupation by foreign troops. 2, 5, 708. It would be a serious mistake to read this passage as a banal, propagandistic tirade. Instead, before us is a theoretical and political reflection. What defines imperialism is not just its hostility toward the socialist bloc and the anti-colonial revolution, especially because what also characterizes it is the struggle for hegemony. Imperialism can include the subjugation, whether colonial or semi-colonial, of independent countries, and even those with developed capitalism like France and Italy, and therefore of a country like France that in 1952 had a large colonial empire in its possession. The contradiction between developed capitalist countries is not necessarily and exclusively an inter-imperialist contradiction. It can even be the contradiction between a particularly strong and aggressive imperialist power and a potential colony or semi-colony. It would give it too much credit to think that imperialism would refrain from transforming a developed capitalist country into a colony or semi-colony. Togliatti was very familiar with Lenin's dispute with Koski. What defines imperialism is, not just its drive to conquer agrarian lands like Koski predicted, but to get its hands on heavily industrialized countries as well, especially because that can weaken its adversaries, Lo, 22, 268. On the basis of a precise historical and theoretical reading, with the aim of avoiding the danger of Italy being dragged by United States imperialism into a war against the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, Togliatti made a call for the broadest mobilization possible. The movement that Italy needs must be a movement of the great popular masses, from any party, from whatever social group they belong to, for the salvation of peace. Even the citizens who are furthest from us today can and should be drawn into this cause's work. And therefore it's up to us, the party of the working class, at this time, like during the gravest moments of the past, to recognize and defend the interests of the entire nation. 2, 5, 602 and 578. Was that the abandonment of the class struggle? The response to this possible objection was already prepared. No, there's no contradiction between a national program and a class program by the Communist Party. 2, 5, 590. Togliatti knew what is to be done too well to flatten the class struggle with a trade unionist reading. Especially because in the Soviet Union he had been able to directly follow the epic resistance by Moscow, Leningrad, and Stalingrad against the attempt by the Third Reich to revive and radicalize the colonial tradition in Eastern Europe, reducing the entire Soviet people to a state of slavery, in service to the so-called master race. Togliatti had understood very well that the Great Patriotic War was one of the greatest class struggles, not only in the 20th century, but in world history. It's worthwhile to note that in November of 1938, at a time when Japanese imperialism sought to impose a barbaric form of colonial rule and slavery on the Chinese people as a whole, Mao Zedong had theorized, in those circumstances, the connection between the national struggle and the class struggle. Like the Great Patriotic War, the war of resistance against Japanese imperialism should also be counted among the great class struggles, not only in the 20th century, but in world history. Losurdo 2013, cg. 6, 7-8. It's almost certain that Togliatti was unaware of the text from the Chinese communist leader that was just cited. All the more significant is the fact that he reaches the very same conclusions by working from the concrete analysis of the concrete situation. 5. U.S. imperialism and the growing threat of war. Let it be clear, it's not a question of giving into a game of analogies. To really understand the political scenario of our time, we have to proceed to the concrete analysis of the concrete situation. It's a task that remains incomplete, largely. Nevertheless, we can define some essential points. It goes without saying that we must be relentless in denouncing the infamous role by countries like Germany and Italy in the dismemberment of and the war against Yugoslavia, or the infamous role by Italy in the war against Libya, and the role by Germany in the coup d'état in Ukraine, not to mention the infamous role by France, first with Sarkozy and later by Hollande, in the wars against Libya and Syria. But all these neo-colonial infamies, and still others, were made possible due to the US's overwhelming military power and its hegemonic role, that has often been promoted in a more or less direct way. And yet, in looking toward the large-scale war that's emerging on the horizon, we must take into consideration the profound changes that have occurred in relation to the past. On the eve of the First and Second World War, there were two opposing military coalitions. In our time, in practice there's one single gigantic military coalition, NATO, that increasingly expands and that continues to be under firm American control. On the eve of the First and Second World War, the major capitalist powers accused each other of unleashing an arms race. In our time, however, the United States criticizes its allies for not dedicating more resources to their military budgets, for not sufficiently accelerating their rearmament program. Obviously, the war that Washington has in mind is not against Germany, France, or Italy, but one against China, the country that emerged out of the greatest anti-colonial revolution and led by an experienced communist party, or Russia, that under Putin had made the mistake, from the White House's point of view, of shaking off the neo-colonial control that Yeltsin had submitted to or complied with. And in this large-scale war, which could even cross the nuclear threshold, the United States plans to carry it out with the subaltern participation side by side with US and under its command of Germany, France, Italy, and the other NATO member states. It is therefore against the threat of a war unleashed by the superpower that, alone in the world, continues to hold itself up as the nation chosen by God, by a superpower that for a long time has sought to guarantee for itself the ability to deliver a first nuclear strike with impunity, Romano 2014, p. 29, by a superpower that has installed in our country military bases and nuclear arms directly, or indirectly, controlled by Washington. We are called upon to struggle against this concrete threat of war. And we can much more effectively confront this growing threat by taking into consideration Palmiro Togliatti's great lesson, and adequately adapting it to the current situation.